think we'll get started then. First of all, welcome to everybody. When you think of the word retreat, I always kind of think of kind of getting away from your usual surroundings, your usual habitat. And I think what it encourages, whether we're able to pull that off, I'll leave up to our facilitators, is reflection, rethought, kind of taking a step back and deciding where you want to go forward. One of the things that struck me about last week is not only did we put in a lot of time with work sessions and meetings, but as I sat there through both of those, how many times we had unanimous votes. That doesn't mean you should always have unanimous votes, or that's always a sign that, wow, we have a very effective board. Quite the contrary, I also think that many times just the idea of having a 4-3 vote or a 5-2 vote is just as effective. But one of the things that I hope we do today, and I think that's our purpose. One, I think we want to promote a better understanding of each other, particularly the people at this table. And so what we need, I think, is a certain amount of patience, a certain amount of flexibility. Again, we're going to do some speaking today, but also what's very, very important is how much listening we do. So kind of with that brief note, I'd like to turn it over to our facilitators. One other thing I'd mention is perhaps about a month ago, Shelley wrote me an email, and she actually requested that we have a retreat and an orientation today. So that's kind of what we're up to. So with that, Shelley, why don't I turn it over to you?
So thanks everybody for being here today. I know it's a sacrifice to get here. Appreciate you being here. So that is just my hope that today we can kind of get to a common understanding of this is how we do things, and I think there's going to be give and take from all of us where we land with kind of our norms of how we operate as a board. But it is my hope that we're going to mostly lay business aside, and there is a sticky up there. If you have things that you know you want to talk about in a future time, just go put it up there. We're not going to have time to talk about it today, but we want to honor those things that we do need to talk about at some point. So with that, let's just have everybody go around. Yeah, just say your name, and then we'll turn it over to Jen to do an icebreaker.
Hi, I'm Sarah Stiblett.
Elizabeth Weisberg.
Mark Burns.
Denise Conchal.
Bob McDowell.
Tina Riley.
Mike Patachi.
Jennifer Pelletier.
Shelley Pearson.
All right,
Go for
ready
it.
to roll?
Mm-hmm.
So in thinking about the icebreaker, I was initially going to do two lies and one truth, or two truths and one lie, whatever that is. But I thought I wanted to make it a little bit more meaningful. I just wasn't liking so I scratched it late last night, and I'm going to make this kind of quick because we have such a heavy agenda today. So I am going to give you a little bit of time, but I want everyone, I'm going to give you 2 words. I'm going to start with one word, give it a little bit of time, and then we'll move on to the second word. And I really would like everyone at the table to take part in this. I'd like everyone to think for 1 minute. Not going to hold you on the clock. And then we can share one word that describes to you best what the word leadership means. I'm looking for a 1-word answer.
Do you want to go first?
When everyone's done, I go first. Okay, so I think what we'll do is just kind of go around the table. I'll start. I have no problem starting, and then maybe after, if you're comfortable, and if you're not, that's okay. Maybe we can share why we chose that word. Okay, so I'll go first, and we'll just go around and list your word. My answer to that is character.
Mine is service.
Mine is sharing.
Honesty.
Courage.
Integrity.
Integrity.
You guys stole mine.
Oh, okay. You got a pass on that. I'm gonna use a hyphenated word, step up.
Nice. Does anyone feel comfortable sharing why the word you chose kind of rose to the top?
Fine.
Mark, go ahead, yeah, just.
So I said my word was courage, and as leaders, we're always going to face adversity. We have to deal with inputs that are both that agree with us and disagree with us, and we have to be willing to choose what is the right path, based on the inputs. But in some respects, we have to move forward with what we believe in our heart is the best for those who we lead.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll go. My word was sharing, and I think for me, leadership isn't just about having a vision for a way forward, the right way forward or whatever, but it's also about listening to others and having that two-way sharing opportunity to both listen and speak and to come together in a kind of a vision that it includes all of the voices, that all the different ideas, that make sense to the most people.
Stephen, go ahead.
Mine was integrity, and I think it kind of wraps up a lot of the words that were chosen. Transparency, honesty, truth, character, all of those things, and that's actually what I ran on in my election, and it's a strong value for me.
I chose step up. Brevity is not one of my strengths. And so it eliminated a lot of things I would have said if I had been given more words. Step up is probably linked to courage as well. Willing to move out of your comfort zone many times. Willing to take both praise and criticism. Or I suppose apathy would be another part of that too.
I'll go. So for me, character is, it guides me in every single thing I do in my life. In leadership, it guides me in leadership. It guides me as a mother. It guides me as a friend. It guides me as just a servant, a human being. And I think if our strong leaders, I think locally, nationally, worldwide, we need to hold ourselves to the highest standard of character, and if we do that, if we guide with character, we can be trusted, we can create relationships, we can break down boundaries, and we can reach over to the other side in a much more authentic way.
I put service, and I think just as leaders, people are much more willing to follow if you're willing to do the dirty work, and you're not above anything, you're willing to lead by example and to just get in there, and I think humility goes with that. But we're no better, we're just people who want to do good work.
I put integrity just because it's kind of the same reason that it encompasses many of the other things, but for me, if there isn't integrity, then there isn't the ability to have the other stuff, because anything we do has to be done with that integrity.
Well, since I'm the third integrity, same, I appreciate what both of you said about that, and I think it really is being willing to practice what you preach, right? If you're saying that your staff needs to be able to see that your intentions are something that you not only talk about, but you practice.
You know, Steve? second word. Same exercise, the second word is partnership. If you could just please share one word, which is, I know that's very difficult, but that describes, in your eyes, partnership. It's hard to just pick one. That's when I wrote up on this, I'm like, ooh, the one word thing is, it's not easy.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, it's much easier to find a paragraph.
All right,
Are you
is
ready?
everyone ready?
I'm ready.
Collaboration.
Trust is my word.
I wrote service again.
Listening.
Empathy.
Sacrifice.
Trust.
Stretch.
Mine was listener.
I really feel strongly about this one, so I'm gonna start. To me, trust is key to every working and functional partnership. Again, locally with the board, local government, national government, regional government, in the workforce, if we don't have a sense of mutual trust, we struggle with having an authentic and effective partnership. So to me, that's why, without a doubt, that was my top word for that. And I didn't plan this either before coming in, I just put it down, just so everyone knows.
So,
Anyone else can go.
So
I'm
I
not
put
gonna-
service again, but just, I think that to work together in the best way takes a lot of humility and serving each other.
I did listener, because in order to have that, you have to be able to listen, to have a good relationship, communication.
I put stretch because I look at it as kind of partnership in two Venn diagrams that overlap, and once you can figure out what your non-negotiables are, then that center area becomes that stretch from both sides to move forward.
Very analytical.
Yeah. I like the visual too. The middle gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Right?
I put empathy because you really need, as hard as it is, you have to try to understand the way the other person or group is feeling. Take that into consideration.
I put the word sacrifice. First word down, cooperation, I struck that, but it's similar to that in any partnership that we have through life, that it takes sometimes putting the goals of the common above your own goals.
I put collaboration because I felt it was a good synonym for partnership. I think true partnerships are collaborative. I think both with giving and taking and receiving, and hopefully it leads to a higher level. Some call it synergy.
Yeah, I put listening, similar to what Tina said. I think the key thing about being able to listen in order for it to be effective is for us to not come in with preconceived ideas about what we're going to hear. I think we really do need to listen with an open mind and with a, kind of open heart, that we are actually hearing what the person or group of people said, that we are actually gonna respond to it after we've heard and not before. And I think a lot of us do that all the time in our lives. We have preconceived notion of what they're going to say, and then we kind of get prepared for that before we hear what they actually said. And I think that can cause some confusion, but I think if we're really authentically listening, we can actually authentically respond based on what they actually said. It's hard. I think it can be hard.
I had collaboration first and then put trust because I feel like to have authentic collaboration, you need to have that trust so that you can dig deep for this work, because it's hard work and you have to have that person.
All right, thank you very very much. I'm gonna wrap that up. I really appreciate, the thought you put into these words, and I guess my takeaway is exactly what I hope it was gonna be, is that, we all had a little piece of each other in every one of our answers. So that was kind of, when I was doing some research on it last night, that is kind of the hope that you come out of this process, and I do believe we did that. So hopefully, we can kind of carry that, throughout the day as well. Thanks.
I like that better.
Thanks.
I like the other two. So just to know, I'm very happy we're ahead of schedule because I know some of these other things we're gonna spend extra time. I do wanna mention though, we wanna try to stick to these times as much as we can so that we can get everything in, because I think the things we're most excited about come at the end of the day, and so we don't wanna miss the brainstorming and the goal setting. So there might be times where we have to cut off conversations, so I apologize in advance, but it's just so we can get to the future. So Sarah's gonna do a consensus building activity.
Okay, so everyone should have in their packet, a sheet that says decisions by consensus. And then I think right behind it, there is, something that says mind tools at the top, and it says lost at sea ranking chart. So for this next activity, you're gonna need both of those things. But before we get to the ranking chart, I wanna focus on the decisions by consensus. So this is actually taken from MSBA Phase 3 training, which is about effective board leadership or something. I can't remember exactly the title of that one. Building a high performance school board team. And I actually just took what was on 2 separate pages and put them in the booklet and just put them, condensed them down exactly as they were onto 2 pages. So that's why there's a lot of words on this page. And I went through that training last summer, and I thought it was incredibly helpful. And so if you haven't gone through Phase 3 and Phase 4, I would highly recommend thinking about doing that at some point. I think they do offer it in the summers. And so something that we spent quite a bit of time on was thinking about consensus and what that actually means. And so I don't really necessarily want to read through this whole page, but I do want to look at the top and read that out loud together with us all here. So consensus is the most effective method of group decision making, but it also takes the most time. Perfect consensus means that everyone agrees what the decision should be. Unanimity, however, is often impossible to achieve. There are degrees of consensus, all of which bring about a higher quality decision than majority vote or other methods of decision making. Consensus is more commonly defined as a collective opinion arrived at by a group of individuals working together under conditions that permit communications to be sufficiently open and the group climate to be sufficiently supportive for everyone in the group to feel that he or she has had a fair chance to influence the ultimate decision. When a decision is made by consensus, all members understand the decision and are prepared to support it. In operation, consensus means that all members can rephrase the decision to show that they understand it completely, that all members have had a chance to tell the group how they feel about the decision, and that those members who continue to disagree or have doubts will nevertheless say publicly that they are willing to give the decision a try for a period of time. To achieve consensus, members must have enough time to state their views, and in particular their opposition to other members' views. I think that's kind of important because I think that's the thing that makes it so scary and time consuming, is that we need to give ourselves the time to actually appreciate the opposition to whatever the view is. We're supposed to disagree in the beginning in order to reach consensus. By the time the decision is made, they should feel that others really do understand them. Group members, therefore, must listen carefully and communicate effectively. Decisions made by consensus are sometimes referred to as synergistic decisions because the group members working together arrive at a decision of higher quality than the decision they would obtain if they had each worked separately. In reaching consensus, group members need to see differences of opinion as a way of 1, gathering additional information, 2, clarifying issues, And 3, forcing the group to seek better alternatives. So just even in reading that and listening to myself saying these words, I realized this is a very tall order. This is no easy task. It is not for the faint of heart, because we need to be uncomfortable with listening to a wide range of different opinions in order to seek the best solution as a whole. And obviously the number one barrier most often is time. It just takes an enormous amount of time. And so, you know, we all know we have a lot of different things we're talking about all the time, and it means we don't really usually have enough time to do this kind of work fully. So, but some basic guidelines for designing consensual decision making, and I'll just read through those as well. Avoid arguing blindly for your own opinions. Present your present your position as clearly and logically as possible, but listen to other members' reactions and consider them carefully before you press your point. So there it is, that listening thing. 2, avoid changing your mind only to reach agreement and avoid conflict. Support only solutions which you are at least somewhat able to agree with. Yield only to positions that have objective and logically sound foundations. 3, avoid conflict-reducing procedures such as majority voting, tossing a coin, averaging, or bargaining. Number 4, seek out differences of opinion. They are natural and expected. Try to involve everyone in the decision process. Disagreements can improve the group's decision because they present a wide range of information and opinions, thereby creating a better chance for the group to hit upon more adequate solutions. Number 5, do not assume that someone must win and someone must lose when discussion reaches a stalemate. Instead, look for the most acceptable alternative for all members. Of course, you know, that's not always true. Sometimes you just have two choices. You have to make a decision on one or the other. But I think the process of trying to reach consensus allows for the robust dialogue so that better understanding of both sides of an opinion can be understood. Discuss underlying assumptions, listen carefully, and encourage the participation of all members. And the last one, each member is responsible for monitoring the process through which the work gets done and for initiating discussions of process when work is becoming ineffective. So rather than go through the whole thing, there are a list of factors that inhibit group decision making, and I'll let you just kind of consider those on your own. But I wonder if anybody has any thoughts before we move on about this idea of consensus that we'd like to just discuss briefly. We do have a little bit of extra time.
What struck me, I think, and it's very important here, is it usually takes longer time depending on the importance of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if it's a very weighty decision with all kinds of implications, it takes longer.
I would say that reaching consensus requires many of the words that we came up with in the first activity. It requires listening, it requires empathy. So we have to really make a sincere effort to exercise those actions, those manners of behaving in order to reach consensus.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you 100%. And the other one I think is courage, because I think if everyone in the group seems to be going one way, but you, maybe I myself might have a different opinion, it's really scary to say, wait a second, I don't agree with that, you know. And it does take courage and honesty. And yeah, you're right. I mean, all of the things we talked about are really important in order for us to get there.
I was just looking at, I don't think everyone in the audience has the paper because this is a really good paper, Sarah, so I'm just going to read, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's fine.
I just want to read that this listed the factors inhibiting effective group decision making. So this is what Sarah was asking us to read, but since we have an audience, I thought I would just read them out loud. A lack of group maturity, conflicting goals of group members, failure to communicate and utilize information, concurrence seeking which tends to stifle constructive disagreement, influenced by some members of the group using up valuable time, premature closure and dissonance, lack of need for deliberations because someone already has the correct answer, egocentrism, sorry.
That's it.
of group members a singular perspective. Lack of sufficient what's with my words today?
It's
Wanted to
really.
read the list.
I did wanna read this list.
Heterogeneity.
Heterogeneity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Inappropriate group size, power differences and distrust,
Mhm.
lack of time, and lastly, unwillingness to become involved in the group's work. I just thought they were really provocative, so I wanted to read them
Mhm.
and pronounce them correctly. Maybe not.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did that, and I think it's interesting too that some of those specific things are things you just mentioned, Mark, you know, these are things that we do, you know, power differences and distrust, I mean, trust
Right.
is on here, integrity is on here, these are things we need to have in place in order to be effective at consensus building.
I really like that last sentence in that first paragraph, which, you know, it says for everyone in the group to feel that he or she has had a fair chance to influence the decision. I think we say we want everybody to be heard, but I think sometimes you're left frustrated feeling like I said it, but nobody considered it, or I didn't feel like it was really part of the discussion. It was just so that everybody could talk, but for everyone to feel like they had a chance to influence the decision.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I think I remember when we worked with Mary Zacconi before, she said something about how we're supposed to be listening to each other and making decisions together at the table, and something about the way she said it didn't really, it's sort of like it happened, she said it and then we just went on to the next thing, but I think that's maybe what she was talking about, is that we are, you know, it sort of feels like sometimes that we each have our opinion, we say them, and then we decide, we vote. Instead of actually saying, okay, we're here to make a decision together, so we all need to listen to each other and really consider what each of us has said and what evidence we have to support whatever it is we've said, you know. But again, you know, that's the thing that takes so much time.
And just to follow on that too, I think it's important that when we gather together, that we're coming to that place with an open mind, that we haven't created our decision before we have the opportunity to try to reach consensus.
Yeah.
Because if we've reached our conclusion before we have our discussion, we may not be able to reach consensus.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think I also liked how it said, sometimes it's not just the service, right? It's, okay, but we're not really falling on either of these, so what's maybe there's another option that everybody would like better, that we just haven't gotten that far down the road to looking at.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the devil's advocate a little bit, because you can come into something with an idea of how you want your decision or what your decision is gonna be on the information you have going in. I think it would be up to somebody else with a different perspective to convince me to change my decision.
Mhm.
So you can't just go completely open-minded or I mean, completely, you know, undecided when you walk in. You have the idea of where you're gonna be, but it would be somebody else's job to present the information to convince me to move in that direction.
Right.
I think that's true, and our job to have a willingness,
Yep.
where sometimes we come in like, this is what I want,
Yep.
but to have a willingness to look at and
That's
try to
the
understand. That's
listening.
where the empathy, somebody said empathy, and understanding where people are coming from. That maybe all want the same thing, we're just coming at it in a different way.
Any other thoughts? Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna take this Lost at Sea activity and we're gonna practice building some consensus in a subject matter that has no, that it's just gonna be fun. Hopefully it'll be fun. So what we're gonna do first is I'm gonna give you a scenario and you're gonna work on it individually. And then we're gonna break up into 3 groups of 3 and we're gonna share and try to come up with consensus in a small group. And then we're gonna go and try to build consensus around the solution as a whole group. So if you wanna take a look at this Lost at Sea ranking chart, what this is all about. We all of us have been shipwrecked at sea. And we are stranded, all of us, we are stranded in a lifeboat. Each of us has a box of matches and a number of items we've salvaged from the sinking ship. And these are, the list here on this sheet is the list of things we've salvaged from the sinking ship. We have to decide which of these items are the most important all the way down. We need to rank them in order of most important to least important. So what you're gonna do in the first column, step 1, is your individual ranking. You have to decide which of these items on this list is number 1, number 2, number 3. So if we can't get everything, you know, we'll only get the top 10 or whatever. You have to have a ranking. So take about 5 or 10 minutes and rank each of these items in order of importance.
So it's being lost at sea supposed to be a bad thing?
Survive.
Sounds kinda nice right now. Wouldn't mind being floating around in the Bahamas or something, right?
And just in case you want to erase and give everybody
Yeah,
And
so
you're-
just right here.
Are you alone?
No, we're with a group, we're all
No, I mean,
together.
when you're lost at sea, you're by yourself, are these rankings as you're by yourself, or
It
you
says
have?
participants must pretend they've been shipwrecked and are stranded in a lifeboat. Each team has a box of matches and a number of items they've salvaged from the sinking ship. Members must agree which items are most important for their
So you're
survival.
with other people.
So we're all together in this sinking ship, yes.
I hope somebody understands.
No, it's a lifeboat.
It's a lifeboat.
Yeah, it's not a
It's a
ship.
lifeboat. Yeah.
It's a tiny little boat.
The sinking ship is gone. It's a lifeboat, yes.
Well, I hope somebody has a better sense of direction than maybe this, but.
You'll have to figure that out. I can't tell you.
I looked it up. A sextant, is that
Oh,
what you're asking?
does anybody have a question?
It's to help you navigate by the stars, I just looked it up.
So you gotta know what you gotta know what
You
you're
gotta
doing.
be like,
Yeah.
yeah, sense of
If anybody
direction.
doesn't know what
Right.
any is, so
That's
one
why
of
I
the
said I hope
choices
there are
is a
other people in the
sextant.
boat.
And a sextant is a very old piece of equipment that used to be used for navigation out on the sea, by looking at the stars or the moon and whatever. And those-
So you have to have
the,
a sense of direction.
Yeah,
Just
the
not-
horizon and all that, so.
I want everything number 1.
This is gonna be a princess. Wish we had some extras for the group. You wouldn't care. what we're gonna do. Oh, okay.
Bob's making a Venn
You
diagram.
can keep-
He does have a lot more than one number.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be very strategic, I know. Starting with Denise, let's count off 1, 2, 3, and then we'll have, 3 groups of 3. And that, we'll just kind of keep it random.
Okay, 1.
2.
3,
1.
2,
3.
1,
2.
okay. So, let's do 1's over by Denise. 2's over there, and 3's over here.
No listening to the other team.
And I 1. Yeah, no listening to the other team.
Collaboration.
Are you 2?
2.
That's why I'm like, why did I just say I was gonna read those words? I couldn't see it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I had food and
Yeah, I
emergency
went one or the
rations.
other.
Yeah.
Food's over here?
Water container. See, I thought them empty, so I didn't put that, but that's one of them.
Started, yeah, what did
I
you
put
put your number
emergency
1?
rations.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
What did you have?
I had emergency rations.
Alright.
He had chocolate.
My number 1
Because it
was
has the highest
emergency
priority,
rations.
depending upon what that
Nice. See, what I put,
I don't know, there's some assumptions we're making,
Yeah.
how good our digging is, but
I have
then
rope as 2. I don't know why.
you gotta have one.
I see you didn't.
Oh, the
want
water
container. Yeah.
That one?
Right.
I guess I thought that was.
think I needed to-
It's always high up on the.
It was just a
I had
container,
rations,
not.
3 though.
Well,
Yeah, it's just that,
I
it
did
didn't
right.
say in a
Yeah.
I had the water containers 3.
Cause you gotta, well,
Oh.
even if you.
Okay,
I
so
figured,
that's
yeah, I knew
pretty
my
close
logic
there.
is
So we're supposed to like
You only have
come
what our
together,
range is
okay.
Yeah.
3 days.
Alright.
Okay,
about water.
so 2 and 3 are pretty close. What was?
Good, you want the chocolate? Right.
That's right, it depends if you're
You're
operating.
counting on getting rested.
See,
Communicate.
see, mine's
Okay, I can do that.
Alright, so
Yeah,
do you
right.
want chocolate?
Alright, let's try this. What
Doesn't
did you guys
matter.
put?
Was it chocolate rations?
That's what I
Maybe
did.
we can try to rank
Chocolate.
like 1, 2, and 3 to all
I had-
you don't.
Not knowing how
So
many
see if there's any
Right.
common ground there.
But you didn't realize you were
So you did
I
number
went
2.
up with the national
water
fair.
container.
Okay, what I thought, okay, what if we did chocolate as 3 and water as 2?
We're just assuming this is full of water.
Waterproof
That's
sheet.
good.
Well, water, evaporation.
I guess I would go with water.
If you're
down.
Right, well, there's
So that's what I
a-
still remember.
I did the water containers, but then I was
Yeah, I would-
the bottle of water.
I would agree that it's not in a light bulb, the person that
Mine
should
too,
also
I put, shading there
Put it in the water.
because I thought you
Put it in the
could.
water.
Yeah.
Right, that would agree. And then the other thing, again, some of
That was
it
just seemed like this was
is,
kind of.
we don't know for sure, so the video, I was, does that mean, can we transmit it? No, but it's just, the VHF is very high. Yeah, so it's just like, VHF are
So
challenge 4 or 5.
water containers is too high up.
I think it's not necessarily
So you wanna do 2 for that one?
See, that's what I got 3 as well.
Oh gosh, you guys are really cool.
We're down to basic survival, primary needs.
Alright, so that's how can we, I agree, I have, well, I have to be a page of 6, but.
Yeah, I know. I almost made that high, well, I did make it high, but I wasn't.
Again, I think a lot of it goes to,
I don't, yeah, I agree. That was-
something what that means.
I had that one way down. and
Now, the only thing though is,
Yeah, I do
if
too.
we're in the middle of the ocean,
Right.
even
I
if
have like
it's
2 different ways of trying to get
it's
some.
gonna be effective,
I
right? You
had
don't
sextant
know.
and t-shirt.
But it might
Yeah, I just
not.
would not have one.
So here's my question.
I'm okay with a water container and radio.
That was my rationale.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, first we need water, then if we could have a little bit of
Know how
heat.
you're.
covered.
So I
yeah,
knew those
see
have
that.
drove by.
That was my
Okay.
recommendation.
Or radio, either one.
Alright.
Wandered around and
I just
then
had mine
the
because I
psychological
wanted to.
sojourn. So I wandered around.
What about a rope? I had that one.
That's good, and waterproof boots.
Somebody close.
And fishing
You
rod.
get someone in and they fall.
That's the true opposite.
Yeah.
If they're close, I think the big thing.
I mean, I thought.
How far do I had?
What about fishing? It doesn't say if you have bait. I guess we can use some of your.
Or even, that's
If you have
maybe where
such
the
a lot of
how do you tell them where you're at?
The only thing I could think of you could do
You
is.
said rationally, because we don't know how soon the help will come.
You just don't even know what it is, right? I'd be
So what do you
like,
think for 6?
Well, and then.
Oh, what did you have for
Penguins.
Then go let it know on it.
And waterproof.
I do the waterproof.
alright.
Let's put the radio on. I'm okay.
It's so funny, I put water.
We don't have
You put radio 3.
Yeah, I was like, oh, and how much was
I would.
Well, but
I actually.
there's an assumption that
I would have that.
because if it is,
Because then, if someone falls overboard,
then it would float.
Either one.
Alright, so that'll be 5.
What-
And then everything
I mean, I think, I think what you can say is that sometimes you have more positions for these guys that we have.
Water tube.
Okay, so.
And 3, I'm the same way with the cushion as your back.
Yes, yeah, and then
Oh,
we
the
logo
beer.
this.
Okay,
At
yeah.
least, at least you can sit and record.
This is true. I might be there for a little while.
And then maybe this is on there.
Then I went to the mirror.
Right, and I have the new
Okay, what do you got for
so
4?
I wonder, see, okay, we've got a little bit of food. We've got a little bit of movies. Now we have water and food, now we want to see.
Also, if you're in the.
That was at 12.
You guys really should
And the other three are, I would do the 6, 15, charge 14.
What was 13?
13.
She had exposed last year. Oh my God.
Because you can only listen to them. Right? I mean, you couldn't communicate with them.
Yeah, you don't.
Well, and again, it goes to the assumption,
Microphone.
Any of those 3 for number.
See, I got emergency.
chocolate bars, because then I figured I need the chocolate bars in order to have bacon.
It's all based on-
Whatever.
Well, and those are
Alright.
basic.
So 6
That's gonna keep it
But-
going.
14 on the chart is 15 or maybe 14 on the chart.
Doesn't matter.
Where did we have it?
We're supposed to
That
be-
is the radio. And then 14 is what?
It just depends. I thought that the shark repellent, and that's where, well, you thought that you're floating still.
Yes.
And I,
I still don't know where you want to shut this
Oh, then we're gonna hear what the ghost says.
How do you?
If you can do that, then you want But I wonder if the sheet is pretty high.
Well, it is and it isn't. Yes, thank you.
Again, it's an assumption, we're very warm area.
I'm glad the water bottle.
I put it as 13. I got it. I was trying to eat it.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so-
Yeah, seriously.
I do know they have some.
Okay, so
I,
we gotta figure out for
I've
5.
What do you think about having the eight?
Oh, wait, let's do 4.
But mine is
Oh, okay. Oh, that's your
water.
extra.
Where have you got your water?
That's right.
All right, let's make it a 5.
But we still have the whether we wanna use the fishing rod or the shading rod.
Well, if we have the, so maybe the water.
I mean, you could just have
The only reason I think is
however
we
you
have
can.
one
They'll take
we
it.
need the fishing rod
Yeah.
for the radio so far, and we have our rations.
Yeah, so I had them next to each other. It's like, well, the fishing rod, if I can't, I don't
And
have
that's
fishing
what
rod, I
she-
do have chocolate
That's
bars.
what
It's
she
like
can
eating
use.
chocolate
I have
bars.
brown.
Let's do it. I was gonna do it.
I have brown.
Okay, so should we do that?
Yeah, number one.
Okay, that's what you said. was you-
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
Usually
Yes.
make that 5.
True.
Yes.
So then those go together with the water.
Yeah, I didn't think, there should not be mosquitoes,
I know,
yeah.
that's
you know.
what I'm
We're looking for 6.
So we still have,
See,
whatever
my
you
trouble
guys have
with
for
the
your
mirror,
before.
okay. But I thought of it too.
So we're looking at
So I just wanted to have it, when we do the boundary waters, we have it at.
Okay.
You bring them here.
Yeah, so she, we have this 5.
And where did you have?
For 6, I had a rope, but I couldn't talk about it. The only reason I had the rope was I figured some way to tie it.
These, you know, again, here's the assumption, the chart sextant means that we have some sort of propulsion.
Right, and
I think the rope is good. I have it as my number 5.
Yeah, if we don't have or water or sail.
Separate.
I guess you could.
And the skates.
Did a good job.
Never open.
Okay, so what's gonna be 6?
So you could use it as potentially as
Just
I have the
Like, what do you have next? Oh, yeah.
Because it's something that they don't.
What do you have? Where do you fish it?
Yeah, the only challenge though, if we're with a group of people, it's gonna be who's gonna.
Yeah, you wanna do rope first or fishing? I think those, either one of those would be good.
We have substitute hopefully our mission, so should we do the rope first to try to get out?
Do that. So then let's do fishing rods. Oh, good. Perfect. Okay, so now then, what do we have? Okay, so now we're at here.
I think that's a great idea. When you talk about it, I hadn't thought about it in that use.
Yeah, let's do that. Great. Oh, yeah. You guys.
I don't know. I had at this point, well.
You're right, you could keep
if we
dry
have,
leaves somehow.
way to eat and drink,
Okay, so let's do that for kids.
and we have a way to communicate with the mirror and maybe the radio. Then the next thing is, can you give us some strategy?
Which
How
wow,
about the
that's.
chocolate? I had an 8.
So I have the fourth one.
The chocolate is the problem.
I need the chocolate for sure, but also the other 2 that I have before that are can of peppers.
Yeah, well, I don't know, maybe we gotta take care of them. But the question I have, at the expense of the.
It doesn't tell you what about the boat.
Well, I just.
That's why I wanna get the group somewhere if we have it. We're very considerate.
It would like to light a fire, that'd also be another way of signal, you know, if you've got, you know.
Well, if we have a sea chart?
You're gonna be, we have to know where to be
Some
somewhere
later.
this much time figuring out
Yeah,
what
right,
to eat.
right. We'll be arguing
We're gonna be
over
last
it.
to
We have matches, we all have matches.
Okay,
So-
let's do this, because I think it'll help us. Let's go to the opposite of charts. These.
Okay.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna do one, then have to do
I'm in
That'd be
10. No, I need that.
chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
What did I have for 15?
Okay, so you wanna
The
go,
sextant I have, because I like the other times.
that's true.
Yeah, I don't care.
Should we put the sextant 15? Because
Because where did you have the sextant?
I had it at 10.
Okay. I definitely think their bottle of rum should come before the sextant, because I think so. Yeah, I mean, it's a disinfectant, right?
Prohibition. Oh, you're saying it has value. Oh, I thought you meant the other way.
I know, but you put it's a disinfectant, like if you get a cut or something, like a fish bite, the shark bites.
That's at some point you give up and say,
Okay,
or maybe,
I thought the petrol case
is that
I don't know, it's not too tough. That's right, so you need a cooker, you know, it's calm you down.
Okay, let's
Okay,
get
15.
If you did go to industrial island, then if you had gas, you could burn something, right? I mean, you could burn it.
14, that's fine.
But if you went
put the
to
rum
But
14,
where did you have
then
rum?
you'd have a.
I had it
You had it
13.
13, what did you have at 14?
14 I haven't been.
Oh, okay.
But I think the petrol is
Okay, well, seems like the chocolate bars are
Yeah,
definitely.
we can always eat raw.
So, let's see, what else?
Rum 14?
I had the shark repellent maybe 13. So yeah, I think rum.
14.
Well, now we're down to the net question, okay, sharp.
13.
Hey, you guys are gonna be so disappointed. You don't know what I'm like, and I
You've experienced this is the price that your children pay when this savage
And I have this little one thing so I was thinking during the day, there's not this thing on the water ones that are really at night, you know, the water don't get that.
Right.
Okay, I
I
put.
think you'd be able to catch fish.
They're reckless.
Just for the kind of fish to catch a shark with.
Yeah, but it's a good point, and you're using it for something, just like you did.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you want to do 13? Is that
Oh,
because I think 14 was fine.
I think the shark repellent, shark repellent, you don't need.
Yeah, let's put the sea chart.
Fridays are actually.
Well, but we don't need the shark repellent.
Fridays are
I don't
usually.
think it is. Well, I don't even know what it is.
I don't know.
It's a sea chart.
It's a,
If you know your location and you're looking for plants that are gonna give you somewhere, and I know you're close, then you keep heading west, you keep heading south.
And maybe we can
but
figure
the
out
other
how to
thing
use
that
the
makes a
sex.
presumption of.
Are you guys done? Is everybody done?
Everybody's done.
I was just gonna say, I thought that this.
I don't know how you did that
We
first.
had a lot of leadership going on.
I don't know how you did that first activity with the one word thing.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Oh, I had it five, it's a dual concession. I can do it.
Chocolate bars, sea chart, wine palm, and the contract, put it in one place, because I have
Accidentally said.
So that's the only reason I.
It sounds scary.
So should we make it 12 then?
I think it's valuable. I have it at 7.
All right, what do you got the mosquito net?
8. I have that as 8.
And you got 13 and I got 14.
Okay, so you want to do the mosquito net next?
Do that as 12.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you good with that? 12. See, what's happening right now is we are paving because we're just.
Yeah.
I think once they're done.
So with the compensation, it's getting short. I just know
It's supposed to go to 10:15.
That's trying to sell my ice cream.
So are we still working backwards?
I said, are you sure there were only 3?
So,
Well, I'd say the most important thing is flat. There's probably
yeah, I think that's where I have it high up.
And so we went 8, so
So that was
9.
9. Yep. Pepper was 9.
And
And
it's,
then we have a sea chart and chocolate.
I feel like they're close. I don't want to get involved in a big ice cream discussion.
presuming we have some kind of control or, let's make the C chart. If you got something.
Okay. We do it right.
Liz, do your kids, they run cross country?
And then,
The whole
Well, my older son is at Madison now.
Yeah, so, but we're not gonna do. Oh, stop it. Are you kidding me?
And we got a ringer in here.
Cause Barb, cause I have the list over there, right? But I said, I promise you, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not.
I don't believe
It's on a
you.
separate page. And she goes, well, why don't you just give it to me for safekeeping? Okay. What time are we supposed to be done with this? We just made up all the time.
It's hard.
15, 10, 15.
Oh, we're doing it, we're good.
So the next step is my
This is not, we're not gonna do it like this. We're gonna do Coast Guard rankings here. And this is Holbrook.
So do you think he'll go off? Or?
Should we sit back down in our normal seats or do we wanna stay together as groups? Should we stay together as groups? Let's stay together as groups.
Oh, smart to have you.
Got it.
That's good feedback. You don't get your check.
It would not surprise me if we see the day.
Oh, are we? Okay.
I realize I'm not John
Well, literally on the back of the phone.
My head was, literally it was, my head was just probably a foot from the camera. So, no, literally, and I'm like, oh yeah, and I looked at him, I'm like, oh my gosh, is that accurate? Oh yeah, your head is right in it, just there.
So my my younger one is still getting off the sheet.
You didn't say anything?
No, he did. No, he did really casually. He was like, yeah, your head is just right there.
Soccer, and she is,
Oh my god.
she has on track. I don't know if she's gonna do it this year. But
My daughter did something
I'd like to see them all, I'd like to see them all combined, it'd be fun to see.
Oh yeah, well, we're gonna do that. Well, I wish we had copies to give you guys.
Where did you put the navigation equipment?
yeah.
This
Yeah, the team
section.
now too.
For
Yeah,
us?
you know how to use it.
Golf.
You said they get like 80 kids.
Where did you put the navigation equipment?
The only thing we have is the section.
Okay,
So we put it last.
Let's see how Mr. Military did.
well, not only that.
I know, I did read that. I thought it was unfair.
You don't have wars, you're at the mercy of the wind, so what gets this navigation equipment?
We're gonna turn that nap that we got.
So you did what you say.
Like number 1.5.
It's all based on the information going in,
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
It's fine to have a radio if you have like.
End it off with a chart.
What if it's a battery? Or a battery.
Well, right, and I'm like, what's page up? Can I?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't realize you could fish with that.
I didn't know we were supposed to.
I did not know that.
But they had to tell our showed you do. Okay, so, to get, this last part is probably gonna take us a little bit of time, so I wanna make sure we give ourselves enough time. And I think this activity is supposed to be done at 10:15, is that right? Okay. So it says on the chart that the next thing is Coast Guard ranking. We do have the Coast Guard ranking, but we're not gonna look at it right now.
Oh.
And I was just informed that we have an ex-Coast
No.
Guard.
No, we don't.
No? I thought we had an unfair advantage having you here, so, okay, good. But what the next step is for all of us to come back together as a whole group. And I think it's good for us to stay in our small groups because we can give each other support as a small group. But now we want to take that column 3 and try to come up with an absolute whole group consensus around the rankings. So let's start out with saying, what did you guys come up with your number 1 item?
Emergency rations.
Okay, and how about you guys?
Water container.
The water container. And we came up with, what was our number 1?
The radio.
The radio. All right, so we have emergency rations, water container, and the radio.
We
Okay.
assumed the water container was empty.
That's what I thought too.
Well, it probably is, but if it rains and we don't have one, then
You got
we're toast.
3 days.
Yep. I think we did put the water container as second, so,
We did too.
Yep.
okay.
Maybe
So,
the rations are second.
Yes, because you can go longer without food, but then water.
We were optimists. We thought if we have a radio, we're gonna call for help and.
Yeah, you're
somebody will
assuming you
come.
could call out.
So we
with a
won't need
radio.
water or food.
I think Denise was really fully expecting to be rescued. I didn't have anybody know where I am.
We're just trying to survive.
I'm like, put the fishing pole on there, I'm going fishing.
Yeah, I'm planning for the long haul. 60
Yeah.
days, let's see, I don't know.
So we will find out what the Coast Guard?
Yes, there is an absolute list. They ranked them for us, so we will get that at the end. There is a correct answer. So, I don't know,
Recommended
team
answer.
3 here, can we put the radio aside and maybe go with either the water bottle, the water container, or the rations, or what do you think as number 1?
One thing that came up with us on the radio, and in a lot of these items, that you have to make an assumption with it, because you don't know exactly. When it says a VHF radio, it might just be something that you receive signals that you can't necessarily send
That's what we were
signals.
thinking.
And if it is something that you can't send signals, it doesn't do us a whole lot of good.
Although it might help your mood if you can get it.
See, what's interesting, process-wise,
If you can-
is you just raised the question, should we concede and go with the water container? I had that down as 1 anyway, so it's no concern.
Rations might contain a water bottle, however, it doesn't say what's in the rations.
That's true.
This is true.
Yep. But might is a strong word. I still say water 3 days, food a week.
So we have to go through the whole list and figure out.
Just like,
I don't know if 10:15 is gonna cut
Well,
it.
I mean,
let's put something down and get
I
it
don't know,
done.
maybe you guys did this too, we kinda took 3 at a time to see if there was any consensus around a section of 3.
If we're close.
If we were close, and that did help, I think. So we have a little bit of consensus around 1 being either rations or water container. And we have water container as number 2, so I think I think we would be okay with having water container be number 1.
Sure.
Is that something everyone can be comfortable with? Okay, so put that in column 3, that water container is gonna be our number 1 now.
And then rations are 2.
And then we can do rations
Yep.
as number 2. Is that good? Are we good with
Yeah.
that? Okay.
And then radio, what did you guys have for radio?
We had radio as our number 1 as a group.
You had it number 3.
We had it as
Did 13.
13.
Oh, so you're pretty sure that's
Wow.
not transmit anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about number 4? What did you guys have for number 4?
Well, what did you guys have for number 3?
Petrol.
Oh.
A question though,
interesting.
before we do that, where you look at the radio, does anybody know anything about radios?
Nope.
Cause what I'm wondering here, can they
Little
pick
bit.
you up and where you're at?
Yeah, that's
You have
yeah.
to, the assumption you have to make is, do you have a power source? Before you even worry about transmitting or receiving. 'Cause if you don't have a power source, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if
Battery.
you're up to code, it should have batteries in it in order to leave.
Where is the radio? Like it's on
Again,
the
it's all what you assume.
Mark,
Yeah,
I'm the radio guy.
Well, Bob had a good suggestion for the petrol. I just assumed that if you're in a lifeboat, why do you need that? But he said you could use it to boil the water if you didn't have fresh water. So I thought that was
Oh,
good.
good point.
And some of these radios actually have solar charging on them.
What do you
But
going
it
to
didn't
radio?
say that, so.
We had bottled rum in there as well at number 4.
Yes.
Because it comes, we're assuming it comes in a glass bottle, right? So a glass bottle you can heat up.
After you drank the rum.
No, after you
It was more
disinfected all
just
your
on
cuts from the.
that idea of you need fresh water. So you gotta figure out, if you're not gonna have rain,
Yeah.
so you gotta figure out a way to boil water, to
Well,
boil the salt out.
one thing we said was maybe we could use a sheet to somehow collect or get seawater and then let the salt evaporate or something and then have it
Yeah.
drip into
Oh,
the
that's a good,
container.
yep, that's good.
Yeah.
Very
We also
good.
talked about the possibility of the sheet being used as a sail.
Yeah, yeah, I think the sheet would be really important.
So then you'd want your fishing
Um,
rod back to hoist your sail.
Okay, so we have to get back to 3. What are we gonna, what can we agree that we want to be our number 3 thing? We actually have for our number 3, the floating seat cushion. Because if we're gonna be out there, we wanna be comfortable.
So somebody, we're mad at somebody, so we send them out?
You go out there.
Cause I had that.
I think we viewed it more as kind of like a life.
Yeah.
Additional life
So then
saving,
I
if
had that
something
pretty
happens to
high
boat.
We had that tie too.
until Mark said, cause I said, what if the boat gets a hole? He's like, who's gonna get the cushion? I'm like, okay, never mind.
Oh, cause there's more than one of us.
Whoever
It's
is
a whole
sitting
group
at
of us
it.
on it.
Yeah, right.
Oh my gosh, that's a really good point. Huh.
Whoever drank all of it.
Okay, what did you guys have for your number 3 again? The
Petrol.
petrol. And what did you guys have for your number 3?
The radio. So, but you know this
And
radio
we-
doesn't transmit, or you just assuming you don't know if you have power? I'm assuming that before we grab the radio, we make sure to have power.
Depends on how your boat went down. or how
Yeah,
you
but
left
don't
it.
you know, and again, this is a big assumption, if this is a life boat, there were certain provisions in there, and that's what this represents.
If we do have matches.
So they're not gonna give you a faulty radio.
So our matches,
We have matches that said we all have matches, so.
so maybe that's leading that we should pick the petrol.
Well, you guys had emergency rations number 1, correct?
Yeah.
We had it number 2. Where did your group have emergency rations?
We
4.
actually had it as 4. but-
Seems like one of the top. I mean, if you average
Yeah.
the score.
I think we agree.
I think it's number 2. We just put,
Yeah, we
we
have
put the
rations
water
as 2 as
container as
well.
1
Okay.
and the emergency rations as 2. So we're trying to figure out number 3. And it sounds like we aren't convinced with the radio.
Everybody had seat cushion up really high, right? Should we do
No,
that?
because who's gonna
No,
get the
they
cushion?
didn't, where was your petrol? Where petrol? Where
Well,
was
we
that?
had
Yeah,
our-
but if somebody falls out of the boat, you can always throw in the
Right.
cushion.
Well, in
You
rope,
got a
Jen had
chance.
rope up way high.
Or carrying.
I had rope in mine.
Yeah, compassion.
Yeah.
Alright, so we had the, where'd you guys have the petrol?
We had petrol as number 9. We had the waterproof sheet as number 5, the next one in line.
I think the sheet's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
So
The
you could
sheet's a good
somehow
one.
get
What's that?
yourself out of the sun too, like
That's a
and
good
be
one.
out there for a while.
Should we do that for 3?
You have water, you have food,
think
you
we're
can be out in
saying-
the sun and water.
We might
See, I
have
still
water,
think,
right? We don't
because
know if we have
Denise
water.
she did a lot of selling with us on that radio. And I think long-term, whether it's a week, a month, that radio might be very, very useful.
It all goes to the assumption. If it can
If it
send
works,
signals,
yeah.
then it's valuable. If not, it isn't.
I was being optimistic.
Clearly. You don't need water, you don't need food.
Just phone a friend.
Hate that radio.
Going to right.
Well, if you have
Okay.
water and you have food, the next thing, if you come from that Maslow hierarchy, you need some type of shelter, so
Yeah.
maybe do the sheet net.
I think the sheet is a good one.
Okay.
I really do.
So, but
All
can-
right.
That for the
Okay.
water anyway.
I'm good with doing the sheet next, but we can't assume we have water, right? We have a
No.
container, we don't know if it's rained.
Well, the
or
sheet
if
will
it's
help you
going to rain.
can help you condense water into
Mhm.
a container, so. Then you
Sheet
wouldn't
is
have to have
3.
rain, cause
Okay.
sometimes you don't have rain for a long time,
Right.
so.
I think, so
Yep.
3, we'll put the waterproof sheet as number 3.
Now
And
we're
then,
at 4.
do you guys wanna do the can of petrol for number 4?
We had the shaving mirror fairly high.
Oh, yeah.
That's another.
I had that as my personal number 2, but as a group, we put it as number 8.
Only because we were so sure the radio was coming.
I know,
Right.
I just thought for signaling, like if a plane came by, you could try to get their attention
Right.
with it or something.
Right.
Assuming
Or you could start a
positive
fire
intent
with the sun, kind of
of
thing.
your radio. That radio's gonna work.
You can move the mirror up.
So put mirror for 4? Sure.
Are you guys okay with that?
We had it
Yeah,
as
we
four.
had
Oh, you had it as
Aye.
4?
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay, alright, let's do the mirror
And
as
then
4.
do
Are
we wanna
good with
talk
that?
about the petrol, because we have an expert who,
Okay, so
One
petrol's number 5.
Sure.
Are we good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
but then do we need the rum?
Why,
Rum, we
why
need the
again,
rum.
the petrol is to boil water, you said.
Right.
Right.
Right, 'cause we have
That was just
matches.
the idea, if
Or
we rig
cook a
something
bird
up.
if we have to.
But
cook
you've
a bird.
already, but based on how you've done 1, 2, 3, you may have already solved your water, if you're planning on If the
Right.
plan is to, if
Collecting
you're going down
some-
that road, you may not need.
Well, you can put the rum in the water container too.
Yeah.
Well, the waterproof sheet, if it rains, you've got a way to collect water. And even if we somehow figure out a way to do, like Denise was suggesting, the seawater in there that evaporates, the salt evaporates and it drips down or something.
Condensation,
Yeah.
So
Okay,
give
so
us a
what's- we're
rundown
giving five
of where we're at.
Okay, so far we have the water container is number 1, the emergency rations is number 2, waterproof sheet is number 3, the shaving mirror is number 4, and a can of petrol is number 5.
Should we do rum next?
So we have rum as like 14. We did not think it was, other than like antiseptic, it's probably not all that.
Well, okay, so but then,
Painkiller.
that was the reason we were doing the petrol, is to use the empty bottle to boil water. So if we don't need to do that anymore, we don't need the petrol either.
Yeah, it kinda went hand in hand.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think Bob's
In our
point was, if
assumption.
we're, if we have potentially addressed the water issue, because boiling the seawater is gonna be, it's gonna be difficult, but, we can do it. It's not gonna be very efficient, but maybe if we have enough, we'll hope for rain and condensation, that we should put the petrol low on the list.
And are we totally like skipping the radio?
I'm with you.
It's all-
I know.
I do.
I really
I
think-
think you
Well,
guys have
it's an
convinced us, we
emergency
had it as our
radio.
number 1, but I think you've kind of convinced us that it's not as valuable as we
Well, we had
originally.
it
I'm
as our
not
number
convinced.
3, but
Oh, you're not convinced?
No.
Oh, well then
No,
let's
no,
put
I
radio.
moved radio up.
she used to be convinced.
Well, let's make it.
Mine
the-
was
let's-
2 initially at my own.
Oh, so let's make the radio number 6 then.
Awesome.
Well, what's number 3?
Would you want
We had
Five?
5
We're
as the
talking about
petrol.
Five is the
Are we
petrol.
still
But if
fine
you
with
Then I
that?
think we decided we don't need the petrol.
But I think the petrol, we have it pretty high, well, I guess we have it at 9, but,
So maybe you just want to do the bottle of rum and not the petrol, right?
well, I'm
Because you
thinking
get a
it's.
glass bottle with that as well.
I'm thinking the petrol is another way to signal an ongoing, like if you could light it, you could set a fire, you could get a signal, you could cook something with it.
The only, what are you burning with, with
Yeah, what are you burning
gasoline?
with it? That was a question I had
A
too.
can isn't gonna last that long, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know how big it is, but I'm just, yeah, I don't know if we have enough. It's just a consideration, to know if we have enough to, what are we gonna burn?
Yeah. Well, I think we were, I think we were thinking we were gonna
about
make it to
sushi.
a small island and probably
Right,
dry
yeah.
leave.
Yeah, we talked
Yeah.
about that too.
Yeah. If you make it somewhere, I think it
Yeah.
seems like it would make sense.
So where are we at?
Okay,
5
so are
petrol
we
or is 5
backtracking
radio?
a little? I thought we had decided
Petrol.
we were gonna do a can of petrol as number 5, but are we maybe rethinking that?
I think so.
I'd go with the
Because of the
radio
water.
at least ahead of that. Radio
Radio
becomes
five?
So you guys
five.
want radio as number 5 instead? Are we good with that?
That's way lower
like
than
we
I think it should
Bob, are
be.
you okay with that?
Absolutely.
The radio is 5, and then,
It's
no,
not
you're
gonna
not
matter
supposed to
at
just.
this point.
He's like, we're all dead anyway, we're all dead.
Toast, I did.
Do you guys want the can of petrol as number 6? Or,
If you're foregoing the water idea, for me, I would do the rum next, only because it does, you do then have an antiseptic for if someone would get hurt.
we put
And painkiller.
rum as 14.
Well, but did you know what the antiseptic?
Yeah,
I didn't know what that part was.
yeah.
Is it 151? Are we talking about?
We just
Bob.
That is my assumption.
I think if you're in the ocean, it would be more.
It's probably Captain
A little darker.
Okay, so.
Alright, so rum for 6?
Okay, we're gonna put rum for 6.
And then, and then
Okay, this is.
petrol is
We have
7.
6 for us, our number 6 is a rope.
Ours is a fishing rod.
Yeah, I've got fishing rods right up there too.
Our 6 was
Especially
a
with
rope
the
also.
sail.
Yeah.
6 was a roll.
So what is your idea of the use of the rope?
I think it was kind of just multiple ideas.
Mhm.
It
That was
seems
just-
like once you get to about 6 in the ranking, then
You have someone who can't swim, so you throw out the rope. You have someone plops
Can
on
tie
the
stuff
cushion,
down.
you
Mhm.
throw the rope out, something,
Yeah.
yeah, it's
if you went with the
multi-purpose.
sail idea, you could split the threads or the
Yeah,
rope.
it's like a
and you could-
multi-purpose use.
Yeah, you hit high seas, you can tie everything up so you don't lose it all overboard.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
We were thinking food.
Yeah, let's do this, cause it, you know, in the interest of time, what's the least valuable item you got? What are you gonna give a 15 to?
I thought
Sexton.
shark repellent was the least.
Oh, is that what?
Yeah.
That's what we
We had the sextant, yeah.
Oh,
We
no,
put-
I think
no, we
had
put sextant. That
yeah.
was high up on my
We
personal
had that
list,
on a.
but-
Because we don't know how to
It was
use
15
it.
on my
It was,
personal.
really, it was 5 on mine, then it was 15, we did last for our group.
I think, well, I just think with the sextant, we don't know how to use it, so.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
what
how
we had it
useful
low
it'd be,
too.
Yeah.
15?
Well, we had it as a 9.
Okay, so I
I
don't
don't know
know
how
if
to use it,
switching
but
to
we
the
can.
least important is helpful right now. I mean, maybe we could do that one, but let's try to,
So 7 would
let's
be.
just keep going with the same. We still have,
Six was
we
wrong.
still have to
Yeah,
decide
Sarah
what
says
number
the
6
rum,
is
but
gonna be.
Sarah hates, she does not like the rum, I can tell.
I
She
thought
does
I
we
had,
not
not
no,
like it.
for my personal, I had it as number 10, so I totally agree, but we as a group said 14, so I'm okay with, yeah, I would put the rum as number 5, you know, that'd be
So
fine.
we're okay with keeping rum at 6?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do that?
Yep.
So now we're
So
on to
rum is
7.
6.
So
Then rope, do we wanna do rope for 7?
Are we just deciding that the petrol isn't necessary anymore?
Well, I think the rum can, you can have one of them, the petrol, you can burn stuff with the rum too.
Okay, so
Somebody's
fishing
supposed to
rod?
do one.
For number 7, fishing rod?
or rope.
Or rope,
Or
or
rope,
or
or-
seat
I think
cushion?
let's go with the rope because I think the fishing rod we don't know if it has a line and if we need to take apart the rope to make a line.
Okay, so the rope is more valuable than a fishing rod. So that's 7?
Yeah.
Okay, then do you wanna do fishing rod 8?
Yes.
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, fishing rod 8. Okay, so what we have left is shark repellent, chocolate bars, floating cushion, a sea chart, the sextant, the can of petrol, and mosquito net.
So we had our chocolate bars pretty close to max.
Because I didn't know you could fish with them.
What?
I didn't know that either.
Who said you could fish with them? I've never heard that. Really?
Mhm.
Chocolate bars?
Yeah.
Even
Oh
if you
my
have
gosh.
rations, you can fish too.
What if you're in the
Yeah.
tropics and they're like chocolate
Soup.
sauce?
You
They're
can
gonna
fish
melt.
with
The thing we
You
would
just
need
need
to
to-
decide is, where are we at with that assumption on that radio? Because if we're assuming we can get out, if we can call out on the radio, then the sextant and the sea chart become
Right.
valuable. If we're assuming we can't, then the sextant and the sea chart don't matter, cause you can't tell anybody where you are anyway.
Good point.
But if we're trying to get ourselves somewhere with our hands, it means we have nothing else. Isn't it good to have a chart? But you have to know where you are.
It's a long way to go with your hands.
But what if we have a sale?
Oh, yes.
Maybe, that's
Okay,
back
the
to.
Oh, we
sail
have-
with the fishing rod and the sheet,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
And
The
you're
rope.
on there and you knew where you were if you, yeah, if you have a radio, you're right. It all depends on if you're going to assume the radio works or not. Then you find a current and you go with the flow.
The basic level, if the radio works, then your map and your sextant become valuable.
And if it doesn't work, you don't care.
No, because you're not
Okay,
gonna
but
be able to
sail-
make.
If you have the
we
function,
put it as number
you get
5, so we
somewhere.
assume it is gonna do something for us.
Well, we hope it is. I mean, there's
We
always the hope.
We
right?
put it as number 5, so then, because we put it at number 5, should we maybe consider the, C chart next?
In my mind, if you did that, then those become more important and the rest of this stuff drops lower. If not, then those two drop lower.
I think we were thinking that first you have to take care of survival, so you have water and food. And then the next is to try to call for help.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next is try to get somewhere.
Yep, that seems reasonable.
So calling for help, we have the radio in the mirror.
Yeah.
To be able to get somewhere, we're gonna need
And we have
the sea chart.
right.
Are there many mosquitoes at sea?
I don't think so.
No.
But like Tina said, what
Oh,
about
yeah.
for
For fishing.
Or
Right.
flies, or
Uh-huh.
for fishing?
Well, for
Sure, I
fishing,
think
there are some
for getting food.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those little minnows that come to the top.
There you go.
So then the chart and the sextant, are we saying that we're gonna try to get somewhere? No?
Or
Or
that
do
we're
we still
not?
need to get more?
they're
What
gonna
about
put
the-
shark repellent.
15.
There we put that last.
Yeah, we put that at 13.
Can we make that 15?
Sure.
Sure. Shark repellent 15?
Yep.
Okay. So now we're down to chocolate bars, seat cushion, C-chart, sextant, petrol, and mosquito net. I kind of feel like, so let's see. We had for, at least for our group, the highest of those left is the can of petrol.
The highest, like least important? Or?
Well, except for the floating seat
Yeah, the
cushion, which we
cushion, I
had as
feel like
number
the-
3.
Yeah, we had that as 3 as well, the cushion.
Did you?
Mhm.
I mean, if something does happen to your boat,
Yeah.
it does help.
I do
mean,
think the seat cushion is valuable.
So the seat cushion be 9?
Yes,
Yeah.
fine with that.
we do 9 seat cushion, okay. So then we have chocolate bars, sextant, can of petrol, and mosquito net.
C-chart.
Oh, and C-chart, sorry.
So we probably have taken care of our food needs, right? As much as we would want the chocolate bars.
So that, to me, I think we talked about trying to get somewhere, and so that would be the C chart and the sextant.
Okay, we have
Navigation.
the sextant as 15 because we have no idea how to use it. What did you guys have?
We
it
had it
as?
as
9?
We had them close together,
Mm.
but they were far back because we didn't know how to use
And we've given up on the idea that the mosquito net and the can of petrol would be useful in some way.
well, no, because we could use the net.
Yeah, I think the mosquito net would be.
it. Should we wanna
We
do
could catch
mosquito
fish
net
with
for
it, maybe.
10?
I think the mosquito net is kind of important, personally.
We had a 10.
What do you guys think? Are you guys comfortable with that?
Yep.
Yep.
So then maybe what if I hear both of you guys saying that the C chart and the sextant would go together? So do you wanna put those together like as 11 and 12 or something?
Sure.
Are you guys fine with that? Does anybody have any thoughts about that?
So we had the C-chart first because we thought we might understand that better.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what we had.
that makes sense to me. So can we put that as 11? And then the sextant as 12? Okay, so now we just have the can of petrol and the chocolate bars.
Wow.
I know.
Maybe, remembering we have rations and we have the capacity to catch fish.
So we want
So
the
chocolate last.
Petrol.
Can't believe
Chocolate
we're
is 14 and petrol is 13.
Okay, I'm good with that. Are you guys good with that?
Yep.
All right.
Can you read the
Dun,
answers?
dun, dun. Nice work, everybody.
Surely.
We all
At
died.
what point is that?
Oh, it's sitting here right in front of me this whole time, Mark.
Oh, dang.
Right.
Mark, I'm so disappointed in you.
Okay. Oh my God. So, we are so gonna die. All right, so take the next column where, the column 3, it said, the Coast Guard ranking is actually gonna be your column 4. So here we go, write them down. Number 1, shaving mirror. Number 2, can of petrol. Number 3, water container. And it does give reasons, so you want me to read the reasons? So a shaving mirror says one of your most powerful tools because you can use it to signal your location by reflecting the sun. The can of petrol, again, potentially vital for signaling as petrol floats on water and can be lit by your matches. You don't need a fire or twigs or anything, you just put it out on the water and light it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3, the water container, essential for collecting water to restore your lost fluids. Number 4 is emergency rations, valuable for basic food. Number 5, plastic sheet. Could be used for shelter or to collect rainwater. So that's the waterproof sheet. Number 6, chocolate bars. Handy food supply. Number 7, fishing rod. Potentially useful, but there is no guarantee that you're able to catch fish. It could also feasibly double as a tent pole. What number am I on? Is this
8.
Rope. handy for tying equipment together, but not necessarily vital for survival. Number 9, floating seat or cushion,
Get that one
useful as a
right.
life preserver. Number 10, shark repellent, potentially important when in the water. Is this number 11? Okay, number 11 is the bottle of rum. Could be useful as an antiseptic for treating injuries, but will only dehydrate you if you drink it. Number 12 is the radio. Chances are you're out of range of any signal anyway. Sea chart is the next one. Is that 13? Is worthless without any navigational equipment. So sea chart, if you can't move yourself, like it said, you can't move any particular direction, you can't really do anything. The mosquito net is 14, sorry. Assuming that you've been shipwrecked in the Atlantic, where there are no mosquitoes, this is pretty much useless. I was totally gonna go fishing with it. And then number 15 is the sextant. It says it is impractical without relevant tables or a chronometer. That's it. So how did we do?
We're dead.
We're
Yeah,
dead.
better
It's
than
the
we
radio
do.
petrol that did it.
So so then it just has a few final words here. The ideal scenario is for teams to arrive at a consensus decision where everyone's opinion is heard. However, that doesn't always happen naturally. Sometimes more assertive people get more attention, and less forthright team members can feel intimidated and don't always speak up, particularly when their eyes are different from the popular view. Where discussions are one-sided, try to draw quieter people in so that everyone is involved, and explain why you're doing this so people can learn from it. Oh, I guess that's for facilitating this activity.
So much for the radio.
So it says, what kind of big differences do you notice between your individual ranking and the small group ranking and the large group ranking?
Well, I would think one of the things that stands out is you're typically influenced by the group.
It's helpful to hear different perspectives, like this group with the fishing pole for the sail. I mean, we talked about different uses, but not for the sail.
Yeah.
And the rope for the fishing pole if you needed it.
Right. Yeah, it was really helpful first individually you're on your own, you're like, okay, I'm just making a wild guess at this, kind of. But then as a group, we did kind of come up with different ideas.
Well, and I think I keep going back to the petrol, because you guys had that at what?
3.
So
And it's 2.
there are times I think when we're pretty certain we maybe want to talk more, like maybe want to listen to me.
Where did we have petrol?
I didn't know you could dump that on the ocean.
You know,
Yeah, I didn't either.
You know what's kind of interesting is that if you look at what you did individually, and then what happened to you when you got in groups of 3, and when you got everybody in, were you better off at which level?
I think I was better off at the small group.
That's where we were better
Yeah.
too. Or I was better too. Not much, but for sure mine alone was the worst. But you could see too where we kind of, after a while, we're like, whatever, just put it down. And that's what we talk about, consensus, don't give up. Keep pushing to get the right
Although,
thing.
a factor I think that fits in toward the end, after a while, especially because this is artificial, you say, okay, let's just finish. Well, we want to be done by 10:15. Now maybe in the real thing that was significant or important, maybe put up more.
I think
fuss.
Bob would have been way more adamant about that petrol.
But I think it comes down to, I think a big role is it comes down to your assumptions. What's the activity trying to get at is what can you agree are the closest assumptions to what the reality is, and then can you make decisions based on that?
What would Tom Hanks do?
Volleyball wasn't an option.
But I think that's where we were furthest off, was where we were making assumptions that weren't necessarily correct.
Mhm.
So the radio, we said, well, maybe it has that capability, we get that assumption.
But it seems like a simple way to survive, right? It seems like, of course you want that.
Regardless, it's a great
Yeah, that's
simulation.
good. I think we did pretty well on the top 5. So the top 5 are shaving mirror, can of petrol, water container, emergency rations, and plastic sheet. Now, I don't think our whole group came up with that exact order, but I think most of those top 5 are there. And I think that came from all the discussion that we had. Because I think when individually we were not necessarily all quite on the same page that way, but the only one we really kind of got off, I think, was the can of petrol. And I think maybe we hadn't thought about the idea that you could just put it out on the water and light it. Yeah. Yeah. And so I think we were kind of thinking, what are the different uses for this can of petrol? What would we do with it? And I know when we were talking in our small group, it was like we were afraid we were gonna light the boat on fire. Like, it sounds kind of scary, I don't want that around.
The other type of thing for me that I think about is, so for this activity, what we're using to base it against is the Coast Guard's recommendations, right? So would it look different if you had a survivalist group, that would they choose the same things, and what would their reasoning be? And then to what level do we agree with what the Coast Guard said? This is the order we would put it in.
Right.
That in this context, that's something to think about, is because right now what we're doing is saying, well, we went off the Coast Guard, and so we're trusting
Right,
that
that's true. That's true.
that's what we should do, and do we then take the next step and go, okay, if that's what they say, how does that compare to
Right.
a different set of experienced group members?
Right.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, is that the right authority? You know, if that's the source of the right answer. Yeah. Well, and I think the other thing that's helpful to notice is just that as a whole group, it took us a lot longer, you know. Well, I don't know, it took us kind of a long time as a small group too. But there's just the more people we have, the more discussion, more different ideas there are, that takes longer to kind of really make sure everybody's perspective is being given a chance to be heard and, you know, to be a part of the whole conversation. I think we did okay.
Yeah, I think it was good.
Yeah.
That's good, really good job.
Thanks for bringing that.
That's a good one.
All right. Well, we're done a little bit early, so do you want to
We'll
take
need
it?
the time later, so let's take a 15 right now. We got here at 10:20.
Just a
And the
quick break.
restrooms are right outside the door.
Okay.
10:20. Yeah.
Now I just wanna go on vacation.
And what?
A lot of
We're gonna go home.
Sorry.
Well, I would like to see that. Yeah, that would be interesting.
I actually do work for
Waiting.
says all of her students are online, but she's available.
A couple other classes that
Why do they have that?
Yeah.
They'll be doing on the first of real break. It's gonna be a full agenda now that we're doubling down.
The less they have to physically.
Should we and rent out rooms and be a story?
I think they just.
It's been fun for a while.
Yeah, right? If they want something. Yeah. Well, that's just it. I just think it's. Yeah.
not what I meant by cleaner. We have two different definitions.
I've kind of taken the being a lower row and a big parcel up into lower.
Even so my kids are, they graduated at 13.
No, I like
13 and
that.
15.
Ice cream.
And, it took me a little bit, but into high school, I'm like, okay, my high school experience is much closer to my.
Hey, is, anybody running besides Dan Keel? You know?
I don't know.
I know he signed up, he's gonna run again.
That was only.
Yeah, being 13
I have not talked to them.
Okay, yeah, I called him one night, and he said he's running,
Not necessarily.
but I worry about this Mike Graves. You know Mike?
I don't know, but I
Oh, that's right, yeah, you do, don't you? Yeah.
But yeah, so he's told me about it, but
Last time, when Dan ran, they put out, Mike Graves put out the last flyer. So John McPherson and I and a couple others, we had to hurry up and get Dan to do a flyer. Then we all went out on Sunday and Monday and distributed the flyers.
There may be.
And I want to avoid that. you know?
yeah, right. I don't, it feels to me like maybe, right, you know, I mean, so, to me,
Mike Graves.
I think that, I haven't heard much about him recently.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
I agree. That's what bothers me.
Yeah, right, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I haven't heard so.
Because 3 years ago, it was just the last minute thing I worry about that. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I hope he doesn't, you know.
Right, I know, yeah, Dan does a great job.
Yeah, oh, he does a fantastic
Well, that's the next thing we're gonna do. Help him.
Okay, we're gonna call everybody back together and move on to some of our school board operating questions and lead discussion.
Okay. So as we had kind of worked in our small group, this next section is comprised of governance role of the board as well as code of ethics. So in your materials you have kind of our MSBA to start with. We'll just go with the beginning, which is the governance model from MSBA. We kind of collectively, unanimously agreed that this is a wonderful model to kind of start from. You know, governance is a topic that comes up quite a bit amongst board members and with the community as well as staff. So we felt kind of strongly that this is should be probably the first kind of document that we look at. And just for the purposes of this next block of time, I think, you know, I think we're gonna cover some tough issues, so we really just wanna make this pretty open-ended, conversational. This isn't gonna be a presentation. You know, what are our thoughts on the governance model as pertains to how we operate here in Stillwater, and then we can also, we'll move on to the role of the board as well as code of ethics after that. So, I think that's kind of how, you know, we thought we'd start it out and, you know, make comments, thoughts, kind of as we go along.
So we're on the wheel right now.
Yep, the board governance model, this first student achievement in the center.
So any questions or comments or anything on this?
Well, I just would like to comment, I would like to see us talk about that more in board meetings. I kind of went back over the last year and I saw very little, like what's happening with our MCA scores. I would like that to be something that comes up more.
So yeah, you're talking about the fact that the student achievement piece is right at the center of
Right.
everything. And I do feel like, I agree with you, sometimes we it feels like we're off, talking about lots of other things, but we could be more intentional about making sure we're keeping that more in the center of everything we do.
Yeah. I don't think it has to be limited to MCA scores either.
Right.
Other forms of assessment, particularly world's best workforce, those sort of things is one of the standards there obviously is all kids will be able to read proficiently by 3rd grade or at least, and then we qualify a little bit by the end of 3rd grade, but to me that's very relevant, very pertinent.
But I think people do look at it.
And should.
Right, I think it's a good point because we use them, but at the same time, you know, we talk about how do we want to measure, because I don't think any of us love standardized tests. But then how do we measure? How do we know if our kids are doing what we want them to be doing, what we set out to make decisions about? I think that's where we get stuck. Sometimes is that we don't want our standardized tests to be, that's not who we are, I think, as a school district. But then how are we making sure they're meeting those goals? I think it feels a little ambiguous sometimes.
And I also think that, to Mike's point, that, you know, for me, student achievement is not just scores on, you know, on a test. It's the whole child. What is our goal? What are we trying to achieve? And I think we can easily get off track if we focus on one measurement or the other. We need to be intentional about, you know, what do we want out of our students as they reach adulthood? And I think we can easily get off track on that.
I feel like one thing we tend to do when we think about students is what do we have as expectations for them? And I feel like we might find more joy in the work if we think more about what are we offering them, and what choices do we have. If you're a student in our school system, what does that look like? What does the landscape look like? What different choices are there, and how? What are all the different ways that they can feel supported by what we do every day? I think sometimes we start talking about keeping student achievement the focus, and it's the first thing you think of is testing. Okay, well that's an expectation that we have, a demand we are expecting of them. But what I feel like we're here is this is a land of opportunity for our students, and we should be finding as many different ways as we can to help them each of them be successful in their own way as they define it. And I think that's why it's so important for us to have the student voice in a lot of the work we do, but some types of the work we do, I think is really important to have student voice, because they're the ones who can tell us what it's like to feel like a student in the system that we've created, or that we're trying to create.
I absolutely agree with that, and I also want to have the discussion of what is our role as a board in terms of governance, and how do we, you know, what steps do we take to, you know, just as it says here, set the expectations and policies to reach those goals, and how does that mesh with the superintendent's implementation of these goals? And I think that's where we're really in the weeds with this, and we need to, I think we need to really work on that. How can we, I really do believe we want the same thing. I just think we're going about it in a wide array of ways.
Well, I'm wondering, so we've taken and gained a ton of input from businesses and from the community around our portrait of a graduate. And we have the areas of the portrait of a graduate. And we have the world's best workforce. And we have ESSA. And we have the school board's existing results policy. So what I'm wondering is, as I read across the top where it says the board governs, sets expectations and parameters. To me, what I'm wondering is, to what degree does the current board see that portrait of a graduate in the areas, and then how do those areas, what are the expectations and parameters that then get fed into those areas as the metrics as to how are we doing if that portrait of a graduate is the experiences that we're giving and where we want kids to be by the time they graduate. And does there then just simply need to be more clarity on how everything's connected? Because we could simply report on whatever the score is. We could report on all of the other stuff, but that results policy has a bunch of different things in it that may or may not be relevant anymore based on what the current portrait of a graduate is. And so, to me, if I'm looking at this, when I see student achievement, I see it currently defined, not that it can't change, but currently defined, that's your portrait of a graduate. Is that what we're saying is, every kid that walks across that stage, regardless of what point it is, our goal is to have them experience and demonstrate what it is they can do as whatever they chose as their path, but it's based on that portrait. And ways that we then at the macro level, say like with MCA testing. And by the way, our third graders read at this level from achievement. Our achievement gap or opportunity gap is closing at this level to support that vision. That's what I'm wondering. Maybe we need to spend time more just clarifying agreement of those documents so we can create some of that synergy between them.
I think that's a really good point. I think for me, portrait of a graduate feels like it's hard to measure a lot of what's in there, and so it's there, but how you measure it, and then we have these things that we measure that we don't really love, and so it just, then it feels like, I think it's hard for the board to really set goals around that, when it feels like what we need to say, this is where we're going, this is what's important to us, and this is how we're gonna measure it, and be able to look back, but I think it's,
One of the, when we look at that as being the center for student achievement, that's exactly what we should do. I think I've heard each one of you have a different kind of take on where you feel about the whole assessment piece. Some of you might feel really strongly that MCAs are an important indicator for whatever reason that might be. Some others are not. And so in our community, whether it's today or down the road, you have a session on this, that's one of the things we need as administration is really clarity on what your expectations and parameters are for that. Because, I think Shelley and Sarah, you heard Jay Haugen talk in Farmington, and his community in Farmington schools, they've really said, you know what, MCAs is a shot one day in time as our school district. We can use that for things, but that's not really what's important to us. It's these bigger picture items that are more the portrait of a graduate. So they as a community have decided, they have more than half of their kids opting out as kind of a message saying this isn't really what's important to us, some of the other things are. And so, that would be helpful for us, because if it is really MCAs, then, that means one thing as far as implementation and supporting. If it's not, it means other things, and it's probably some combination of that, right? But that's where you are 7 different board members, all with probably different ideas, need to come to consensus about how we move forward with that, because until that's the center of your circle, until we know that as administration, it's hard for us to be able to focus on what really matters. Even the portrait of a graduate, there's lots of ways to measure. If you want to measure that, there's a lot of districts who are doing that. So maybe it's a learning session, work session, whatever you want to call it, on assessment and student achievement. What are your expectations outside of what we are required to do with World's Best Workforce and NASC?
Yeah, I think we need to have some way to measure. Otherwise, we really don't know where we're at and how our kids are walking out of the building. We just need to figure out and figure out what that measurement is going to be. We opt out of the MCAs, so I'm right there. I don't care for it, but because we opt out, that doesn't necessarily mean it has a negative or a positive impact on the entire. To see that our scores have dropped so low is kind of a little nerve-wracking, that you kind of wonder how the kids are walking out of the building.
So what would be then a suggestion for me? It sounds like we all have, questions. How do we measure? And because I think we all, it says right here, we're setting our expectations for what we want the district how do we, I think it's a question, how do we then, with the board, work together with the administration, define those expectations in measurable information or criteria that is what, how do we go about getting there rather than, well, you know, that particular set of data doesn't meet my expectations, so therefore I'll conclude, hopefully come to a conclusion, but that doesn't take into account the entirety of the data that's available. So I guess it's a question to all of us here is how do we go about setting those expectations so that the administration can seek to pursue those?
I think it would be helpful in the community engagement committee to have teachers, parents, students work together to see, you know, if our MCA scores, and I'm not saying that that's the only measure, I'm just saying that that's something everybody does, and so if you have to compare apples to apples, that's what people use. But to say, you know, look, our science scores dropped way off, what's happening? And then have a discussion based on, this is what we could do, this is what we need to do, this is what happened, and go from there. But I think the community engagement committee would be a good place to start with that.
So I met with the gentleman from Huntington who gets a lot of the, I think he does a little bit of work.
Michael Smith.
Yeah, and he has some good information because he gets kids in there who aren't doing so well in a subject, and then he tutors them or that he helps them get up, so he can see his own information of clusters of students and what that particular class is missing. I don't know if there's some way to, I know you're doing a little bit of work with that, and I don't know how, if you could bring any bit of that in. He would love to see us as a district do our own, and I don't know if it would be through community ed or what it would be for kids to come in and refresh. And I think he even said he would love if you could get that same teacher on the topics that aren't being quite well received by the kids.
So are you talking about tutoring, like offering more innovative
Kind of, but
tutoring?
he has a little bit more insight about what's kind of being missed in the classroom.
Oh.
So, and he prepares kids for the.
Doesn't he do the ACT training?
Yes.
So as pertains to the
Yes.
ACT training,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I think Liz's idea is an interesting one, Liz. I think that I'm still processing that, but I think what we're missing along those lines is just a continual monitoring of, you know, how are we paying, as a board, paying attention to the end goal, which is a portrait of a graduate. If that is what we've designated as our kind of our gold standard of what we're going to look at collectively, you know, I think we fall off the rails a little bit when we did this work and then we're not following it kind of consistently. So, you know, maybe one mechanism to do that is to have it as a function of, say, Liz's suggestion of the community engagement group or whatever that is, someone to kind of do some consistent monitoring of our, you know, what we have designated as our expectations for student achievement. I think that's an interesting thought, actually.
Can I ask really quick, did you just suggest that we aren't really following the portrait of the graduate, or did I misunderstand?
I didn't say that. I'm just
Oh,
saying,
I'm not
I'm
sure.
just saying as we, you know, just to see how we're, you know, that we're kind of following the work that we've said that we,
So in other words,
put
just
into
like,
play.
just more generally like following up.
Yeah,
so
just
this
kind of
plan
just
is
monitoring
put here,
it, maybe
so how
do a
do we take it to the
report,
next
you know,
step?
or,
Okay,
yeah,
I see what
something
you're
like that. I
saying.
mean, I just think
Following
whether we
on,
have a learning session on it at some point, I
Okay.
think it's a provocative suggestion. I think we
Okay.
could delve into it further at some point.
But see, I think what Bob's talking about, the bigger picture here, is you're talking about student achievement. The important question you've raised here is how do you measure it? What metrics are you going to use? Are you going to use World's Best Workforce, which offers about 6 of those? Are you going to use the very elaborate metrics that presently we put out? I would say the biggest change I've seen in my lifetime, which has been mostly in education, is the switch between inputs to outputs. Because a lot of educators, when they go to talk, most times will tell, this is what I did, this is what I taught. And I think the biggest switch has come, you may have taught it, but did they get it? And that's where I don't think we give enough attention. Even Portrait of the Graduate, okay, how are you gonna measure whether kids got there? And part of the community input is hearing from employers, hearing from businesses, hearing from colleges, whatever. Those are other possible metrics that you could use that, hey, look, all of a sudden, if we have kids in 3rd grade and only 65% or so are reaching proficiency, what happens to that other 35? And should that be a goal that we set, that's where we evaluate the results and say, this is where we need to put more resources and more efforts?
So I think, because in interest of moving to the next thing, I think what the two of you have talked about, if all of you think, let's have a work session or whatever where we bring all that together, all the world's best workforce, the Portrait of Graduate, whatever, and then we can look at that and say, where are we gonna focus, how are we gonna measure, so that we can follow up and see if we've hit our mark or not. Is that okay with?
I think that would be incredibly helpful because in listening to all of this and in thinking about it a little bit too, I think the Portrait of a Graduate has some really interesting and powerful components of it, but I don't really know how well it is currently designed to fit with what we're doing for World's Best Workforce. And I feel like some additional clarity on how those pieces fit together specifically, like with specific like actions or goals or whatever, would be good, because it feels to me like that's a little, I mean, there is crossover, but it's a little unclear, at least for us, and I think that would be really helpful to get that really clear, which is what I think you were saying earlier.
Your results policy, whatever you want that to be.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we can house
You
it
know,
all in
even,
there.
I think that's one of your first, as your policy committee did look at, right? Or
Right.
one of on the first list
Yes,
of
the
5 that
results
you have.
policy, yes. Mhm.
So it might be something where we work with your small group to pull all these pieces together to have a presentation for the full board about what are the pieces that, what are the have-tos that we have, what are the things we want, and probably your conversation this afternoon is gonna drive some of that too.
Right.
About what your hopes and dreams are, so that group could start, working on that.
Right.
All right, we're gonna move on, just given we're done with my little segment at 11:15, and I think we've got 2 pretty important ones coming up here. So, moving on is the role of the school board, and I hope everyone read through this document prior to today. I was struck by a lot of these areas that you want to say, what's a functioning school board? What is a functioning relationship between admin and the board and the community? And I think there are a lot of things here that, frankly, we don't follow. So I'm interested in kind of getting the conversation going on that.
I was gonna say, do you want to start with where you feel like?
Yeah, I can start. So for me, I'd like the board's, under the conduct and ethics, for example, 3 bullet points that I think we don't all agree on. And this, I remember when I first got on the board, it was kind of a source of contention, and I don't think it's changed at all. So the notion of speaking with one voice after reaching a decision, the notion of spending your time on board work rather than staff work, following established policies, including the chain of command by directing people with concerns to the appropriate staff. Those are pretty important bullet points for me personally that I think we need to discuss for the sake of this community and how we're being perceived as a board in our community. So it'd be the 3rd, 4th, and 6th. sixth, I guess, bullet point, those are, you know. You know, I guess we should ask, do people agree with these bullet points as a board?
In this conversation can go anywhere. I think for me, when I think of that speaks with one voice, I think everybody would say that's the goal. I think when we look at that decisions by consensus page, and what I had brought up, for everyone in the group to feel like he or she has had a fair chance to influence the decision, I think when there have been times where I've felt the most frustrated is when I felt like I haven't really been able to share my thoughts and opinions and have them really considered, and so then that's left me really frustrated at the end. I think if we can do a better job making sure that we really are considering all everybody's thoughts before the vote, then it's easier, I think, to move forward when you might not agree maybe with where it's going, but at least you've been brought along to the point that you can understand why the decision is the way it is, and I feel like my questions have been answered, and I've heard my thoughts reflected in the conversation, and I feel like there's been value given to all board members, and I think we've struggled with that sometimes. So I do think it's where everybody wants to get. It's just, I think, the how do you get there. I think we can't force people to say you have to agree. But I get what you're saying in how we conduct ourselves after. So I think for me it's more how the process goes than forcing somebody to act a certain way after.
So can you, Shelley, say more about your opinion as to, because I appreciate your comment. Can you say more about what you mean by process? So when you say being heard, you're not feeling like you're heard, is it at the board table in a public meeting when it's a learning session? Is it when it's an action item? Is it I just say more because I feel like we really need to just be candid about this so we can improve. Like what
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Give an example or whatever.
So it's hard to think of the specifics, but I know that for me there have been times where we become this 4-3 board or 5-2 board, and then it feels like a minority no matter what, like it doesn't matter what the minority thinks. And so I think we could have done a better job in, I want to hear what you think and make sure that we're considering that, but it just became this, how I felt was it doesn't matter because you're in the minority, it doesn't matter what you think.
I think too, I agree with what you're saying, there, Shelley, as well, but I also wonder if, at least this is just my perspective, I think we've been struggling with having a clear agreement about what the board work is. You know, the second one you said is we spend time on board work rather than staff work. Of course, I mean, I really don't think people would accuse us of really being involved in staff work. I mean, we aren't really having much of communication with staff at all. And I think that's something we need to look at. I mean, there is a way for us, there should be a way for us to have communication on a regular basis with staff and hear what's going well and what's going well and, you know, what would be a better idea, you know. But I think it's been, at least for me, a little bit unclear. I mean, you know, when you go back to this board governance model, we are meant to be crafting the vision for what direction the district goes. We are meant to be integral in the process of developing the strategic plan and the ongoing process of our budgeting. And so we need to be fruitful in those conversations about those very big picture, very difficult things that drive everything we do in the district. That doesn't mean we do those things in the district, but we need to be a very important part of what that vision really is. And I feel like we have not really had that role. We as a board, not necessarily just those of us here, but in this community, the board hasn't been clear about that role for quite some time. And so I think it's important what we're doing today, because I think it's not just personally like in one particular situation I don't feel heard, but I think it's just not clear when are we supposed to be participating in what the, you know, what's going on in the district. Are we just supposed to show up at a meeting and say, you know, sounds great to me, whatever, you know, or are we actually supposed to be crafting that vision? And, when you look at this sheet, we are supposed to be crafting that strategic plan. We are supposed to be developing a crafted district vision statement, goals and outcomes that enable the board to monitor district performance and evaluate success. When you go up and look, the first section in this page is vision. I think if we focus on doing a really good job with the vision part, then the conduct and ethics issues will disappear. They will, because it'll be very clear what our role is. And we'll all feel like we can be fruitful in participating in that fully.
And I would agree, but I think that it more than just the vision, I think that's where we start. But it's all three of these
Yes.
on the left side of the vertical line, where we have to define a clear vision for the administration to set course for, and but then we also have to achieve that vision by establishing a structure and hiring and following the superintendent to accomplish that vision, and then having the accountability piece underneath it. I think this is every time that we go to a work session or a business meeting, if we have this right here and we're following these three main bullet points, we should be an effective board. But we have to adhere to that, saying that there are, this is also kind of up on the top of it, that we have a role to define that vision, to define what accountability, what our expectations are, and that's hard work for the board to do, but we have to do that. And once those are defined and set, then we hand the job to administration and say, now go do the work, and then you report back as to how far along the path that you have come. But we define that path for them to follow. That has to be clear. That's hard work for us, but we have to be clear in what are our expectations. How are those expectations attainable, and how are they measurable?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think especially looking at where we are right now and the hard thing that we're having to do, focusing on cuts, because it does come down to what we say. And for us to make a good decision, we have to have information. And the frustration that I have is a lot of times when I ask for information, it's met with, frankly, hostility and not answers, and that's very frustrating. And I can't come up with a plan that I think could work if I don't know what broke down or what happened in the background. And so when I'm asking just for clarification or information and I'm met with what I consider hostility, that doesn't feel good. And it doesn't make me want to ask my question less, and I'm not going to ask less questions, but I think that's where we are, and maybe that's interpreted as going against the chain of command or something like that, but it's honestly wanting to figure out what happened and what can we do to fix whatever happened that might have gone wrong.
And I would say that's like our next main topic one here is, I agree that we've talked about before, that communication then, so first you set up what we're doing now, the operating norms, and then you set up how are we going to communicate. How is it that we're going to communicate back and forth to follow that vision, to report on that? That we're going to get to that, but I think that's it's important that we all understand what our expectations are for communication and what's a reasonable and solid approach for that.
Well, and that's where I think we've come up for a couple of years on this governance management, and I don't think, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any of us want to manage. I think I don't want to manage
That's a hard job.
what's going on. But I think there becomes this, and I don't know if it happens when we ask questions or mostly when we ask questions, if that feels like we're trying to get into management. I'm not sure, but I think there always becomes this, well, we're governance, which we are. I think we all agree. But then maybe it looks different for each of us. Maybe how we define that looks different. Maybe.
But we're also accountability.
Right. Right. And that's
Work
where I go
together,
back
create
to
the vision. We
there's
also have to make sure it's being implemented.
Right. And there's that Metro superintendent who said, my board knows how to ask really great management questions. And so I think for me, I don't have any desire to manage whatsoever. But maybe the questions sometimes maybe seem like I do. I don't know, but I think there's that, we get stuck in, well, you're trying to manage, when I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I don't know how we reconcile that, so that everybody knows we wanna stay in our part of the circle, we don't wanna go down here.
Just, so that, the first sentence after the vision topic, that it, you know, what are we doing, and I think we're setting the course for its districts, we're defining outcomes. And I think a lot of this is the board's job is to look forward, is to set, you know, what do we expect moving forward? What happened a year ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago, it happened, it's fact, it's history. How do we now, in February 2019, want to set the course? That's up to us. We can do that. But I think that maybe sometimes there's a friction there if we as a board are trying to reach back in time and say, well, what should we have done differently, or what could we have done differently in the past, when our job really is, what it says here, is to set the course. We're gonna say, this is what we think is important for the community and for our students. And then it provides an administration with a clear path to follow.
I agree with you, but at the same time, if you don't look back in the past, and there have been some fundamental things that have happened that put you where you are, you have to figure out how to stop those, so they don't continue to happen.
Or repair.
Yeah.
I feel there's a little bit of projection too, because and assumptions. People assume what your intent is, and that gets to be kind of dangerous.
And I would agree with that. I also think that at some point we then have to, it's kind of the sheet that we did with the assumptions about surviving, right? And what hits me back is when I made a comment about, you know, are we gonna rely on the Coast Guard's point of view for administratively, and I think this gets kind of to what you were talking about, Liz, is at some point we've gotta know whether the board is trusting the information that we're giving, right? Because at some time, what might, I would think, I don't know, is when the same questions come up over and over and over again, and as an administration, you've given the presentation, you've shared the information to the best that we have it, that's where it leads to a sense of, I don't know how many more ways to slice the pie to show how this works. This is just what it was. And to your point, Mark, decisions were made, right, wrong, or indifferent, they were made. Part of it too, from my perspective, would be you've got a different makeup of a board than we had. Well, we have a couple people that were on it at certain points. It's a different board, and so at what point do we decide what's the information? We're just going to agree that is what it was, and now moving forward, here's what we want to use, because some of it with the budget stuff, some of it, it is what it is right now. We got some tough decisions.
And I don't think we've ever really sat down and had that conversation.
And I think that's why I'm bringing it up.
Right? We never really sat down and said, what do we want from you? Where do we want to go?
Right, which I think, you know, some of that will come into communication, but I think some of it is figuring out, you know, who are we? You know, that's the thing, right? Because I think with the Bridge to Excellence, which was before I was on the board, that was not so much board driven, right? It was mostly broad and like you're gonna pass that, and I think some felt we wanted more input into the portrait of graduate that felt like we weren't part of the board that, right? And so how can we, going forward, this is how we want to operate so that we have buy-in and so that we can move together. I think there's probably some things we're gonna have to deal with to be able to do that. But I think making that decision of this is how we're going to go from here, rather than just be in this, which feels like the lifeboat on the ocean, not really knowing where we're going, to actually help us be able to follow this, knowing where we're going.
And I think, to use Mike's example of, you know, if the teacher feels like they taught it but the student didn't get it, and I understand it's frustrating if you think, I've answered that, but if the question keeps getting up, maybe you haven't answered it, that it was actually hurt, you know what I mean? So, sort of the same thing, that, and it's not meaning to be argumentative to continue to ask it, is that maybe if I'm asking a question over and over, I don't feel like I have gotten the answer that I'm looking for.
Well, and that goes back to when we did our work with Mary Saccone, she would say, what's the real question?
Mhm.
Sometimes we're asking a question, but that's not the real
It's
question.
not, or it's not understood. I
And
don't
so
know.
what, to keep going, and so maybe, you know, like we talked about the assumptions with the vote, we all have assumptions, it's normal that we come at everything with certain assumptions. And so getting to a point where we're not saying, so I'm not gonna assume that somebody doesn't trust me. I'm just gonna have to make that assumption. And so that if they keep asking me, I'm going to assume it's not because they don't trust me, but because I haven't given them a sufficient answer yet. I don't know if that would help us be able to, but I think there is we're all coming at it with some
Preconceived idea.
preconceived ideas or
Mhm.
a little bit of baggage maybe, and so
Mhm.
we have to be able to get past that. And
I think communication wise too for us, I mean, we have, you know, there are 7 of you who all have very different ideas of what you need and want. And for me, and I've said this to all of you, I think in an email, I don't think email is a great way to understand anything, especially when there are complex things. And so me sitting down for 2 hours to craft an email that might answer all of your questions, if that's a question that you had as a board, we're happy to sit down and help you work through it. I mean, we really are. There's nothing that is happening or has happened the last 4 years that we aren't happy to sit down and have a conversation and show you why those decisions were made at that time, either by the board or what support the administration has. But we also do run a school district of 8,300 kids, all with a couple of parents and our community who require a lot to run a $100 million organization per day. And so many of you know I'm not usually in my office. We're trying to work on things to help support our kids. And so it's not that I don't want you to have the information you want. I want you to decide as a board what you want, and then we'll sit down and bring everybody who's got the information to help you understand that. Because that's I think the way we're going to come to a true understanding. At least, you know, I understand from Liz's perspective and others probably, you don't have the big picture, didn't see all the things that were happening during when different decisions were made. And you can agree or not agree whether they were a good decision or not, but to Mark's point, we are where we are and we need to move forward. So, you know, thinking about what your vision is, what your role and what you want will help us reset. And then how do you know, every 2 years, more than likely, we're going to have new school boards. And one of the things, Shelley, you know, and I think you mentioned it was Jeff Ronneberg, that his board really knows how to ask good questions. That board has had minimal changeover for the past 12 years. Marilyn Forsberg is, how long, Mike? She's been on 25, 30 years now. There are some people who have been there for a long time, so that can bring that history and some of those perspectives. And it takes time, right? It takes time for all of you to learn what are those and how do I ask the questions. And Shelley and I had a discussion because there was, I can't even remember what the topic was, but she brought something up and I could not figure out. I wasn't getting to the answer for her because I know she was getting frustrated. I wish I could remember what the topic was. And then I figured out, it's like, oh, this is what either she's thinking happening or I think she's asking, but it's not really that. It's not productive to do that through email. That's productive to do through a conversation where you come in and say, you know what, let's sit down and dig into this issue and then have it. And, you know, all of our meetings are open. We don't care if they're all open. We'll post everything, but those are the things that I think will help us move forward.
I want to thank you for that, and I'm looking at the clock here, and I just wanted to say that on our board governance model, I feel like we do have a little bit of consensus in that, you know, how do we continually and fluidly follow portrait of a graduate and what our definition is of student achievement, as well as setting the vision on the second sheet, the role of the school board, setting the vision. I agree, that should be our first and foremost role. I just want to move forward here in the interest of time because I think the code of conduct and operating norms, code of ethics is of interest, and I'm looking at the 2 senior board members here for this because I don't believe I was part of setting these initial policies. I wasn't on the board at the time, but I would actually like some historical perspective on how did these come to be? Where are we at with them now? Are we not on board with them anymore, or, you know, I guess?
I can speak to it. You're talking about the operating norms
Well,
and the
even,
code of conduct?
yeah,
But the code of conduct is, you know, we just adopted that.
yeah, the norms, because we're not really following anything, so I'm just wondering, like, where,
So a whole bunch of the operating norms are now included in other policies that we have just recently updated, either in the 200s or the 300s. They exist in other policies. We have not officially taken action as a board to say we are no longer following this policy. So technically, they're both active at this time.
how do we feel about that? I'd like
That's a
to
good
know.
question. So, but what, just to say, the
Confused.
plan would be.
Exactly.
The plan would be to make sure that when we go completely live to the new policies, we don't lose any of these components in the old ones that were important to us. So I think it's really awesome that we have this one in front of us right now.
Mhm.
A whole bunch of it is not applicable to today because they're part of other policies we have recently voted on and put into place. So, but I do think, you know, a big chunk of the first page is helpful. And so I think we can look at that, and we can decide if we wanna keep some of these as a separate policy, even if we wanted to, or include some of these pieces as an addition to a policy that we've just updated in the 200s. That's certainly something we can do. As far as the code of conduct, we basically took what was the MSBA policy, it was 4 pages of stuff, and we honed it down with a lot of hard work with true consensus building attitudes of trust and strong, heartfelt communication. We spent a lot of time at the board table and in the policy committee last year working on this, and I think I can say that safely that George Hepner was very proud to be able to take what was a 4-page document and made a much better, together with myself and Paula O'Loughlin, a much better 1.5-page document that is very powerful and also does share everything we need. So we just updated those in November, and I think it's very strong. So I don't know if that helps answer your
Yeah,
question a
it's
little bit.
strong, I just, as long as we're actually following them, and how do we hold ourselves accountable, I don't see that at all, so I'm sorry.
So talk about what, Josie?
Well, I mean, I could go on and on, but, you know, I think this is a very fractured board. I don't think we, you know, I just don't, I think we're laden with self-interest right now.
What do you mean
Or
by that?
just, I think that we have a hard time, focusing on, first and foremost, the entirety of the district. And I think we need to really, really work on that.
Can I
Yeah,
just take,
okay.
can I jump in here really quick? So I would actually like to read operating norms BGP 3, number 2. It says, the board shall cultivate a sense of group responsibility. That's consensus building. That's what we just worked on. The board shall be solely responsible and accountable for excellence in governing. The board shall use the expertise of individual board members to enhance the ability of the board as a body, but shall not substitute individual judgments for the board's collective judgment. And if you go down to number 4, 4.1, board members should feel free to express their opinions and beliefs about issues. I believe we do. Discussions will be open and candor will be encouraged. I think we do. Honest disagreements are legitimate. I think we would all agree with that. We understand that. Honest disagreements are legitimate, and they have an appropriate place on the board. However, board members shall respect one another's opinions and shall not criticize one another in an inappropriate manner. And finally, just below that, it says, board members shall focus on issues rather than personalities.
How about after the votes?
How about before the votes?
But,
Let's make it
but-
about the issues and not about the people.
right, but what do we do after votes are taken?
think we've done really well.
I think we've done
Yep.
just fine with that.
The only thing, one
that's
part,
fine.
one part that's gotta be mentioned here, and I think that's what you're alluding to a little bit. These are board policies. And they can be changed. They can be changed this year, next year, whatever. Also, there are laws and statutes that carry more weight than what's here. Repeatedly, and I quote it all the time, I have Peter Michael, who's one of our attorneys, talk about free speech and what you can do and what you can't do. You can write it here as a policy, but if it's found in contradiction with the First Amendment, guess who wins? I mean, that's it. And again, what you try to do, now that doesn't mean you can say anything you want to. You know, you have the classic example, Oliver Wendell Holmes talked about somebody screaming fire in a crowded movie theater. There are limits. But a lot of times, those limits are not clearly defined till they get to court. Or you go to your attorneys and you say, what carries here? And Peter's done that with us on numerous occasions.
So I want you to talk more about, you mentioned self-interest. Talk more about.
I think that we, since fall, I don't think we're out of that. I don't, and I think, it was difficult on the entire community, the people that voted for the closures as well as the people who voted against it. So I think across the board, for every person involved, it was difficult. I think that we're still mired in, you know, the litigation that occurred and the distrust that occurred, the distrust with our senior staff. And I think that's affecting our ability to do our board work. And until we just are able to speak to that, it's the elephant in the room, and I just don't see us being able to go forward with our vision because we, I'm not pointing out anyone here. I was pained by Bold, incredibly so. So I'm just saying, until we're able to really say that was terrible, really, really terrible for our community, for everyone, how do we move on from that? And how do we establish trust in each other as well as our staff? That's the fundamental elephant in the room, in my opinion. And I think we need to just, you know, we're moving into communication, so I don't know. 11:15 is communication, so maybe we can segue onto that at some point. But I think it plays a pretty significant role in. We don't want to talk about it, I understand that. I don't want to talk about it, but I really think if this district is to move forward as a collective group with a vision that we all agree on, we have to try to address those tough issues, in my opinion, so.
Well, I think it kind of goes back to what Tina said. If you assume that you know where somebody's coming from without talking to them, that's dangerous. And I think that's what's happening because I don't think we've taken any votes so far that nobody's sticking with. I mean, that happened with the previous board, yes. And it is interesting that you said how people voted for the closure and didn't vote for the closure. That the majority of the community, if they had a chance, would not have voted for the closure. So it was the board that did that. It wasn't the community that got that choice. It was sort of forced on. So I think the elephant in the room to me is actively having community engagement, because what's happened is a lot of decisions have been forced on the community that they didn't have any part of and didn't want.
I appreciate you saying that. I do, because Liz, by you speaking your truth, it is going to help us. I really believe all of us get to a collective, some form, hopefully, of collective group thing. I don't know what you call it, but I appreciate your honesty.
Well, I was just going to say that you know, each of our own individual experiences shape our values for you know, how we define the future of the district. The closure decision is one thing that has shaped our collective psyche. But I do believe believe I go back to what our role is, our job as a board, and that is to work together on coming to a consensus on whatever our background, whatever beliefs are, to say, how are we going to take the district from here forward? That most benefits the kids who are in the district now, the kids that will come to this district in 5 years and in 10 years. And it just, and I don't know if this where Jen, you're going, I think, I do feel very strongly that our job is to try to define a good path forward rather than to relitigate what has happened before.
And I don't think anybody's trying to relitigate it. I'm just saying that the same issues that happened before, we're in danger of repeating them if we don't stop it. And the fact that so many people in the community felt like things were done without their approval or without their involvement will just continue to happen if we continue down that path. So, I mean, and it was said during the election and everything that, certain people have an agenda or a vendetta. My agenda is to not let that happen again. I can't do anything about what already did happen, but I don't want it to happen again. And I got criticized for saying I thought teachers should have been involved in the budget process, but that was why. Because it's decisions being made for the greater whole without involving the greater whole, and that's frustrating to me.
No, and I think that's very valuable, and I think it's important to take that approach. And I think I want to help to contribute to say that we aren't, as our structure and our planning for moving forward isn't directed at trying to reverse decisions that have been made before.
No one's trying to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's, and I'm not accusing it of being. All I'm saying is that our job, I'm just repeating myself, but is to follow. How do we set the course for the district future? That's all.
Which I agree with both. I think some places we get stuck in thinking that certain board members want to go back. I think we need to reestablish trust. I think that's the biggest thing in all parties. I think we need to decide, are we willing to do whatever it takes to reestablish trust? Trust among board members, trust among board members and administration, trust among the board and the community. Are we willing to do whatever it takes? And that's going to allow us to do all that work that we're supposed to be doing. But I think we keep getting stuck in either we don't want to deal with that, or we want to make that about what it's not. I don't know, but it feels like we keep getting stuck trying to do the same.
I'd like to just throw a few things in. So, we keep talking about the trust thing, and as I look at the board governance process, and I know some of these are embedded if they're embedded in other places, but my perspective has been, as of January 3rd, new board, new expectations, moving forward. But things have happened even since this new board has come on that have not helped me with the whole trust piece. And I think I speak for our executive team. And I'm going to give you examples why. And the reason I'm going to do that is because maybe I'm wrong in my perception of this, but for me and our team to go on, I think I need to have some clarity about things that have happened. So if you look at the board governance process, your operating norms, first 5.1, board members shall establish and maintain open channels of communication with each other. I'm aware that things have happened with some of you that some of our board members are not aware of. And so as you work, and I'll address those in a few minutes, but as you work, it's really important for me to know that Mike has the same information as Shelley has the same information as Mark. And so I think what we've started to do and Mike has done is when we're in those board meetings, or superintendent board chair meetings, that we a synopsis of what has happened in there, because our perspectives might be different. I might think I've heard something, Mike might have thought he heard something differently. So I think that's an important first step. I've been asked by community members about why are there more people in these meetings when typically I met with the board chair, just myself and maybe another person would come in if there was a question about something financial that was deeper than I had the information on or whatever. Mike had indicated to me the first day we had the board meeting that somebody was going to be coming with. And I'm like, well, that's kind of unusual. Okay, and that was just 2 hours before that. So I asked Bob if he would sit in with me to have those conversations. And, you know, that's fine. I mean, I think it helps more people having information and providing clarity. That's fine. The last meeting, we asked Kristen to come in because she had some financial pieces. It wasn't that we were trying to have more admin there. But I know this probably wasn't your intention, Shelley, but during the last board meeting when you said, well, all of a sudden there's so many admin, it's to try to give you the information you need, not to try gang up. That's not partnership. If you go into 5.4, board members shall channel requests for information, reports, etc. to go through the superintendent and board chair. That's where I said, whatever you want as a board, we're happy to do, but I can't do 7 different presentations each week based on whoever has, you know, a driving excitement for something. I support most of those things. I'd love to have more time to be able to do that, but you know, that needs to be a process where you share with the board chair and we have the conversation, or the board chair and Shelley, if she's in there, how do we prioritize? Because you have a lot of work to do around things, unfortunately, that aren't educationally topic based, as far as like your long range facility and budget and those kind of things that you have a responsibility for. 5.6 is board members shall exercise honesty in all written and interpersonal interaction. I know of things that have happened that are not honest between each of you, and have overheard conversations where there is conversations going on in the background between some of you that are not supportive of us as a school district administration.
What do you mean by that one? I'm sorry.
Well, for instance, the whole John Q. Public thing. You know, when that comes in and nobody knows who John Q. Public is, but actually we have a fairly good idea of that just because of the style of writing of that person. And I'm ready to go into a board chair meeting, and Liz, I hear you call Mike on the cell phone. I can't call Mike on his cell phone. He's told me to call him at home, but you're calling, and I can hear your voice saying you've received that. That doesn't build trust. I don't know what that's all about. I don't know what that's all about, but that just, you know, that's, I'm just giving you examples.
Okay, could I
You can, but I'd just like to give you examples of things that I hear going on in the background, and then nobody addresses them, so it does lead to distrust. Board members shall protect the integrity and promote the positive image of the district and one another. We have so many amazing things going on in this district. Yes, we have hard things that we need to address, and I think we're all ready to do that, but I do think that that is one of the most important things for you as board members to do, is yes, you can air all the dirty laundry in the guise of, well, we're gonna clean this up so everybody knows that we're doing it, but you know, I would caution you to think a little bit about how you do that. 6, how we govern, work in partnership. I haven't felt partnership, nor has my team, about how do we move forward, and I'm hoping that that will change. I'm sure it will. 6.8 through 6.11. 6.8 is individual board members shall not contact board legal counsel regarding superintendent performance evaluation without approval of the full board. I'm well aware that 3 of you did go and talk to our lawyers, and I don't believe that all of our members had that information.
I did not.
6.9, legal matters other than superintendent performance evaluation shall be forwarded to the superintendent to investigate. There are things that have happened there that haven't come to me first.
What number was that?
6.9.
6.10, board members recognize the superintendent is bound only to decisions made to the board as a whole. If you haven't made that decision to the board as a whole, I can't carry that through. That's again about 7 of your voices need to be one to give us direction. And then finally, you know, if you can contact me at least one workday prior to a board meeting, if you have concerns about the agenda or posted materials, finding out that morning makes us all look unorganized. It just does. I mean, the conversation we had about the resolution, we could have easily, I'm trying to protect what you know, your appearance about how you appear in front of public getting your meetings done. And so those kind of things, if we're gonna work in partnership and build trust, I need that to happen.
Can I ask a question just of the chair? I'm curious as to how did this go about where Chair Potacek, you're bringing people to the meetings? How do you decide who to bring?
I think I wrote a response to that. Typically what I've done is bring the vice chair. If the vice chair isn't available, I go to the clerk. If the clerk's not available, I go to the treasurer.
is there any way you would consider allowing everyone equal opportunity to attend your meetings?
Sure.
Okay.
I
and
don't wanna bring more than one other.
I just think it would be fair, Director Riley has never been invited, nor I haven't been invited, or, Director, Burns, so I just think for the interest of this conversation, I would really appreciate that.
And typically what I've done is officers, and that's how I.
And just talk about the John Q. Public, that's something that we all got, and it was disturbing to me, because it happened right after something, which to me was the same situation happening. And so I wanted to look at it. I didn't wanna brush it under the carpet, and I wanted to see what had happened. And I know that it was an anonymous email, but several years ago, people did data requests and had to get attorneys because they got letters, they got cease and desist letters from people. So I don't know if that's the reason that that person wanted to have it anonymous, but just because it's anonymous, it doesn't mean it should be ignored. And so
Right.
it bothered me because it was the same policy we had just talked about. And I did send my email about that policy in plenty of time before the board meeting, it just wasn't answered.
For the resolution
Mhm.
piece. I just heard, Chair Potacek talk about getting it that morning or sending it to you. So that, all I'm trying
I
to
sent
say
it a
is
week
that.
before.
All right, well, I wasn't
I can
aware
go
that
back
was
and
going to
look.
be on the agenda. So it's
I
all
wasn't
about
either.
the communication and the
So,
partnership.
thank you for sharing what you have, I appreciate that, and I think we are gonna move into communication, because I think a lot of that are things we can talk about there, and I
Well,
think others.
The one thing I would thank you for, because this difficult circumstance for everybody, and I appreciate your sharing
Yeah.
those things.
Right.
So thank you.
And so I want others to feel the same. I want you to feel like you can share those things so that we can get to a place where we're not frustrated. Because I think where we're frustrated is where we don't trust, and then everything derails from there.
Shelley, and if I can, I think possibly when we have exchanges, or you talked about the elephant in the room, and I think it's good to share that with each other. This is what bothers me. It's sort of like if someone perceives that I have a special interest and not a wider interest, tell me. I can address it, I may not agree, but at least we can talk about it, and I think it goes about resolving that sort of thing. There are certain things, you know that, everybody here knows that. There are certain things we can't talk about because we're bound by attorney-client privilege, and there's sort of things on that. And I've been reminded several times, that doesn't go away. You can't talk about what happened in a closed meeting, or you can't talk about what happened in attorney-client privilege, because it's 2-3 years later. It's still, that's privileged information. And despite people's curiosity or whatever, you still can't do it. I mean, I spent many years of my life as a administrator, and one of the most frustrating things was when other people could talk about a situation and you couldn't. But that's reality.
And it's also just thank you very much for that. And no, we can't talk about attorney-client privilege information. But as Superintendent Pontrelli just brought up, 3 members of this board went without telling anyone to a meeting with our attorney. We can't talk about it. We weren't informed about it. We didn't have any knowledge of it, and nor did Superintendent Pontrelli. So if we want to really talk about being good stewards of our community, well, then we need to look at ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah. There are situations you can't talk about even now.
Well,
I deserve equal respect. I am one of 7 elected officials.
Could I just ask one, just a request added to the list is what would be helpful in the general sense for us? For me, is to know to what degree are we going to hold ourselves accountable to policies?
Well, and I was
That's
just
really
gonna
just my
bring that
question.
up. I think part of what's hard is that we have these I don't like having 2 sets of policies, but where are we following? Which ones are we, because technically, are we doing this one or not doing this one? So that's one thing. And then we do need to know it is our job to hold each other accountable and to make it not about like, we're just against it. It's not about that. It's about us governing in a way that is going to do the best good, right? But we have to first know So let's move on to communication, and I want this to continue, I don't mean to cut you off, but I know that there's a lot in this, hopefully that will help address some of those things. So let's look first, and this is gonna be more dialogue, at communication from the board chair. So for board members, how are we doing here? Are you getting the information that you need?
Well, that's where I feel frustrated. I feel like I've asked questions that I haven't gotten responses to. And I understand that it's frustrating on your end because you have a lot to deal with, and my questions aren't your first priority. And I will try to do better about going through proper channels and being sure that's what the whole board wants to know, because I know that you're going to get emails from. I know that's frustrating, and you get emails from all board members. So I appreciate you saying that, and I will try to do better about that. It is frustrating to me when I ask something that I don't think would take that much time, but you're right, I don't know how much time it takes. So that's something I will do.
And it might be,
Sorry, so we're just doing from the board chair
Sorry.
right now.
I'll skip ahead.
So, but do you wanna say?
I just
anything?
wanna, you know, and there might be things that, you know, I just wanna say again to any of you, that if there is a certain topic that you wanna come in and we can sit down and dig into it, hopefully like in an hour or so, we can have the old resources so you can see, okay, here's the timeline, here's the things that have happened, here's why. And then, so you don't have to sit there forever. And I think for me, it just goes back to, it's really hard to communicate everything in an email, or even if you ask for invoices and things like that. I mean, some of those things aren't that hard to pull up, but most of them, you need some type of an explanation to understand the decision making behind.
All right, with that, let's go with that one first. So information from the superintendent and administration. So can you clarify it for me, because I feel like on the one hand, I feel like you're saying you're too busy, but then you want us to come in. So I always feel like I can't come in because you said you're too busy. So then I feel frustrated that.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, Bob, you can reinforce this if you want, but most of our time is spent on requests from the board or community type things right now. So yes, we're busy, but you know, it's a lot more efficient to sit down and have a conversation for an hour than to try to figure out 4 of us around, because many times it's not just me, right? If it were, I've got 4 other people who are maybe working on a project. So bringing people together, sitting down for an hour can probably save us a lot of time. I've always said that I've had an open door policy, and you can come in and have a conversation whenever you want. We've tried to have those updates for you, so if there are questions about things coming up or things that I've been working on, but I really haven't heard anything, so I don't even know if that form of communication with the updates is working.
I think the
So-
updates are great. It's nice to get those every week, even if there's not much in there. Sometimes there's a ton of stuff in there, and sometimes it's just a lighter, but it's really, the format is great. I like that we have upcoming events, things to keep on our calendar.
And hopefully you can go back for some of those, but that
Yes,
again is,
yes.
you know, we've just kind of started that with all of you or shortly
Yes.
before, so there may be things that you want changed with that. So I don't think I don't think that I've ever said to a board member they're too busy, or I'm too busy for them, or we're too busy. We need to, I think it's back to Liz's point, some of these things take much more time than you would think they would. And I hope Tina doesn't mind, I'm gonna use her example of the program costs, which is a great request. The way our UFARs and our financial and our programs and things are set up, it's not as easy as going and creating the report and hitting print and giving it to all of you. Some of your things, your audit and other things, are a close piece of that, but that's probably a 2 to 3 hour work session for all of you to understand that information. And that's an example where I could sit down with Tina and we could go through and say, here's the big picture, but it's gotta be all of you deciding what those parameters are. So that goes back to, for each of these things, what's the board's parameters and expectations? And then the list of all your wants, what gets first priority? I'm not gonna make that choice about whether what, you know, Jen wants is more important than Sarah, or Sarah wants is more important than Mark. I mean, you guys have to decide that as a board, because for most of those things, it'll take multiple people working on it.
Can I respond just? So I appreciate that. I think what would have been most helpful for me, instead of having to send several emails, would just be to know what category might be used in multiple areas, and so what expenses are actually cross-connecting to make up that certain program.
Part of it, I think, is asking, it gets back to asking the question, right, of what are we truly after, right?
That was
Because,
my question.
Like
What
in
was
the
the purpose
programming
of the
thing
question?
is a perfect example, because what do we want to define as a program? We know what we're defining as I mean, is it the whole social studies K-12, is it, right? So it's about having that, it's kind of like we talked with on Friday, the budget thing. It's figuring out how do we get to a spot, at least from my perspective, where we can have a longer conversation about understanding what we're really trying to do to figure out. Because what we are finding with some of the requests is, it isn't a nice, neat package to figure out truly what on a finance thing, what is the expense of doing that? Just, it isn't, there's overlap.
Well, and to be fair, it's because of the budget, and we have to come up with budget cuts, and so I wanted a little deeper delve into, is there other areas we can look at to get there?
So what's the process, like when you get an email, and if it's either something, well, anyway, okay, so one of us sends you an email, what's your process that you go through?
Well, I think it all depends on a time commitment thing, right? So you had the question about class size. Well, class size at the high school, that's a question that I need to have feedback from Rob and Bob on, right? Because I know generally, but I don't work with it day to day, so then it's pulling to Bob and it's talking to Rob and, you know, yep, are we within these parameters? We are, but here's the things that are different. So for instance, for class size, you know, our reading and math, the high school, when they do their scheduling, tries to keep reading and math and those core subjects close to our class size. But what gets it all messed up is out of about 500 classes, we do have about 15 that are over that 33.1 to 36, 37. And part of that is because we give kids choice in their electives, and if they have to have one class that's an elective and they can only get it that semester, that'll push some of the other courses up. So big picture wise, if you would say as a board, you know, once we finish registration, that's it, no changes, then we could go in saying, okay, all of our class sizes are right on that range. But that's just like whether cancellations, right? Everybody has their own kind of perception of that, and you probably want kids to have, and families to have something where if I thought I was going to take Spanish 2 and suddenly I'm deciding I'm not going to do that anymore, I'm going to want to choose something else. But as soon as I do that, I might push up a class size. So what I'm trying to say is that example, you know, it took us maybe a week because it was right before the snow break and that kind of thing. We can turn something around like that really quickly. The things that I think might be bigger conversations about in green rooms and social emotional and the programming, those really need to be where, you know, you have a discussion as a board or request to have the chair put that on their agenda and decide where you want it priority.
So, like, your response back to Tina, did you say either, could you talk to Mike about that, or that's going to take me some time, or?
I did.
Okay.
And Mike and I did talk about it. Well, I think one of you were maybe in on that conversation, and it was, we need the board to define what the parameters are. And I think the hard part right here to be, for everyone, is you have a lot of things on that list right now that you want to reset the button, right? You want to reset for a lot of things. And it's just going to take some time to go through, to be able to build that consensus and feel like you feel good about it. And then once you as a board feel good about it, then we'll run with it and can make it happen. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, we have, everybody in this room probably has personal ideas about how they'd like something to go, but as your administration, you decide, and then we move forward with whatever that is.
Yeah. I think part of the challenge sometimes, and again, this is not fault, is one, when questions come up, people want to honor those questions and answer them. The challenge in some cases is they don't know the entirety of what you're asking for. And again, particularly in the public sector schools, the information is not easily given in the format you're asking for. Because there's, for example, in accounting, there are certain rules you got to follow. And so when you do buy programs, if I'm doing a grant, gifted and talented or whatever the grant is, then you assemble all of that. But when you ask for carte blanche across borders, it's overwhelming, or appears to be. And that's a hard part.
Right.
Yet, I want to honor your request, and I think Denise does as well.
And I think that's probably, and this is no surprise to anybody, probably what's been most frustrating to me is when I have a question, when I know a community member can get an answer faster than I can. That's frustrating to me. It feels like I can't then get the information that I need. So I don't know what to do with that, but it feels like,
Can you give an example of that?
like lots of times I have like a simple finance question, and I know Kristen would turn it around really fast, but then I need to go through Mike, who then decides whether it can go to her or not, where I've seen responses go to community members like that. And then it just feels like, well, how can others get that before I can get that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I don't think it's so much of a, so I'm glad I think it's more an awareness. So if you have a question that you think is pretty quick, sending it to Kristen and CCing me, because some days we're a full day with our administration. We aren't gonna see that till the next day or whenever, and then, I can say, glad to help that. I've got Kristen doing this, this, and this, so that's really why. And the thing, I know this maybe is a little bit, might need some more communication, a little bit hard to understand, but things change daily within a school district. So sometimes what your answer is on Monday, you get more information, and then you find out Wednesday that that's different. So if you went to Kristen, I have every confidence that she'd give you the answer on Monday with her best ability and knowledge of what she'd have. But if by Wednesday I found out something different, then what does it look like? I mean, I think that's where it's difficult for superintendents, because she might have told you this, I come on Wednesday and tell you this, and it's like, well, why aren't you, somebody's not telling the truth, which is not the answer for it. It's just that things change. I mean, every day within this organization, things change as far as, money coming in, students who are showing up, all those kind of things. So that's just a courtesy of, if you do that, then we'll know, and then we can give you, a heads up that might be a couple of days, or it might take a little bit more, like Tina's been doing.
I feel though that, Superintendent Petrelli, I feel that, I'm glad you brought that up, because I personally feel that that could be a little bit of a gray area. What's a quick question? And then how, I'm one, and I'm a big rule follower, so I'll preface it with that, but I tend to believe that if we all have the same set of all 100% agreed upon expectations as to how we are going to communicate with our staff, with each other, then it doesn't turn into well, maybe we ask Kristen this one, but it's quick in our mind, but maybe it's not quick in her mind. And I think that's where we are getting a little bit, all of us, I think we all have the intent to do the right thing, all of us meaning the board members.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel that we want to do it correctly, but how does that look? And we should probably have a mutually agreed upon mode of communication that we can all live with and follow.
One of the things I mentioned here is that I think in the last year, maybe longer, maybe less, communications have improved. And sometimes it may be strenuous, but there's a lot more information available to us that wasn't in the past. The disbursements would be an example of that, and some of the techniques that have gone along with that. Kristen and I have spent an awful lot of time going through disbursements. Any single block of that has usually been 15 minutes. They've gone very quick. But at the same time, I think that's added to my understanding. I think it's added to her understanding of what I was looking for.
And so I think that would be my point, and thank you for saying that, because I'm a rule follower too. So even when I emailed Bob and said what was that teacher's name who shared, I feel like I'm doing the wrong thing, because I should go through Mike, who will go through Denise, who will ask Bob. Where it's just, for me, like, I just need the name of that teacher. but I wanna do the right thing. I wanna go through the, you know, what we've agreed upon as a process. But there have been times in the past where I felt like I've had questions, sent them through the proper channels and not gotten responses. And so how do we make sure that we're getting the information we need, going through the proper whatever, and so we feel like that's where I think where I struggle a little bit with what's the right thing to do.
Can I suggest, and feel free anybody to weigh in, but there's a little bit of this. Well, I have a really quick question. I think this is something that an administration member can answer off the top of the head, essentially. You know, maybe that's something that we can just communicate directly. And if it turns out that we're wrong, that it isn't, you know, maybe we copy the board chair on it, or the administration member responds that, you know what, actually that isn't as easy as what you say, and here's why, and copy the board chair. But if it's something that we believe is really straightforward, we could potentially communicate directly, but give the ultimate decision making to the administration and say, you know what, we don't think that's as straightforward as you perceive it, and here's why, but we're happy to commit to dig into it. If it turns out that it isn't, or if we know that it's not something that's straightforward, could it be something that we route through the board chair and the superintendent, and the board chair then can decide whether or not to delegate that? Board chair can bring it up directly with administration, or if the board chair chooses, maybe it's a big finance question, something that takes some time and we want answers about it. Could the board chair delegate it to the finance committee? And the finance committee could say, if it's a finance type question, and say, let's see if we can, you know, define what this question, what are we actually looking for out of this question? And let's define a question, and then we have the authority given from the board chair to deliver it to the administration. And then administration would then have the responsibility to go through it and answer.
One other, not necessarily directly a response to that you have to be a little cautious of. Denise can contact all board members. I can contact all board members if it's information. It should not be an attempt to push a certain perspective. Now, when you get those, and some of you are very good at this, and some of you, it's a little more urging on my part, do not respond all. I can do that when the information is given, they can do that. But you can't offer, well, that's really great, like what you said, because the danger is that it becomes a serial meeting. And so you need to be cautious on that.
And, you know, and also just, I think, you know, board chair communication, I think, you know, I don't know how we approach this topic, but I would like to address how does that work, because I multiple emails and not received a response. So I'm just trying to figure out how we all get the same information, we all get a response, even if the response is, I can't respond right now, I'm busy right now, we'll address this at this time. You know, that to me that's better than nothing, because I think we've all had situations where we send something out and we get no response, so we don't know what's going on and we are not receiving all of the same information.
I agree with that. So with what Mark had said, could we do that where we copy superintendent and the board chair? If it's something bigger, either of you can jump, or the administrator can jump in and say, I need to yield this to Denise or whatever. So then you both know what's going on, but we can ask a question. If it's something more, you just let us know, like, this is a bigger deal. Is that? And then the same goes for, or what do you think? Mark, you talked about, you met with Ricky Michael about something, and which I think really helps us form our thinking. So is that acceptable that we can reach out to a staff member, ask questions, or do we need to do that through superintendent and the board chair? What's kind of where we want to be there?
I think we're still community members, aren't we?
We are, but we're board first now, and so we do want to. I mean,
does that relinquish our rights?
we are we first and foremost are, that's an interesting, that's a good thing that you
Because
bring up.
it is something that, you know, I met with Mr. Lindsay about one of my girls one time, but it went into school board. We talked about some things there, and it's never ever, and we have to draw the line there, never to manage anything that they're doing. But if it is to receive information that informs our thinking, what's the proper way that we want to do that, so we know we're not overstepping our bounds.
Part of it, I think,
And I'm not
is
saying we do.
when you look at the person who you're having a conversation with, it puts them in sometimes an uncomfortable position, and it might be what the topic is, it might be, and so I think again, it just goes to collaboration and partnership and talking together. So if, for instance, you have you want to, let's just use Dennis for music for some reason. I'd like to know more about the music program. You know, it goes back to what is the question, right? Because many of them we can probably answer for you. As a board member, we should be your first point of contact, and at least we can give you some perspective, because it might be seen differently for very good reasons, and so that'll give you more of a bigger perspective. And I think that's for all of us, is, you know, when you hear one point of view from a certain person, how do we all reach out to have more perspectives? Because I think sometimes that one point of view, if it's somebody that you know really well, they're like, well, that's good, they wouldn't tell me, you know, a lie. Well, of course they wouldn't, but they might only have one piece of that perspective. So I think it's first to come to us with questions that you might have, and then if you feel like, all right, I'd really like to meet more with this person, do we have that person come in and talk to the board as a whole, or do you have a conversation with them? And it's not, you know, I think this is one of the sticky things where it's like, well, there's too much control there, or not. You do have to think of it as a perspective. If I'm going to sit down and learn more about a program, that's one thing. If there are going to be a lot of questions that end up then sometimes making that person feel like, oh, am I being interviewed or something, that's another thing. So I think, again, you have to have the conversation as a board about how do you want to handle that, so it's clear for everybody and for all of you.
Because I appreciate that. I think when I talk to staff members, they inform my thinking. It's on me to recognize that's it's one person's reality or worldview. But it does help me a lot to hear from the people that are in the building. So I would like there to be a way that we can do that. That's not stepping on toes or.
Well, maybe that's some of your community engagement. I heard you talk about it earlier about giving perspectives. I think Liz had mentioned, you know, how do we, I'm sorry, Liz or Sarah, about, you know, perspective even from budget cuts. We had shared that we had met with Josiah Hill and we met with QSE, and that wasn't really part of what they wanted to do, but that doesn't mean that we weren't willing to have that look at a process. I mean, that's actually why we went to the quality steering committee to say, how might this work and what might be a way to do that. So again, it's just
I think I'm kind of curious about this. You just said that when we try to reach out as board members to an individual staff person or somebody in the district, that it puts them in an uncomfortable position. I'm kind of curious about that. Like, can you say more about that? Like, why is that? Or what are you referring to? Why would that be uncomfortable?
Well, I think to what I said just a little bit earlier is if you're just to have a conversation, let's say I'm brand new to the district and I want to learn more about our music program, and I call Dennis and Lindsay over at the high school. I'm like, you know, can you tell me more about this? Of course, our teachers love to talk about that and tell you about their programs. If it's something more about, you know, how effective is this, or how are you using this money, they don't actually have the big picture for some of those things. So it might be even a principal where you might say, Denise, I want to know more about this program at the high school. Then I could talk to Rob and say, Rob, you know what, there's a question about the world language program. Can you get a few of the teachers and sit down and talk with, and then we can say, you know, you want to be there. If anybody else wants to be there, they can be there also. So I don't know. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I think to me it just goes back to what's the purpose of the contact, and then what is the what is the next set of assumptions, and then what are we doing with that information is really what's crucial to happen, right? Programming is a great, I mean, you can easily pick on any type of programming when it comes to this, but it's no different than if I'm going into a program and asking a teacher, they know you're a school board member. They know what my role is. And I'm also a parent of the district. You can't separate the two. But there's clarity around it, and it really goes to what's the intent of the contact, and then what's the plan of what we're doing with that information. And I think to your question, Sarah, it's more of, if we're going in to ask a question of a staff member, principal, whoever it is, and the intent is to come back and go, okay, that's informed my thought, now I need more information about this, because it might be bigger, I think that's perfectly normal. I think what gets complex is, to Denise's point, when people go in and start asking questions that are judgment questions about the program, about how it's being run, this or that, and don't have the full context of the larger picture. That's the same risk I have. If I go into a building and I ask this teacher, how is this program going? And I haven't now gone to the 3 other buildings that this program is going in, and I just use that one, that's dangerous for me to make a decision based on that. That's how we have to navigate it. If the school board is saying we want to get into more and seeing this, it's just coming to that understanding of, okay, what are we going to do with that information? Because what's hard is if that information then gets used at a table like this, at a board meeting, and then administratively we don't have the full background of it, that's where I would say it makes, in retrospect, it makes a staff member uncomfortable, because then what will happen the next day is the staff member will be going, I didn't realize I was giving this information, I'm sorry I made it a bigger deal than what it was. And that, it's after the fact, because they want to give you information just like they want to give us information. But if people know that their information, it goes back to the trust thing, right? If people feel like there was a different intent than just giving how they feel things are going, they're going to stop giving that information, or if they don't trust it. That's my best way to explain it. It's more of an after the fact thing, in my experience.
I thank you, well said. I fully agree with that. And I think also from a board member perspective, you know, we all have relationships, every one of us, with our teachers. And I think for me, and I'm going to use survey as just like the example, I hear a lot about surveys. I'm going to use this, you know, and I love the feedback I've been getting about surveys. But if we talk to a teacher who has an opinion about a survey, it's a teacher we trust and get along with really well, and then we just like blurt it out at a board meeting, you know, Johnny, you know, doesn't, you know, this isn't working for Johnny. How is that effective board work? Because it's not asking, you know, so I think that we can do a much more rich job as board members if we do hear feedback like that. What do we do with the feedback for the good of not only the board's information, you know, that perspective is valid, and also communicating that with our senior administration to say, you know, I'm hearing this, you know, maybe we should have a grander conversation about surveys as the example, or questionnaires, or whatever it is. But using one conversation and then, you know, throwing it into our argument is not effective board work, if that, in my opinion, if that is making sense.
And I think I'm sorry, Charlotte. I think it goes back to assumptions is what you're saying. I think that's where we're having a hard time communicating right now, because if I ask something, you might assume, oh, she's asking it because of this. You might assume I'm asking it, and I'm asking to get information. But I think a lot of the times what we're saying, people are thinking that they know, and there is judgment. And I think if we can, I think this is very helpful, because if we can understand more of a perspective of where people are trying to come from or where they're trying to go, then we can actually answer the questions without having the judgment on both sides.
And I think it from my perspective, it is always the question of just feeling confident that the answers we give, that you as a board trust the answers that we're giving, and if not, that is put on the table. I'm not feeling confident about this answer. What more could you give me? That's follow-up questions that help avoid that assumption, right? Is this part just isn't making sense. Because otherwise we don't know how to help. Like in the question of how to visit this, I could probably help facilitate a lot of getting you a ton of information on a topic by visiting different buildings, because I know who to get you plugged into at all the different places. But yeah, it's just a matter of trusting them.
Right, and it's being sensitive, right? We all need to be sensitive about why we're doing it, the people we're talking to. And I appreciate that you said that. I wrote that down. I'm not feeling confident with an answer. It's not about, it needs to stop being about I don't trust what you're saying. It needs to be I need more information. And you know that I ask lots of questions. And so it's not because I don't trust that, it's that I still have more questions. And so when we can get to a point where I can ask that and you can know.
And I would, because it's relevant, because we just did this on Friday, the items that we have brought with regard to cuts, right? The ultimate question we're operating under is the board is asking for where do we think we can make cuts? And I know part of the frustration on Friday was, well, this is the only list we've been given. Well, that list is where we think we can make cuts and still limp along for a while. It isn't. So that's just a pertinent example, but we're talking from a communication standpoint. It might have gone unsaid, but that list is where we think we could do stuff. Now it's the follow-up question, or we don't like that area. Or
I think what's important though, because I've been where you guys said, is that it's not disrespect for what you're proposing, as sometimes to say, okay, I got it, that's important to me, I've weighed it, but have you considered such and such? And that, it's hard for anybody when you're re-examined or somebody wants it slightly different. But that's the nature of the business. It's the nature of what you do, it's the nature of what we do.
Thank you. I want to move past, but just to close that one. I think there was some open, if you get an email from a board member, can you make sure to respond? And then
If it's respondable, I'm not gonna go with perspectives, because if it's information you're asking for, and I'm able to give you that information, I will do so.
I'd like to push back on that, because if we're supposed to communicate with our board chair, even if it is our opinion about something, I think that we all, would like a response in some fashion.
I received your response.
Yeah, I think, I thought it was just me, and I'm finding it's not, so that's a positive, but I feel that, even if we have an opinion about something that bothers us, whatever it is, so we don't have to go to this reply all situation because we don't feel like our initial issues are being discussed, I think that's the fun of being board chair, that's comes with the territory. So I guess I think we all, even if you don't want to respond, say, maybe we can address it in this capacity, publicly, or however that plays out, but response is requested.
And I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I know that has been a frustration of mine in the past. That sometimes I don't know where it is. I've sent an email, I don't know if it was read, or so sometimes just a response like, I hear you, I received
And I'm
it.
not somebody who sits behind a computer or sits with a cell phone. Yeah, I don't do that. And in response to, because some questions I get are regard, I have a very, very primitive, I'll call it a cell phone, but form, and I have limited time. There was a time when there were only about 3 people who had that number: my wife, my son, and my daughter. And I've expanded that a little bit out of that. I think lots of people will tell you when they talk to me that the time has run out, because that's how I purchase it. And so it's not a reliable, I'll work to get
It sounds to me like the bigger issue is that you don't wanna violate open meeting law by responding in a way that isn't just giving information.
Yeah.
But I think if you can find a way through that of just saying, response like this will be on the next meeting, or it's gonna be discussed, or
we need more information or
I
whatever,
tried to
just that I
channel
think,
it.
yeah, that
Thank you.
I think you, it sounds like a worry more than a
Right.
strategy, that you don't wanna do something you're not supposed to do.
Well, yeah, well,
Right.
one-to-one is an open meeting law,
Right.
it's just a simple one-to-one, so.
Right.
Yeah, but one-to-one can be a violation.
Well, if you're doing
can-
serial, if you're right.
It's,
Yeah, you have
it's
to
a
be careful.
simple ask
Yeah.
and answer, and, you know, just, I heard you, let's talk about this in that capacity, so we know we're being heard.
Can I just?
That has been a problem for a long time, so it's not just mine, for sure.
Sorry, not just,
Go ahead.
for, Sarah and Shelley, the proposal that I had made in terms of a protocol, is
Mhm.
I think one of I would love to leave today's meeting with an understanding of how we're gonna communicate amongst ourselves and how we're gonna communicate with administration. I feel that is like the
So
top two.
let me know if this, because I said this and I think we got enough. But let me say it again and see if we agree, that if we have a request, we can send it to that person, copy the superintendent and the board chair. Either one of them can intercept and say this is too much, but will let us know that.
Okay,
And even the administrator can say this is too much.
but then what happens next?
If it's too much,
Yeah.
it's a good question. So then.
And the other thing is, I'm thinking of a situation recently where I asked to meet with a administrator to get some information about something, and just to get some information, and I didn't CC any. I just sent an email to that person, but if I had, and then the meeting never happened, because basically I got an email from Denise saying, you know, this puts this person in an uncomfortable position, what do you need to know, and it was just silly because it was just a simple question, whatever, it's fine, but, you know, if we write an email to someone, and anyone in the district, whether it's a teacher or principal, some administrator, and we CC the chair and we CC Denise, does that mean that you have the right, either one of you have the right to say, no, you can't get that information, or you can't meet with that person, or that's inappropriate, or whatever? Is that the point of having that extra piece there?
No, Amy, that wasn't my intent.
So
My
that's my
intent.
question, though.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I only I'm suggesting and that's why I said for feedback.
Mm-hmm.
If we have what we perceive to be a simple question,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that we should have the ability to ask that question without
Yeah.
having to go
Mhm.
through a
Mhm.
real
Right,
formal process.
right.
But our perception of what we believe to be simple may not be what somebody else's
Yeah.
perception is. And so then, what happens, so, you know, I had suggested copying the board chair, but if, you know, if we think we can just communicate directly with administration, whatever, that's fine. But then there needs to be then, what happens next if the recipient of our inquiry says, you know, it's gonna take me some time, I can't figure it out. Then I'd like to know what happens next, because that's where we have frustration, that, we're not getting the information we want, and that leads to distrust. So we should then have a mechanism, and that's what I was proposing, is there then a mechanism that then, no, that's gonna be too much, well then maybe then that gets copied to the board chair, or then the board chair, or whatever, says, now here's how we should address this more complicated issue.
Yeah.
And so that it can be answered in a way that satisfies the board.
What I would say, my typical response, number one, first of all, I haven't gotten a lot of those requests, so I'm not saying this is comes upon, whether it's Liz or you or Tina sends and says, I have this request. And sometimes I go to do that, Denise has already responded. Other situations, it's sort of like it's hanging there. My response in many cases has been, okay, I think I know what you want. This is where I think you go to get it.
Okay, so for an example, we'll do today I have a question, a financial question, I asked Kristen, and I thought it was simple, but it turns out it's gonna take a couple hours, and either one of you can say, this is gonna take more time than I think you realized, but here's what we're going to do. Either it's going to go back to be considered to bring to the whole board, or it's gonna take us 3 or 4 days to get the answer, but if there could be some response.
Yeah, I
from either of you.
think what I look for, in this case, if it was Kristen or somebody else, curriculum, whatever, I almost look for them to make a call,
I
because
think
sometimes I
they
would
might
not.
though, don't
Yeah.
you think? Like, they're gonna wanna respond to our but I
Sure.
think either of you could say, and I think the goal is still that we get the information that we need, but what are the,
So
how can that be
maybe,
done?
yep, so maybe some, because if there are more that, if they're juicy, then we have to dig into, let's say it's a finance. If it's something, it's back to that, what is the real question? Because if we can focus on that, so I might say, you know what, let's talk to Liz about that and have the finance working group say, okay, what is it that we really wanna know about this? Because I think that might help with some frustrations too, because we might think that it's point A that you want, and we bring that to you and we think we did a really good job and hit it on the head. And then she might be sitting there and saying, that is not, I want a B or C. And so maybe for those more in-depth, we bring to whatever group, or even just at ask for a topic for a discussion at an upcoming board meeting and say, this is something, can you kind of give us your expectations and your parameters for it, and then we'll go back and if we don't hit it on the head, then what did we miss? And
I think a perfect example is the green room question, right? So, not wanting to get it wrong, we're turning over every stone we can because it overlaps. But if the real question is, did the green rooms cost us more money to put in than they were? We don't need to do all the digging, but it was basically a wash. There wasn't much that went into those because how we were structured. But if the real question is, we really want to have a detailed piece of exactly down to the dollar what was spent here, here, and here, then we're going to go to each building and make sure that building principals didn't do something to the green room space that we may or may not have known about, or that they didn't shift some staffing here or here to take care of it. But that's a perfect example because it's in the works right now.
Right, and that's where I'm talking about the assumption part comes into it, because if it's assumed, oh, she's asking that because of and the clear answer of why I was asking for is because we were going to a budget cutting session on Friday, and I'm trying to see what happened to our money. That's it.
So maybe on us, that's on us to maybe share a little bit
Right.
more about why we're asking, and if you wonder, ask us.
Yep. Because it goes back to the trust thing, right? If for that example, if you're able to trust that if I tell you, give or take $10,000, it's about a wash, then no one has to spend any more time on it. Or there's the follow-up question of, okay, at some point, can we get what that $10,000 was spent on? Because maybe we're down to can we save $10,000 or whatever it is. But that's part of the conversation too, because I think then administratively we wouldn't have such a, just because of recent times, honestly what we're really want to be cautious of is to make sure that whoever hits send on that information is giving the most accurate information to you, because what we don't want to do is have me respond and say, I think it's roughly this, whatever it is, and then someone else sends you a number or a figure that's a little bit off, and then we're sitting around the table going, wait a minute, Denise said this and Bob said this. That's not the intent, but we want to just make sure that we're all speaking the same language on our side as well, so that you're getting the best information and we all have this, we're working from the same sheet of music. Is where our goal is.
Can I ask Liz and Tina, because you guys both had brought up the anonymous John Q. Public email, as well as Tina was asking about green rooms. So my interpretation of both of those email chains is that those are heavy. Oh, okay. Those are pretty heavy topics. So what I'm wondering is if we can all feel collaboratively okay with, maybe we don't address that via, they're heavy, and I'm not judging that. What I'm saying is, in the way that we manage the information, intake and outtake, perhaps those are two items that we push to maybe a finance group discussion or something like to that effect. So we, because those are really, I don't want to see an explanation. I guess I don't want to see an explanation on an email about something so large as that John Q. Public email, only because it's to the point. It's difficult to see the context behind that, or what is the point of the question. So I think we need to try to, in reaching consensus, how do we feel about how we're going to receive the answers to some of those
And I think that's
heavy.
kind of what people have talked about, because if I had gotten any response, and if somebody would have said, you know, let's look at this in finance, or like at the budget meeting, I thought it was a great suggestion when I said, you know, what if we looked at our legal fees and saw how could we, is there a way that we could make some of those just decrease? And you said that would be a good thing to look in the finance committee, which I think is an excellent solution. But my problem was getting no response and made me send it again. And I think that goes back to exactly what you were saying. If you got any kind of response saying, this is how we're working on it, this is gonna take a while, then I wouldn't have to send multiple emails. But the point was, I was trying to see, you know, what happened to the money. And if there's a problem with a communication and that the board didn't know this was being spent and the administration thought the board knew, those are problems we need to solve. And that was the whole point of the email. But I understand it's a big email, and I can't sit and think, oh, how come nobody's answering my emails? It's not the only email you're getting. I understand that.
I think some of this goes back to, oh, I'm sorry. You have a hand up. Go.
No, I just like to say that I actually like to see the responses because I don't like to be in the dark. So if somebody else asks a question and you respond, I appreciate getting the information as well. So I can be in the know of conversations that might have, not necessarily that I have anything to add, but just to be knowledgeable.
As long as it's information.
Yeah, and that's,
Well, if
and
it's
that's, and that's
sensitive,
kind of
that's the whole thing.
my concern, my desire to have a protocol is just that, because some of the emails that go, I'm like, I want to add on, I want to, you know, what are you asking, right?
That's not what I was saying. I
No.
want when Denise
When they
and Bob
highlight
respond
it.
to the entire report.
But that the process, the kind of the little bit larger, more in-depth type questions, you know, I would like to be able to, you know, add on, yeah, point A, and
Exactly.
what about point B here too?
Exactly.
We can't do that.
And that's where it would be wonderful to have a mechanism where you say, let's take that up in finance and let's construct a question or a series of questions that get at the points that we want to get at.
And we
then
can do
present
that.
it to them.
And you can respond to an email that says, this is a really great topic for a finance subcommittee. Can we put this on that agenda? I think that would be
And maybe that's all
appropriate.
Liz is
That
asking
doesn't
for, just to
violate-
respond,
just
to have the
say,
That's what
this information needs to go in this direction.
So another
If- as long as
option
it's
to
not-
do,
Yeah.
if I throw up a suggestion, if we're meeting every week, if there are unresolved, if things are going to the board chair, going to the superintendent, we're meeting, every Monday and every Tuesday, maybe on that standing meeting, there should be a segment that says, are there any unanswered board requests, staff requests that
And we've done a little bit of that.
you can make that part of the
At a
agenda?
board meeting, you're saying, or
No,
what?
at a
weekly check-in meeting.
Then
The what meeting?
the agenda
Board
meeting.
chair.
Okay.
So
We
then
summarize, we
respond back.
should be in the summary.
Got it.
Discuss this, and this.
So I think the biggest thing that comes out of this is if we can over communicate with each other, but not in a way that violates open meeting. And just, I got your email, here's what you can do next. You know, get the information you need, be sensitive to the time others are spending, but I think that will help us. And we're not gonna nail it right away, so be communicating about what's working, what's not working.
Does senior admin feel okay about that? Yeah.
Alright, so we're past that. I really wanted to get to our communication with the community, so I'm hoping when you do your brainstorming, you'll come up with some ways we can communicate with our community and engage them. We are gonna move to Robert's Rules of Order, which is super fun. And Jen brought up a good point the other day when we were planning this. We're not trying to get 100% of Robert's Rules all the time. We're not gonna nail that, but we can do what we can to help us conduct business in a way that will help all of us and will make our meetings go faster and more smoothly. So I just did this in a way of a quiz, and you're gonna grade your own. We're not gonna share scores. It takes, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes.
Is it open book then?
Is it not open test?
Oh my gosh.
Well, like you've got
I
labels
almost
and
brought mine
everything.
too. That's funny.
So
It's all about learning.
yeah, great. You can look at it later.
It's not, it's growth, not proficiency.
I didn't study.
Yeah, I brought some extra food.
Oh, yeah.
Only like 6.
Thanks, Shelley.
I think it's just pass fail though.
It's
so,
pass fail.
yeah.
I'm not asking you can imagine people getting on.
Did you give one to everybody out there?
No, I haven't.
I wanna know their scores.
So make you happier, so I'll use more snow than the others to shifting storm farther east.
That's us.
No, further
No,
east.
further
than
east.
us.
Further east than us, cause you know, we're
Wisconsin.
east.
Sort of, but-
I kinda like it too. Just not during those traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
I hear the same thing from my husband. She's like, hundreds, hundreds a day, and emails to different names. She goes, why don't you copy me on this?
But at the same time, you stop doing it, that's the time
But Mark has tags in his
Maybe I'll do that on the
Where are you going?
Naples.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Hopefully, if
Right, it's
rains
nice.
take off.
Right.
Did you know
Mhm.
Supposed to be good weather down there? Usually it is, it's far enough south.
Positive temperatures.
Yes. Right, yeah, right. Right.
And sunny. Some humidity.
Yeah. We're in Texas, we're in Dallas. What part of, we're in Texas, where'd you from last?
My family is all near Austin.
You're Austin, okay. Is that where you grew up?
No, I grew up in Louisiana.
Okay.
But they're all in Texas.
Yeah. Austin's a beautiful city.
Yeah, they just can't handle all the traffic.
Oh, it's growing,
It's
isn't
just
it?
grown so much and there's just no infrastructure, so traffic's horrible. I think probably traffic's worse than just busy. Because there's nowhere to go. Houston, there's so many different places, but it's good to place. Austin is just I-35. Okay, that's it.
So how much are they
So it can
saying
take you
now?
longer to exit.
Is that what you're up to?
Here?
To the exit.
This is off the press and.
You know, he has been down there yesterday and that storm.
Pinned in.
We're in Austin. We've got
Yeah, it's coming down.
And it didn't get bad until we got to like,
Because
on the top of the hill.
Snow end time for us is until 4 tonight. It's gonna start tonight at 11 and it doesn't end for us now. They're putting end signs, it doesn't end till 4.
What's the
There was
7 inches.
So they had to write
Because of blowing snow.
set it off, have the family.
I was in the road.
All
So they
right.
were just like,
Get the policy group working on the online surveys.
Yeah, I've had a lot of parents.
Predictability.
On what, on what days?
Online snow days because of the.
Oh, right.
How many were
Well, that's one of the things Jay Howard said, well, snow days, that's not even a thing, because every day is a
I
big day
think-
for us.
I think we're close
Right
to
off
figuring
Monday,
it
we're like,
out. So we just do it for
that's actually
second.
kinda cool. I don't like the idea of kids being on an
sick days?
electronic
Yes.
device or everything every day.
And for little ones, it doesn't have to be any of them.
Right.
It's just they have to reading, they have, you put together this activity
Right.
stuff for them to do.
And I've talked to a handful of parents about this too.
Because the numbers-
They're like, well, one snow day, like,
Yeah, right.
yeah, let's have 3 days snow, and just have it be authentic, real play days. But after you've had 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, you're like, please give my child some work to do, you know,
Right,
I need
that's a big thing,
something.
that's the key. Although my teenagers really are catching up on all
Well,
this.
yesterday.
I have to help my sister do it, texting me a while back. The kids are in our
Did you get
drawers,
it?
I didn't. My thoughts was.
You're right.
Do you know how much money I'll share what Shelley was saying.
Now we have.
I'm not touching it.
But that, well,
Yeah, we have that extra one.
All right, let's go over our answers.
alright.
All right, so I'm sorry I didn't number them, I didn't even think about it. But
Just trying to go fast.
the first one, parliamentary procedure is the name given to the tradition of rules and customs that has grown up in the civilized world for dealing with problems. True or false? That is true. Members may debate on a matter before a motion regarding it has been made.
True.
Actually false.
Oh.
So we are supposed to have a motion on the floor, a motion and a second before we vote.
So, but sometimes we just have like a presentation and we ask questions, and then we
And
make a
that's not
motion.
an action. Well, so we're supposed to take action, like move
Okay.
and then debate.
Okay.
Seconding a motion means a member agrees with the motion.
False.
Correct. After a motion has been made, the chair states the question on the motion. i.e. it is moved and seconded that, and then repeats the exact words in which the motion was made. True. After a motion and second has been made, all other members who wish to shall speak before the maker of the motion.
False.
Correct. You want your maker of the motion to give their rationale.
Okay.
Usually first. When calling for the question, the chair should again state the motion exactly as it was originally given. True. Members should signal that they would like to speak next while another member is speaking. It is false, and
It is
I am
false.
guilty of that. But, you know, we're ready to, we
Gotta
wanna
wait till the
talk
end.
next, but
Mhm.
you wanna let them finish what they're saying. There are circumstances under which members may attack or question the motives of another member. False. Cutting off debate infringes on the right of members to speak. It is true. There is sometimes the time, okay, the motion to close debate can be done immediately by stating, I move the previous question. This must be passed by a 2/3 majority.
True.
That is true. So cutting off debate can infringe, but we can call the question and we need 2/3 of us to say, if we're done talking about this, we're okay. When an amendment has been made and seconded, the chair then states the amendment, how the main motion would read if the amendment were adopted, and makes clear once more what is the amendment to be debated on or voted on. True.
I wanna make a little statement about amendments. Are we gonna have any little, something that I learned when in my 6-month stint as chair, so can I?
No, go ahead.
So with regards to amendments, if the amendment is made and it changes the spirit of the original motion, then the amendment, is not to be allowed. So if it's a very important part of Robert's rules, you can't just say, I wanna get out of, if a motion is made, let's have no school on Thursdays. And can I make a friendly amendment to not have school on, whatever it is? If it changes the original intent of that motion, then that is considered out of order and is not to be allowed.
Right, so
Okay.
an amendment is just supposed to amend the original motion. It's not supposed to be
To change the motion.
an opposition of the
Exactly.
motion or a totally different topic.
Yep.
It doesn't really.
And actually, what it says in the book, you can amend like one section and get that done, and then you can amend another section of the main motion if you'd like to, but you're not supposed to do all these like motions on top of each other. So it's interesting. I think that's at the end too. Okay, so the next
Right.
one, a vote on an amendment determines whether a main motion passes.
False.
Correct. So after you vote on the amendment, then you vote on the main motion as amended. A member may amend an amendment.
True.
True.
It is true. It's called a secondary amendment. However, it is often easier to vote down the amendment and then make a new one. It gets complicated.
Did you miss the last one?
Last one.
Discuss it.
Oh, mine. While discussing a motion to postpone, members may also discuss the merits of the motion itself. If a member would like to reconsider previous board action, any member may make the motion to reconsider at any time.
True.
False. In two ways. So it must be a member that was on the winning side in the original vote, and it should be done during the same board meeting. So a motion to reconsider should be done at the same meeting by someone who's on the winning side. It can be seconded by anybody. So if during the same meeting you decide like, oh, maybe I wish I wouldn't have voted for that, you can make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, so the reconsidering something is only for when you're still in the meeting where you just voted for
Correct.
something. Okay.
So the next one, any member may make a motion to rescind or amend action taken at a previous board meeting.
True.
That is
True.
So the reconsider, sorry Shelley,
Mhm.
do you need a percentage for that to happen, or you can just say reconsider and?
You need to have a
Depends.
majority vote.
Well, and you're making a motion, right? So we'll guess that you need a second.
Yep, and the
just
second
like
can
a
be
normal
anyone, the
motion.
second doesn't have to be a
So then if you don't get a second, you're just
Yep.
done.
Yeah, but keep in mind, the important thing here is at a different meeting, you can change it.
Right, that's the
That would
second
be
one,
Right,
that's.
so the next one, any member may make a motion to rescind or amend action taken at a previous board meeting, that's true.
But reconsidering is at the same meeting.
Can I ask for an example? So for reconsider, say the cell tower vote that we just took to not, renew any of our leases on our cell towers, could in that, an example of this is a, come back later on in the evening and say, I would like to reconsider I would like
make
to.
a motion to reconsider.
And do we need a 2/3 vote on that, or can we do that do I need a second for that
You need a
discussion?
second.
But if you voted against,
It would have to be.
and it passed,
It would have to be the
then
person
it
on
would
the
have to be the
winning
winning side, so whether it failed or
Okay,
or
so it'd have to
didn't,
be the person on the winning side of the
Right.
motion.
whether it failed or it passed.
Okay.
But
Then-
you
but then
could
you
at
could
the next
rescind it
meeting,
at the next
say I
board
wanna
meeting.
reconsider.
No,
Rescind.
reconsider,
Rescind.
rescind.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that would need does that need a second to
Yeah.
to rescind?
That would be like any normal motion, so you
Okay.
rescind.
And it looks like in order to rescind or amend a previous board action, it requires a 2/3 vote.
Right. 2/3 vote is required to rescind or amend previous board action. But listen, so it's true only if previous notice is not given on intent to make the motion. So
Oh.
if you share before the meeting that you intend
To rescind.
to rescind, then you only need a majority. But if you bring it up at the meeting, you need 2/3 majority.
So that is false then.
What's the difference between majority and 2/3 majority?
It's probably 5 versus 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry.
So the next one, if a member doubts the results of a vote, he or she may call out division.
True.
It's true. So it's funny, right?
Well, so what's the point of that? What
That's
what's
if-
Show.
more context?
You gotta go
Right.
If you
public.
So
can't
if you
see
feel like,
everybody or hear.
did that actually pass? Did enough people vote to pass that? You can say division, and then we actually have to hold up our hands, or
So you
See,
can see
Okay.
it.
ours is
Okay, I
less
see. I
likely to
didn't
come up
understand that
because we
question.
do that every time. We're seen.
Right.
But sometimes there might be a hearing question, did I really hear 4 versus 3?
Okay.
the wording of motion should be repeated frequently. True. And I do have page numbers on all of those if you want.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
that's
one
great.
thing though, procedure-wise, that might be helpful sometimes where you ask people, okay, give me the wording. I've seen it where boards have a motion slip in front of them and write out the motion. That makes it a lot easier
Yeah.
because then you can read it precisely. But that's why I've done it, I think others have done it. Jen, you probably did it as well, to go back to the original author and say, would you give us that one more time?
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes it's hard.
And I think it's really important that, just in observing before, a year ago, that sometimes motions are made and sometimes there's discussion and pretty soon there's a vote, but maybe the idea has modified over the discussion time. And for the sake of clarity and legality, I think it's really important that before anybody votes, you get the exact
Yeah.
language down.
That's why almost the idea of people jotting down the motion that are made.
And the book does say, if it's possible to write out the motion,
Yeah.
that's a good idea. I think the restating is.
Some of the perfunctory things you wouldn't have to, but there are some that can involve.
So it's not in this, Shelley, but it's kind of along these lines a little bit. Now, when I served on the planning commission, how we ran it, and again, we weren't super by the book. So it was, a person makes a motion and then you ask questions about the motion. And then you go for the second. So it was a little bit different, and I'm wondering, like, you ask questions about a motion, or even like a presentation or something. First ask the questions, and then you go to the motion, is there a second, and then you deliberate. So it was two separate conversations. One was more question and answer, and then the secondary one was deliberation. Is not to put this on the attorney, but is that your interpretation of Robert's rules? Do you, or is it just not? I'm just
Well-
curious. That's how we.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine if it just, when the motion is put forth, I believe that it needs to be, you know, with the cell tower one, I wrote it down before I said anything, and it needs to be clear. And then you ask for a second. I don't know, maybe I didn't look at the rule yet. Does the chair have to read the motion? No, I make a motion before anything else happens. We have to get a second on it. And then we have our deliberation on that motion.
Okay.
But it's, and, you know, if there's discussion before the motion is made, maybe that's okay. But I think the important part for us as a board is to make sure that we're getting the words down so that Barb can write it down correctly.
All right, so the multiple choice, how does a member make a motion?
I have B.
Would be.
How do you
So
say
you
that?
would have it
Stop
seconded,
talking.
you would have seconded before.
There's an,
Okay.
Well,
there's an
before you-
ellipses.
The dot, dot, dot means.
Move that and you didn't say that, that's how I read that. Makes no
And then I
sense.
move
Dot,
that
dot,
whenever
dot.
I'm going to move, and then it's seconded. How does a member amend a motion? Yes. By using the words insert and strike, and or strike actually, while referring to the exact terms in the main motion. And then the last one, why might a member want to postpone an action item to another time?
I have all of the above, but especially B.
It is all of the above. I just didn't wanna give that as an option, cause it'd be too easy. Okay, any questions about this?
So all of the above wasn't a choice.
I know.
Yeah.
I
That
thought
was
the
a
same
trick
thing.
question.
I
You need a
thought
board
the same
member,
thing.
baby.
Should be off.
See, that's a trust
Sometimes you
thing.
have to look for another
I'm
option.
not counting that. I
You
still
wanted
gotta
to
be.
be-
I got a lot.
So was there anything surprising to anybody in this?
Yeah, the one that surprised me a little bit was seconding a motion, because I usually always assume that somebody who seconded was supportive.
No.
So
Well,
that's
sometimes you'll
surprising.
hear somebody say for the sake of discussion.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that's a different qualifier, but
Mhm.
I'm not gonna assume that anymore.
And
Yeah.
mine was not raising your hand while somebody's talking.
Yeah, me too.
Although sometimes the nonverbal, as chair, you pick up on that, especially if people are excited about an issue. It's a teaching technique. You just kind of nod, yep, I saw you, and when the next chance comes up, but you're doing that all body language or not.
Excitement you keep talking about.
Yeah.
Right, so again,
Well,
this
it's there,
isn't
believe me.
to be the police or anything, just to help us run more smoothly, so, good job.
I have a question quickly. So how does, so back to this. So how does a member amend a motion? And the answer is by using the words insert and strike while referring to the exact term. So does that come after the second has been made?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, the second.
And even maybe after
no,
some discussion.
It might come up during the
So
discussion.
you have the main motion in the second, and during discussion, I might say, I make a motion to amend the main motion by inserting the word blah, blah, blah after.
And striking the words blah, blah,
So it would be
blah.
part of my
Okay.
motion to amend.
And then we take that for the vote.
Yes.
That goes, the
That-
amendment goes to the
so
vote.
Yep, we vote the amendment, and then we vote the main motion.
And
Well-
sometimes in our meetings, sometimes it's come up to be a whole different sentence.
Right, and so this is saying it's really, amending the motion is really to just insert or strike. Or you could vote down the motion, the main motion, and do a new one if it's totally up to you.
Yeah, I think so you would make the motion to amend, and we would agree or disagree. And then we would make another vote to agree or disagree on the amended motion.
Right. Got it? Thank you.
Done?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 1 minute before we're supposed to break for lunch. And the last
Done.
topic is mentorship. I'm feeling a little funny that we haven't already established this because, my goodness, it's been a little while since we've known you guys from here. So we really want to make sure we have a good mentorship plan. In the packet, you have an orientation checklist, which is pretty comprehensive, and it lists out on the thing, who's responsible for each of the items. Of course, some items everyone's responsible for. And so, I think the idea that we have a specific go-to person that new board members can go to for their questions, for support, for, you know, confusion or whatever ideas, is something that MSBA recommends. This list is highly influenced by what MSBA offers. Ours is a little more classy looking, but that's because we have a really awesome person to make it look classy. So I think, you know, we kind of have had a little bit of discussion about who should be mentoring who and whatever, and you know, we certainly could just kind of pick someone who we feel comfortable with. I think Tina, I've reached out to Tina to say, you know, I'd be happy to be your mentor if you would like, and that she seems to be okay with that so far, so I think that's working, but we can follow this and be a little bit more formal about it. As far as Liz goes, I'm sure you guys have established some kind of, and if Mark is, and if you guys have somebody in mind, but I was thinking that you might want to work with Shelley and that you might want to work with Mike. But it's just a suggestion, and you've got to be with whoever you feel comfortable with. Okay. And are we good?
What did you suggest?
Well, I just asked if she wanted to mentor Mark.
Okay, that would be fine too, if you want to. That would work just fine. I think it's kind of up to whoever wants to do whatever you feel most comfortable with, and we can even discuss that later if you want to. But I think the point being that whoever's mentoring, you know, will follow this list. I know one of the things that we did when I came on was we had an opportunity to meet with administrators and just kind of have a conversation about, you know, it was kind of open-ended conversation. It was helpful. In some cases it was a little overwhelming because as a new board member it was hard to know, like, what do I need to know? I don't, you know. But it was really good to kind of meet everyone and maybe have a tour of the offices at administration and just kind of become familiar with who else there and how everything works. And it might be good to do that with your mentor, you know, so that maybe that would be helpful to ask some of those questions, that having a little bit of time behind you would help guide that conversation. I don't know, does anybody else have any other thoughts about, you know, this is something we really haven't done in the past, so it's something we're kind of excited to try.
Good idea.
Kind of don't know exactly how to, you know, make it go well, but here we go. Does anybody have any thoughts?
No, I think it's a good idea. I think you guys got kind of lucky where you have people that are a little familiar with what's been going on. So we're not completely out of the loop as to how things operate or run.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, I think it can always help to, you know, people who've been on the board for 2 or more years have been through a lot.
Yeah.
So we can learn from them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
We're gonna break for lunch.
You did pretty good with that one there.
Yeah.
I went over.
So we'll meet back here at 1:30. There is a cafeteria upstairs for any in the audience who are hungry. And we are going to have a brief discussion about talking to legislators about snow days and stuff. After we get settled.
Talking to the legislature about what?
Snow days and stuff.
And she wanted me to share some perspective and wanted some feedback. So you can decide if you want me to give her a message, if you in your own want to call her individually, you're welcome to do that. First, she wanted you to know that she was doing research to see who was already working on the snow day issue. We talked about that a little bit, so she understood, you know, the seniors and the end of the year and some of the parameters we have that we just can't change. So she wanted you to know that she'd be working on that to see if the legislature could do something that would at least give us flexibility. If we need to use it or even want to is one thing, but so that was one of the things on her list of things she wanted to talk about. Another was the Labor Day calendar, and she said that she knows that we've kind of gone back and forth, and one of the things is she's proposing is, I haven't even looked at.
She's got a bill.
Yeah, that for the next 2 years, it would districts would have the opportunity to start earlier to kind of dip their toes in for people who haven't. Partially because I guess Labor Day is on like September 6th or 7th or something. It's later this year.
When it's later, they've given flexibility in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was another thing that she was, working on. And then she also, the automatic referendum. And something that, we had a good conversation about, and I said, I think I've heard those of you say around the table that we want to give our community the ability to do that. And what she had reminded me, which I guess I didn't know, is that with the automatic referendum, it doesn't mean that you have to use it as a school district. And her, I think, language she used around it is, she was trying to get at the piece about not having to spend the money of going through it, but doing some of the community engagement things like you've already done to help make that decision. And so those were the three things that she talked about. And I said, I think the one that I hadn't thought of this way at least was the automatic referendum, because I thought if they put that in, that would just happen for everyone automatically, but it doesn't have to. It can still be something that you vote on as a board.
And it would only be to replace what you had already.
Right.
Renew the current level.
Right.
So if you have a desire and the ability to go up, you still need to go on the
Right.
voters,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
Exactly. So you can think about that if you want to each call her individually or send her an email, or that's just, she's kind of working on and gathering information. I said I'd share that with you. So
Here's just a little more on her House bill. It's actually 0531 is the bill. And it's called School Districts Authorized to Begin the School Year Before Labor Day in 2020, 2021, 2021-22 school years. School districts start date modifications for certain school years authorization. So that's what that second is. And who's the co-author there in the Senate is Kent.
Susan?
Yeah.
So is it possible that they could give us a waiver on having to make up that other day from Friday?
yes, they, the reason we asked you guys to consider February is for some reason if it doesn't happen. But I think what people expect is, especially Minneapolis, St. Paul, because they're in the same boat we have and have, large number of students, is that the governor would say something about just to extreme weather circumstances that, I don't know if he'll say all or if he'll say, 4 of those days because of that week and what that might look like. I think the legislators are hearing a lot from folks saying, what are you gonna do? The thing that I think was hard is Governor Walz was trying to help people by saying we're not gonna hold districts accountable for that, but then the statute doesn't give him the ability to do that. I think it'd be different if he had called off school and said, because then school districts don't have a choice. So something has to happen there, and so what Shelley was going to do is try to figure out who is kind of working on that to address it at the legislative level and have a conversation. So
I went in and looked at the statute, what is the penalty? And it said that no school district will have to be required to pay more than $10 for violating the fine, or 10 days in jail.
yeah, who's going there, so.
$10 or 10 days in jail, like, that doesn't seem.
asking who
It said in the
for the
statute, that's
legislative
what it
police who's
said.
gonna come
Who
in and
decides
enforce
the
that.
choice?
Well, I can tell you that I'm not gonna be one to make that decision with you guys, so whoever wants to wear the orange suit, you guys decide. But I think that's what Shelley's, I think she made a good point. She said, when this was put in place or whatever, it just doesn't really make sense. To
No.
Sarah's point, really $10 or 10 days in jail.
And it said there is no way for them to punish us financially in terms of what they're giving us from the state for students and everything like that.
Right, how do they enforce that, was my question.
Right.
That's not entirely true, because we don't receive, there's not like an aid penalty, but we have students who are based off of
Right.
hours.
It said that,
Like
yeah.
for credit recovery
right.
and handicap kindergarten, where there is a financial consequence,
Right.
it's just not necessarily a penalty.
It's not an actual penalty, right, you're right, that's true,
So if we don't get to 10-20, then those kids can't
I was just
qualify
talking
for
about the
that aid.
penalty.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that she finds out who's working
I
on
know,
it.
it's so interesting because some people are like, well, nobody's gonna enforce the fine. So does that mean we should break the rule then?
Yeah, there's a little
I
bit
don't
of
wanna
ethics
break
on our
that.
part behind that whole deal of.
Oh, yeah.
We're not-
That
It's a
PR.
statute,
It is,
Rather
and
get it
there are
fixed.
examples that have been thrown out, like federal law and state law, and the state, if the state doesn't recognize it, it isn't upheld.
It doesn't, and like, to me, it's like, it's a statute, we do our best to follow, unless they come back and say something.
Not with my license.
Which hopefully they will, we just with our time constraints.
You don't like playing risk?
Bob doesn't wanna go to jail for 10 days.
Much of my job is risk management.
It might be a
Take it on.
vacation. Look at the positives.
Not to cook.
I actually thought
Oh, you want me
that-
to go in your place?
Probably can't have your cell phone, so-
I'm jealous. I just
Other
got that-
duties as directed.
No emails.
It's looking better all the time.
I know.
Cable.
I'll go. Like, that's
Right?
okay.
Video games.
Had the best days of my life.
Love Sarah do a documentary.
And then we can do it as house arrest.
Orange is the
Probably
new
could.
black.
I think you'd rather go away.
Oh my goodness.
I know what my choice
Well, and then
would
I'm
be.
just imagining if they did it to us, all the other districts out there that would have to do the same thing, like the jails would be overflowing with educators.
That might not be a bad thing.
This could be really interesting.
Think of the turnaround inside there.
I'm gonna whip this place into shape.
See, who else has bills on Labor Day, but these aren't
Yeah.
for 21, 22. Kim, she has one in the House, and Nelson has one in the Senate.
By the elevator.
Yes.
Okay.
There's all the rules of calling, call door.
Which is bad.
You got 3 minutes.
Where'd the garbage go?
I think it's
Is there
outside
one?
the door.
There's a bag there.
It looks like an
I can take it for you.
Has anybody peeked outside?
Yeah, they,
Not till 7, I think, or something.
Quarters have a whole new meaning. Funding my gambling.
No. No, it's more, just pretty outrageous. One, I think they're just doing research on what's people just calling, you know? So it's just put out.
Did you see there's one in here to school districts required to pay the cost of a college course entrance exam for all students in 11 or 12? Kunish, Bodine, and Chuck Weaver's one of them.
They're saying district should pay for it?
Oh, for now.
But they also appropriate money on.
Oh.
Like they did
looks
the
like it.
ACT?
It says.
Did they appropriate money?
Yeah, for
For
1
1
year.
year.
That should not be allowed.
Cause then they're pushing that pickle, right, because you appropriate the money for it, everybody gets used to it, and then you try to take it away, and everybody's like, wait a minute.
That's a complaint of all pilots.
Right, because they're siblings, right? You can't just do it, and you're like, what do you mean? You can't do another.
Got a big weekend this weekend.
I got a lot of advertising this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a
Are you on the
couple of
bike floor?
equalization
Oh,
bill,
yeah.
we talked about that with
That
Chris
was
and I,
just
and we stayed 0-0.
Like $5,000 or $10,000. Or
And I can rent a hundred.
$40,000.
Yes,
Are you out in the garage or what?
Have a job. Family room.
Have a job.
Yes.
With whole hugs.
Everyone, once you
So that, and we played the balloon.
like, yeah, it goes, it was horrible.
We went to a so then I wasn't using my work phone and I wasn't getting a balloon to do that. I just bounce it.
Go back and forth, as balloon volleyball kind of?
And they still have like the accent it, but then it goes pop. So we blew around.
You should try going up 6 or 8 balloons and seeing if you can keep them all.
We do 3.
3?
But
thanks already for everything we've been through. Thanks for sticking to the clock and good conversation. And nothing's on the future topics list, so good. So now we're just going to move into, I think, what will be hopefully a fun activity. We talked about determining as a board, like, who do we want to be? What can we get excited about together? I think that'll help us move forward together, and we have some common things that we're excited about. So I'm just going to read a little bit about brainstorming. First, this thing I found online, but it was on lifehacker.com. It says, no matter how much we say we love creative ideas as a society, our brains are hardwired to fear novelty. Researchers at Cornell, the University of Pennsylvania, and the University of North Carolina noted that we generally value practical ideas because they are proven and familiar compared to novel concepts which are riskier to introduce. This thought process is difficult to control because it's driven by a built-in motivation to reduce uncertainty in our lives. Making a wrong decision is literally painful for our brains to cope with, so we tend to seek out ideas that are safer. This tweet by Vox founder Aaron Levy sums up how people tend to react to ideas. So if it's a bad idea, people react with that will never work. If it's a good idea, people say that could work. And if it's a great idea, people say that will never work. So as we go into just doing brainstorming, we have two rules. We're going to defer judgment. So we're not going to say we can't do that. It's too expensive. It could never work because of whatever. We're just going to put out there whatever you want to put out there. And then the second rule is just get as many out as you can. They say just get out a bunch, and then we're going to go through this kind of like we did the consensus building. We're going to do individual ideas on our post-its, and then we're going to get with groups of 3 and meet at one of the white papers and try to find some consensus among what you put down, and then we'll come back as a full group. And then hopefully that will help us kind of catapult into our goal setting. Hopefully some things will come out of that will help us get started on our goal setting. Any questions? One idea per post-it. And then so we're going to do that for 10 minutes. And then we'll break up into groups and go to our white papers. Any questions?
Yes, what do different colors mean?
Nothing. I just didn't want anybody to be like, oh, that person's pink, what they write. That person's
So colors don't mean anything.
They don't mean anything.
Colors are universal.
So these are ideas that we would like to
Any
see.
random ideas, think big for our district, or think little, think little things you'd like to see. For example,
One idea per sticky.
yes. So as an example, we want to see more options at that school, or we want to see a 7-period day, or we want to see more physical activity, or any of those, anything like that.
Or it could be, instead of a specific thing, it could be more of a value statement or something, like something we focus on, whatever.
Can I, sorry, and this is, I'm backtracking a little bit, but I know you mentioned we're gonna add communication with the community somewhere between now and the end of the day, and I just didn't know where that was gonna go.
So my thought was, if you can think of brainstorming things where you would like to see us go in our engagement with the community, this would be a place to write down some ideas.
Yeah, the discussion.
Yep. All right.
So do we just compile a whole pile of these things
Yep.
for right now?
I think Mike gets up at 3 sometimes.
The one morning my phone was going up, I thought I had it on snooze, and I look at it and it's Kristen's, I'm like, oops.
Told you the hammer that comes out kicked in.
Should we go put them up there?
No, we're going into groups.
They're both the same thing, right? Doesn't matter which we put them on.
Okay, no, so, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So, as Shelley said earlier, what we're just thinking is, with the brainstorming, strategy, I think one thing that can happen sometimes when you start getting out sticky notes or stars or whatever is that really good ideas that came out from the very beginning when we're individually thinking and brainstorming all by ourselves can get lost in the shuffle through the process of leaning down into like, okay, here's our core things. So I think we want to be really careful that we don't lose any of the pieces that we have in front of us like right now. So what we were thinking is that we would break into groups. We can do the same ones we were this morning, or we can count off differently, or whatever. However, we just need 3 groups of people. She's doing it now. Sorry. And then as groups of 3, we'll have 1 board, 2 board, and where's the
1,
third
2,
one?
3.
Oh, there's one up here. Just bring your sticky notes and share them together as a group and talk about them and see if you can make sense of them. If you have a whole bunch of similar ones, then maybe group them together. You know, say, oh, everybody thought this idea was great. Look at everybody has something like this. If there's some you really, really want to take off for some reason, I guess that's okay. But I really would, we both were just saying how you want to be careful about not taking anything off the table at this point. So only take it off if you just really, really feel like it's not going to be a good idea to leave it there.
So it feels very open-ended, but that's how we want it to be. Just with your group, figure out how you want to organize yourself, what other things kind of go together. Are there things that maybe say something different but are really getting at the same thing? Try to get those together.
Yeah, leave them on there.
We'll do that for 15 minutes or so, and then we'll, as a whole group, kind of look at where we fell and see where we come. So you have a slip in front of you. We'll do 1 here, 2 here, and 3 over here. Questions?
And I think if you're in this place and you want to add something while you're together in your small group, that's okay. If you think of something now when you're in conversation, I think that's okay. Right? Yeah.
Are you 1? I'm a 1. Over there.
No, you're not by yourself. Are you one? Alright.
What do we do?
Okay, so we're just gonna share as a small group. We're gonna put the sticky notes up here.
Okay.
And we're just gonna talk about what our different options are. And try to organize it so that we go. Try to make some sense. So we're gonna try and see if there are patterns that develop or kind of some just natural point of consensus around it. Okay. So you just want to don't understand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I'll just say that I think this comes from at all. You know, Stillwater. To college. Unanimously. Life skills is like organization. Whatever, just life including how to fix a toilet, how to maybe do some basic cooking. I don't know. All of those things are included in that idea, like how to live as a people. But financial
focus on, secondary education, but potentially we need to make sure that we're addressing what might be the issues instead of those areas.
Right. So I have
More lessons, take more data,
construction, commercial cleaning, healthcare. These are all things we can just actually license and certify, so they can finish high school and go right into the job field. There are curriculums, there are programs that we can do that. If we can implement them here, then they can jump right into the workforce when they're done. So, that's kind of the idea. A sense that that is an actual viable direction. That's not college, but it's also incredibly valuable.
I know the trades is very interesting.
and how that has a partnership, relationship together, and how they internships or something of that nature.
Along with that, creation of innovation, creating building that's really focused on.
Excellent.
This one I think. Figuring out how we increase that.
Okay, I'm gonna put my last two together.
I just said financially position the district so hopefully we don't have to.
Some of my other.
Yeah, every year, I like that. There you go.
I was gonna do that if I had more time. This entrepreneurial class. Business majors. I guess about
Yeah, so that's, I'll put it together, but that's kind of where.
Send that to me.
Budget reflects students.
whatever title it was, the second.
You got this?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's on us. That's on our teachers. There's no. I can send you.
Look at that.
I know. Online course before they graduate from high school, it's a state requirement. So what's happened is, because that's a state requirement, all of the colleges have come up with ways to partner with the colleges in K-12, to provide something that they can use for the students themselves are coming up with. But yes, this incredible partnership is sort of like we have our USAO, but there's a specifically an online option. We have colleges, we have teachers, people has been certified as like by a college, teaching college courses. Still where they can ask to go to a college and take a course. One is there, one is here, right? This one is just for Florida, another option to stay online. It's very much like a part of it. It's embedded in the regular semester.
That was so good.
Gives them a little more flexibility. Yep. Yeah. Please, I like it.
I've got one that's
Those are cute.
No, they work for Snowshoe.
I can't respond to that, but I like the fact that they're not like, they have kind of a working class quality to them too, they're not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're, yeah, it's a hybrid.
Yes.
A hybrid. What I like, that just made it a little more
I love that you just use bourgeois in a sentence.
I'm like, you have some of the stuff we're doing, and so,
Are we having some?
and, we have a speaker, friend of hers, showing us these Right. So one of the she played, I never remember this guy's name. These are all the program things, and the guy, because they're putting like fancy cheese.
Aged cheddar, 15 year.
And then, no, take your roasted vegetables, and he's like, yeah, oh, you do that after. I mean, you know, actually, your stereotype, maybe you should.
Yeah, no, those are all. So a couple of things. One, I like that you're having fun. But if I'm so afraid to get around that I don't engage authentically. No, that's absolutely right. Yeah. And what's your second question?
Having fun up our game, we're doing it's just over the game program, but also it's a very good K-12. And so
I think what you would go drop.
That's kind of. And then the other thing, just one more thing, is I have this African American Muslim friend. His name was Nawa, and he said, just give me a plan of people out of your church. And that it's just kind of a fun thing to play with, right? So you're not like, you know, sometimes people are just being realistic in what they're asking when it isn't that lie, you know, so you just call it out. And it's starting from now, whatever the needs are. There's always a needs in a certain area, but you can't.
How about this one?
And I don't say that from a place of victim stance, but just you think about it.
Level 1 is everybody gets it. Level 2 is, okay, this particular child needs something different. Wow. So, I mean, to me, it was like really nice pages. Or you have any other special family circumstances. So the second tier,
You know, so all this complication. So how do you do it? You don't do it before, or you don't do it 2 and 1 before.
I do.
He was a vet tech.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, we flew to see what that was together.
Sure enough, at one point she said, because here's why this is not okay, guys. She was right. Yeah, it was great. And it was great because
That also is a concept of
yeah.
So I think it's definitely first year schools. At the same time, that dialogue is going on for 20 years.
But I'm hoping to
based on my hypothesis that people in positions of power, so they don't get their way, they're willing to move to the middle of the field when they don't have to. That's where it gets complicated. Oh,
That's what, you know, so, that's what I
so
mean.
much.
Not really together, knowing that in
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
That's right, you know.
And there's a great opportunity to put together some professional learning that, you know, you and I can go to it at university. And then really have to have a conversation about how this is going to kids and families. That's the part of it. Where so much of this is because the narrative is like, and this is what's going to happen next Thursday. Celebration of wondrous transformation,
What happens when your husband just says to you, Colleen, I'm getting messages, are you okay? He doesn't know why I'm not answering the phone.
There you go.
The community is engaged, right? So that's what we need to do.
Sounds like something like everything is the best here, or the best of everything. It's the cheesiest name of the store, and you walk in.
That, the event,
It's called Everything is the Best.
That's a lot of stability.
Okay. One of your kids? Oh, your husband? I think so.
We may want to add. Shelley, you're already housekeeping.
Yeah. Life skills plan, I like it. Life skills or, and finance.
First thing I did, I went to
Yeah.
14, 15. This is my most stressful time of the year.
She's not gonna be around for that? Oh, that's so nice. I've had some fun here when I was serious. Yeah.
And I'm not sure either.
Like, about 4 days.
one.
We're just gonna have to call them.
Yeah.
No, I can. Barb. But it doesn't come. It might be more.
Oh, you think so? It's like 8 minutes.
Man.
They're not that. Okay, all right, yep. Are you guys last again?
They're slow.
You got 5
We are
minutes.
thorough.
You got 5 minutes yet.
Actually, the comment
So you got plenty of
Thanks for
time.
giving me more think time.
There's pressure to finish our work.
Not now. It's not really.
My initial pass at
All right, so now, if we can just have one person from each group go up and kind of give a synopsis of what your group came up with. I gave you a piece of paper if you want to jot down things you hear that you like, or that you hear a lot of commonality in, and then we can just have a discussion about what people found. So do we want to start with this group? Does somebody want to go share?
Well, us first, we were finished last.
I
Somebody
know,
else
so
go.
it's super fresh in your mind.
Volunteer.
We'll help support.
Yeah, you guys jump in, okay, 'cause I don't miss something. I think in a nutshell, we were all about creativity and options. So we have options on here a whole bunch of times, it seems like. So one of the things we could do is apply to be an innovation zone, which is permission from the state, from MDE, right, that would allow us to have a lot more creativity in terms of how we do things and how we implement programming. We can be a lot more creative as a school district. So that's kind of in a nutshell. That would allow us to maybe create a life skills class, which would include like finance, which is something I've had to talk to a lot of kids who've recently graduated who they like really wish they had had a little bit more. How am I supposed to act like an adult in this world? I need to know how to manage my time, manage my finances, manage my wherever I'm living. How do I, fix a toilet? I don't know. But anyway, so life skills, comprehensive gifted and talented services is something I think we have a need for on this side of the Twin Cities. I think that we are uniquely situated to be able to provide really, and we are providing some really phenomenal services to our gifted and talented kids, but we're not meeting, the program is pretty small compared to what we would have the capacity to provide. So I would like to see that grow in terms of like the size of actual GATE program could grow, but also in terms of what we're doing K-12 to respond to the needs of our really high-end kids. I think that if we focus on that, it has an impact on what we do with everyone, because we're focusing on, one of the other ones we have up here somewhere is just an effort to focus on rigor and academic excellence. And related to that is to expand the foreign language options. We all three of us had something about increasing the Spanish immersion, grow that and put that somewhere where we have room for it to grow, and possibly partnering with Lila to provide a Chinese option as well, Chinese immersion option. Both of those would be really amazing options for our kids, and I think would be great for us to figure that out. Improve district financial stability, find some different ways to create partnerships, more comprehensive, robust partnerships with higher ed, whether that be Century College or River Falls or the University of Minnesota, whatever that might look like. What did I miss, you guys?
We talked a little bit, I don't think we didn't get this last piece down there, but we talked about support. Mark had shared about support for our EL families and our EL programs, that kind of thing, to help them continue to engage with their kids.
I think this is an important one too that we talked about briefly, is we're doing some really amazing work
I think, compared to other districts in the area in the social emotional learning. And I think that's really incredible momentum, and I don't want to lose that momentum, and I think we can keep doing that. And I think it's an incredible help for our kids. So let's just keep on keeping on with that. And that also, you know, when you provide more options and more flexibility and more rigor and really help meet the kids' needs better, we're doing that as well. It's another way to meet the needs of social emotional needs are tied to whether or not you feel like you're being challenged or you're not being challenged too much, and you know, you have lots of different choices and things like that. I think one thing we had on here, but flexible scheduling, I did talk about that. That we've heard that from lots of our high school kids, that we need to look at the secondary level. What are we doing in terms of the schedule? And maybe that includes the discussion about school start times as well, but to look at how are we scheduling the secondary level so that those kids have more time in their day chunked up so that they can make use of the options that we have available to them. Anything else?
Okay, thank you. All right, somebody from this group?
Alright. So we've had a lot of things that I feel that we really kind of blended quite well. So we have the major heading of community and communications, and under that heading, you know, it's anything from increasing the community knowledge of the district, board communication with the community, which is just, you know, highlighted the agenda item. Regain and maintain community trust, and more communication with stakeholders, so in increasing and improving upon those relationships with our stakeholders. Addressing the changing demographics of the district, as with our just rapidly changing demographics and increasing diversity, and how we kind of create some of these intentional partnerships. We thought that was a really important topic to tackle, and in that is the idea of reducing the opportunity gap. Address current and future money needs. So this one was kind of a biggie. You know, talking about balancing the budget, meeting the fund balance, working towards eliminating the peak and valley situation with the money, where we're going up and down and this, that, and the other, that should be a focus. Students focused, so electives, mental health, personalized experiences. We also put athletics and music in there with the idea of kind of similar to over there, where it's, this is a big district and it's a big high school, so creating opportunities for our students, you know, giving them access to mental health, you know, with athletics and music, providing as many options as we possibly can, and just really focusing on that with the general idea that we want every kid to feel that they're a part of something. So that's kind of where that came from. With that, we also discussed innovation, you know, business involvement, apprenticeships, mentorships, and Bob had written this down, innovation, creative hubs. So kind of goes along as well with that over there. Addressing facility needs and program needs, ALC, Spanish immersion, Lake Elmo Elementary. So just having that macro level facilities conversation and how that parlays with our programming. Shorten up the board meetings. I won't say whose that was in North Carolina, but an online.
We have that one too.
That's mine.
We have that too.
And online snow days. So just two kind of, you know, anecdotal things that we discussed. Marketing, you know, what makes your school unique. So the idea of maybe considering school to school marketing. And then lastly, negotiations. Two question marks for us. Board involvement. How might the board be involved in negotiations? And how might the board be involved in curriculum assessment? So just what curriculum is working, what's not working. We have the CAC committee, and then what way, shape, or form might the board be involved in that work as well. So, anything am I
Good job.
missing? Anything? Okay, all right.
And the last group. I can't reach it. I'm sorry, excuse me. Alright, so we use a lot more words, but for students, we have, just for overall, to work to improve the culture of everything from us to the schools. For our students, increase opportunity for electives at the high school, I think that's a common theme. And we just wrote 7 periods, 0 to 7 hour block scheduling, 3:30 activity bus, that's the way to get students into more activities. Expand the language program, expand GATE, increase physical activity. And then we also had internships, job shadowing, opportunities for leadership for all students, more life skill opportunities, teaching a growth mindset, and then maybe allowing more opportunity for students to move at their own pace. And then for board, talked again about implementing board liaisons, and if we did this with clear expectations of what that would mean. Condense the extra stuff at the board meetings also. And then have more of a maybe formal process for allowing space for board member requests. I think some are feeling like they have things they'd like on the agenda, and but we're so packed with all our meetings, so how could that be something we could do? Balance the budget, rotate student and staff reps from different schools at board meetings, so bringing in different groups rather than only having 2 students, but could we bring in a couple staff members from different schools or students from different schools, just to rotate to bring a different voice. And then for our teachers, we had empower teachers, include them more through surveys and other opportunities. See if there's any way to reduce administrative duties, reduce their meetings, and then reduce testing. And then finally with community, we had increased community engagement with our long-range facilities planning, community survey. We talked too about having an academic achievement committee that could be board and or community, and then increase enrollment. That's it. Anything else?
Balanced budget.
Balanced budget.
Shelley, what does that mean where it says reduce administrative duties?
I think if and I don't know who wrote this one, but I think if our teachers have things that, if there's things we could take off their plate so they can spend more time in the classroom or doing what they want to be doing with their kids. Alright, so what commonalities did we find? A lot. Yeah.
Opportunities for our students seems to be like one of the main increasing opportunities. Like we all mentioned, expansion of programs.
Innovation is a big one.
I think what's talked about on almost all 3 are, and you probably got it best here, improve district financial stability. When they talk about avoiding ups and downs, peaks and valleys, and both of them refer to the balancing the budget and meeting a fund balance of 5%.
What's the biggest said? Expand the language program, expand the GATE program.
This one did too. It's Spanish and everything. Oh, it just said address facility needs.
Yeah, but it, yeah,
So
we
the
did talk
intention,
about, yeah,
expand
about,
that.
yeah.
I think probably what you want to capture in there, and it's all part of that, is the long-range planning committee or working group. And so any facility needs, whether it's Spanish immersion, like Elmo Update, ALC, Brookview, a lot of those should be included in here.
I think most of us mentioned board meetings being briefer. If we can find a way to do that.
Well, the brief greatest one we've had most recently was last Thursday.
We
So
took
maybe
out
just
half
got
the
ordered,
agenda. Half the agenda,
order,
yeah.
But when did we
order more
Create
snowstorms.
our agenda and then go back in and take half of it.
Yeah.
Work every
Extra
time.
stuff in with Mary when that, it wasn't always done, all that extra stuff at the beginning.
No, we've always had it. We've just changed, I mean, it just depends on who's presenting, like how some have been brief, like 3 minutes where we have kids get up and they just wanna sit down right away.
Maybe we can have a discussion about just kind of the way that our, you know, that part of it goes, and so everyone kind of knows what to expect. You know, the group, you know, the various groups, I'm just wondering, you know, maybe that's part of it. Some group, you know, they don't really know who's gonna be asked the you know,
Right, because I think
expectations for that.
I like the idea of showcasing something our students are doing. But when it takes an hour, then
Yeah.
we've lost a lot of steam in our ability to make decisions.
And if we have 12 speakers for open forum right after that, that's another hour. So that's 2 hours right there. Yeah. Something to think about.
So we talked about a couple of things with increased opportunities. I think there's really two things, the getting them more electives and then also providing more opportunities for things that will help them kind of determine their path. I think that mentorship, shadowing, apprenticeships, both of those came out.
Can I say something about what we were just talking about? I think I was talking to, I can't remember what district this was. Their board meetings have before the board, so they're like our meetings start at 6 typically. From 5:30 to 6, they do the recognition thing. So whoever it might be, they come and they can either do a presentation, or it's a display, or it's an opportunity to ask them questions, or whatever the format might be, but they do it as a half hour before the board meeting, which that might work. Started out something positive, and then they don't have to stay, you know, for a long time or whatever. But something for us to think about.
Well, it is an opportunity to showcase good things that are happening.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
You don't want to lose sight of that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Any other thoughts on any of this? Anything that you really think I really want to do that?
Yeah, I'd say marketing. I think for each of our schools, and I'm not sure in a choice mode as much as to attract people who aren't in our schools now. But again, as Carissa raised last time, is the whole idea. At sometimes it's a problem where you're going to put them. So if you have pre-K, you'd have to come up with more room in some places. But again, I think we could sell our schools more. As I go through the southern and central part of the district, I see all kinds of houses going up. But I'm just hoping a lot of those kids end up in our schools. And I think we've done things and we'll continue to do things that are proactive. But
Some of the things too, Bob and I were just, as we were looking at things of requests, it came up, we just talked about, for some of them, maybe for some of you it might be a refresher, but some it might be new about what we're doing with our multi-tier systems of support, or what Chris's team has been doing and what's been different the last year and a half with communications and outreach, those kind of things. So you know, kind of have a good sense of where we are, then that'll help, you know, with next steps, what you might want.
I think that'd be interesting, Jack, to share with Denise, with that, you had that sheet at the beginning that was board. It's the colored one.
The circle, the big wheel.
This one, right? To
Yeah.
me, what would be interesting, it sometimes is what we do just internally with the admin teams when we come up with ideas like this, is to lay something like this across it, so that the school board, you're able to go, okay, which part of that falls into the governance part, and which part falls into the, we gotta give direction on exactly what we want this to look like, or just as kind of a next step to process through the ideas. Because they'll start intersecting, right?
All right, well, a really good starting point, I think. So thank you for participating in that, and hopefully that will go into some of your goal setting that we're going to move into now. And I think you're doing that.
I think so. Okay. And we're a little bit behind, so we'll try and go through this, I guess, as quickly as we can. I'm not exactly sure what our goal is. Okay. So, the next thing on the agenda is school board goals and strategies, and I think it would be helpful for us to start by looking at what our current mission statement and goals are. So that is in your packet. It looks like that. This is what we worked on together last year, right around this time with Mary Saccone. And so maybe we could just take a few minutes to review this. And then I guess the question I would have is, you know, just broadly speaking, how do you feel about these goals, whether or not we have been successful at working on these? And if so, what do you think worked? If not, what didn't work? What do we need to do differently this year? We'll just take a few minutes to think about that. So, we could either take these one at a time, or we can just kind of talk overall, broadly speaking. Anybody have any thoughts or observations?
Well, I know at least some of us don't love these goals. To me, they don't feel like they have enough teeth to them, and I don't know that we've really looked at what's been below them to see how we're doing in that. I don't know that we've been intentional about doing what our strategies say. And so it's felt
So that's
like
a
where we are.
that's a really good point for me. First of all, I think you need to create awesome, really meaningful, authentic goals. But then you need to have some sort of structure in place that will help you, I mean, to actually implement those goals, to actually make sure that you're gonna follow through. Both things are important and they work together, and something we need to think about as we're creating the goals, I think. Any other thoughts?
I think part of it is, not that you wanna feel emotionally attached to the goals, but I do feel that, these are a little bit, they're not very personal to, I think, who we are. So maybe that can be, an area of, improvement, if,
I think that's,
seems too generic.
yeah, I think that's a good point then. We're a new board. And so what is meaningful to us as we kind of look at it, I'm so trained SMART goals that I always think. And so these seem extremely long to me. There's a lot of clauses and a lot of what ifs.
Yeah, they are long.
And so and I just throw these three out for conversation, okay? One, to me, what's very important is community trust and support. However you get that. The second one that I would bring out, Bob said it in terms of peaks and valleys, is financial stability. And to me, that's the 5% fund balance. And then the third one that I would put out there would be this whole idea of student achievement. And to me, as I break that down, particularly something like third grade reading proficiency. Now, I pulled that one because to me that's most meaningful. But I throw that as a starting point. What I would say to you, if I had to prioritize these, they would be the opposite way that I gave it to you. But because of where we're at, I think this is the way I would address them here and now.
And for the academic part of it, I wrote down meaningful measurement, not necessarily that it has to be a particular test, but something that you could look at and say, this is where we've improved, this is where we need to improve, no matter what you use for it, but to have some sort of baseline to see how you're doing.
So let me make one comment and see what you guys think. Mark called me a couple weeks ago and said, what about doing goals for 2 years? We are this board for 2 years. And we probably can get more meat on our work if we could do these, like whatever we're gonna do, we're gonna do it for the next 2 years. And I think that will help us maybe look deeper into.
I think that's very neat.
Yeah, I thought, like you say, I agree. I mean, me reading this, it's hard to understand how this guides, every decision that we're making at every business meeting. We say, just hold up that motion for a second. I'm going to read through this. I think it's important that we have very little time. Actually, 2 years is a very short period of time, and we have so many things that come across our desk. But I think it's important that we have as specific of goals as possible that are achievable goals. They can't be wishes upon a star. They need to be achievable goals that we're taking concrete steps every business meeting to try to reach or build toward, I should say. So I would be in favor of working to define some specific, potentially 2-year goals that this board seeks to accomplish.
What are some other thoughts for what you'd like to see for board, like for goals? Mike, throw it some.
I like where Mike was going there. 3, I'm more of a bullet point type, so financial stability, student achievement, probably number 1, stakeholder involvement. I feel like, this first goal, it's like it's one little, not little, but it's one idea, but there's so much, I'm not, that could be simple stakeholder involvement, if that makes sense. I just think our 3 strong important bullets for me are the 3 biggies: student achievement, financial stability, stakeholder involvement, community involvement, and trust. Those are 3 very important bullet points for me personally.
I was just going to say, so like for the financial stability, I think we all agree with that. But what do we mean by that?
Yeah.
And that's the tough,
And that's why I break it down
Specific
to
enough.
fund balance budget. That puts.
Yeah,
the
and I would
meat
put
on it.
one other on top of that. I would say that the levy, that we consider what we're going to do about our operating levy that's going to be expiring. That how do we work towards a goal there? Can we define a goal as it relates to our expiring operating levy? But that would be part of our financial stability long term.
Yeah, and the other part I throw in, and everybody probably knows this, but I'll mention it anyway. SMART goal is something that's specific, it's measurable,
Achievable.
achievable, relevant, and timelines.
Has a
It
time
could be a year, it could be 2 years.
Well, and I think some of the things that we have up here all have a cost associated with them. So not just to say financial stability, like, okay, let's get to a place where we can just hang on. Let's get to a place where we can actually have the funds and the time to actually implement some of these things we would like to see that relate to this vision that we have of creating more opportunities for our students.
Yes, I think we need to have enrollment grow enrollment somewhere in there, but maybe that comes under financial stability, I don't know.
Increasing enrollment, yeah.
Sustainability and programming.
Mhm.
Sorry, I got some.
Anybody think of anything else, that would be something that we really want to achieve between now and say 2 years from now? This year, between this year and next year?
Other than what we already said in the goals, so not what's up here.
Right, yeah. I mean, I guess some of this plays into it, but.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say, you know, is, because I think taking, for example, the flexible scheduling, giving our kids more electives, that could be part of student achievement if we made that part of the student achievement. But, you know, where does some of that more part of our future visioning, or do we wanna include this in our goals for the next few years? I think, because we keep talking about that, it keeps coming up and coming up and coming up. And every year that we don't do anything, it's more kids that are not having options. So I don't know what that looks like or how you put it in there, but.
Does it play into our idea of, you know, the levy, for example? Is that a bullet point in our levy pitch?
Well, I kind of look at some of these sometimes when I have like flexible scheduling or more options for students for the sake of what? And when I look at it, what it says to me, an area that I think we're underserving our kids is career and technical education. I mean, that's just a huge bunch of kids who have relatively fewer options than they ought to have. I think some of our other populations, relatively speaking, we could make it richer, but they're not getting as much of a rich experience. But it's almost when you go student achievement, okay, what kinds of achievement? I mean, when you get into the details, maybe that's where the devil is. How do we transfer that? That's why I like one, and it's easier to work with and measure, and that's reading proficiency. Or you could go graduation rate, or to take a different one that we probably haven't said much about, but should, is the whole learning gap between certain subsections of our populations. But I think any one of those are legitimate if you said, okay, we're really going to focus on this.
Well, the first one on ours, the increased opportunity for electives at the high, I think several meetings ago, some high school students did a presentation about that, and I don't understand enough to know what are the barriers to that happening. Like, is that a more expensive thing because?
But
So-
yeah, I'm glad you brought that up
Yeah.
because so for instance, a 7-period day or a block schedule, they're more expensive. But we just finished talking about some things with partnerships that we could do that wouldn't cost us a cent more. Where we talked about it in our group about teachers teaming up and kind of hitting 2 sets of standards at one time. So the kids are working on a project that has social studies and English language arts put together. If we could do some of that, that would allow them to have more flexibility within the current system. So, you know, it's not always that it has to cost more money. Many times it does, but there are some other options where you could, as you're figuring out that strategy, do some of these other things. So to your point, Shelley, our kids who are in 9th grade right now don't have to wait 2 years before they have it.
So I stopped having this discussion about whether we're dropping band or Spanish to take art, you know, like that. We have kids who want to do it, and just, I'm sorry, you can't do it.
But possibly, building on what you just said, whether it's apprenticeship, mentorships, whether it's job shadowing, those are all kinds of activities, relatively speaking. It's always going to cost you something. Job shadowing, somebody's got to organize it, somebody's got to arrange it. So there are costs there, but relatively speaking, you can get a lot of bang for a huge expenditures. But those are ways really to attack a couple of those ones, student achievement plus stakeholders.
Well, and
Your timing.
you may wanna look back at the components of the World's Best Workforce, right? And align that for your World's Best Workforce Committee, because Read Well by Third Grade is in there, Ready for School is in there, Achievement Gap is in there, Career and College Readiness is in there, Graduation is in there. And so there's an opportunity to create some alignment for you now that as you talk, you've got a new group sitting here. Maybe this group wants to peel apart that, and once this year's group comes and says, here's kind of the recommendations we have, maybe that's the time where this group wants to chew on those and say, actually, this is what we want the goal to be for Read Well by Third Grade. This is what and then behind that, here are the opportunities for metrics to gauge ourselves off of with them. That would be a way to align two things, and the World's Best Workforce.
Well, I think just so we're all on the same page, our job really is to come up with our goals, and then you create your goals off of our goals. So ours is more the what, the bigger picture what, and then you guys do the like how we're gonna get there. So it's not like I'm not gonna make a goal that says we're gonna have 7 period a day, but we might make a goal that includes increased opportunity electives.
And then it will be on those types of larger things, that back and forth, right, is what's the board's appetite for changing policy? That will impact that, right? What's the board's appetite for adjusting our grading policy, our credit by assessment policy? So those would be the non-financial impacts of figuring out how to do that, because then once that's in policy, now your goal has transmitted to an actionable plan, which is backed up by the policy that you put in place. And so that helps administrators and then your building principals be supported as they're trying to ramp their staff up in that direction.
You know, it's interesting when you mention competencies, because I look at the one that's up here, life skills, finance. I was in a district for 11 years that required a finance class. But what kids also could do, and that's always going to be the claim, is they could test out, prove competency.
It gets back to that we can teach it, but they might not understand it. The opposite is true. They might not have to teach it because there might be kids that already understand it.
They get it. Get it well.
Why have them sit in a class when they could be doing something else?
Exactly.
You know, raises a good question, and across the curriculum, perhaps we don't do enough of that. I mean, it's like taking a math, how good am I at math when I go to college, and what do? They test or assess where I'm at, and then place me.
And we already have that for some classes.
Yes.
But the question is, what happens if you open it up? Now, without creating a 7-period day, for example, if that's your end goal, is the actual opportunity. If you open up the credit by assessment, now you've in effect created that without costing you a 7-period day. You're just providing the kids who are your band and world language kids the opportunity to increase their flexibility by assessing them work their way out of that competency.
It might be interesting even to assess some of our kids and see what their Spanish abilities are already. I suspect some of those kids can read and write very proficient.
This is probably completely out of the subject matter, but as far as trying to free up space for high school students to take other classes, is the requirement for them to take gym if they're in a sport a state requirement?
So they have to have
There's some flexibility.
there is some flexibility.
Yeah.
If you're going to offer it for credit, they have to be assigned to a licensed Phi Ed teacher.
Okay.
Right, so it works great if your coach is a Phi Ed teacher, you could probably pull that off, but if your coach isn't, then it doesn't qualify for that credit.
So is that the reason we kind of stay away from that? Because some kids could get it and some kids couldn't.
I would assume it's part of it. It's just not, you can't clean.
Yeah. I think there's another curriculum issue here, and that is being in a sport the same as physical education.
Right, I think that's the problem, because I think when you're in a sport, you're not getting those state standards of curriculum for Phi Ed. It's a totally different thing.
That might be interesting though, when you're talking about options, when we have people like Deb Van Cly who, you know, she, with that PEP grant, did some amazing work with our bio teachers. A person like her could figure out how to do it with some of our sports at least, so it might not be all sports, but probably a good many of them you might be able to do something where, you know, even dance into the fine arts piece, it's just knowing what those standards are, and then if we have the licensed teachers. I think that's probably our biggest thing, is we'd have to find out how many of our coaches are. But it's
My
even if
problem
you
though
are
is
have some.
Yeah, I mean, they're the kids who are in athletics who don't want to take up time in their schedule for Phi Ed. And so we're trying to be creative for quite a few years now, trying to create some space there. But there's the other component of, you know, how much physical fitness are we having our kids do? What if you're not in a sport? You know, are we meeting the needs of kids who need more physical activity at all grades, you know? So that's
Well, and that's
another
part of,
question.
yeah, we've
Right.
talked about this because, you know, it's 2 days a week for elementary students enough. I would say no way.
Yeah.
But, you know, you have so many minutes in a day, and but are there creative ways we can even talk about that? We're talking about this mile club or something that some kids just leave literacy for 12 minutes. or
Yeah.
whatever. You know, like the goal, right, is that their brains are functioning better anyways, so it ends up being fine. But I think we get stuck thinking we can't do stuff.
But see, I think something that got touched on here, and Tina and Denise and I talked a little bit about this at the legislative committee meeting. Imagine if we took our whole curriculum and said, okay, where can we measure competency and improve it and demonstrate it elsewhere? That might have a lot of application. It might, and again, that would probably be a biggie to try to get past MDE, but if you could get credit waived or courses waived, a form of advanced placement on the secondary level, that might free up some scheduling place and time.
Well, and I think we've even heard about elementary, right, where some places you might be doing social studies and English at the same time. So it doesn't necessarily mean this many minutes and then this many minutes and this many minutes, but you can do these together, that frees up a little more time to do some other things.
So then what is our charge?
Well,
Develop goals.
I was just trying to get back to that.
We have 20 more minutes. We could try to take a stab at writing them.
So I think that at this point, this part up here is our mission statement, correct? And we don't have any interest in changing that at this time? Is that what we're thinking?
Well, the only thing I would like to see, and I'm not proposing we do that here and now, maybe even that could go to one of our committees. Typically what we've done in the past many times is the policy committee worked on it. And I would say what I would like to see is to shorten that up.
And this is not
There's
our
too
mission
many
statement.
qualifiers in it.
That's not our.
It's our board mission statement. Isn't this what we read
It's
at
a
the beginning of
preamble
it?
to our goals. So I would say it's not a mission statement, do you think? Because we just added this, I think, last year or the year before.
Well, whatever you want to call it, are we interested in keeping it the same, I guess? The Stillwater Area Public Schools Board of Education ensures outstanding learning opportunities for the social, emotional, academic growth of every student in our school district through authentic partnerships and meaningful communication with our community, parents, and students. Every decision is made with a commitment to equity for all students and for future generations impacted by our actions. I agree with you, it could be shorter, but I think it's a pretty strong statement.
I do too. It's more the three below that I
Right.
have done.
So we're comfortable leaving that at this point with potential of shortening it at some point in the future. So then I would say, whatever we want to call that is kind of the preamble to the goals. It's sort of a mission statement, but the goals for the next year or 2 years is what we're looking at. And I think if I hear everybody clearly, these goals are not specific enough, and maybe they're too long, and they're not meaningful or personal enough. So can we set some goals for ourselves as a board that will help drive some of the activities that we do for a district for the next couple of years, that are specific, that are meaningful, that are authentic, that are personal, and that will actually drive our decision making as a board? Can we do that? Anybody wanna give a stab at a start?
Yeah, and I think those are the three Mike talked about, that we might tweak some. That financial stability, I think, would be the easiest one to write.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's pretty clear cut, but then student achievement, and then however we wanna write stakeholder engagement or building community trust.
Well, let's start with financial stability then, because I think that's one it's kind of on our mind, and like you said, I agree it's kind of an easier one, but I also agree, I think you said, Mark, earlier, that it's not specific enough or clear or meaningful enough, so can we be more specific? What do we mean by financial stability in terms of the next 2 years?
So I think we listed fund balance, balanced budget.
So fund balance back to 5%, or at 5%, balanced budget.
And we can talk about, do we all agree that we want to increase enrollment?
Is that part of the same goal, or is that a different goal?
I think financial stability.
Okay,
Yeah.
increase enrollment, okay,
Yeah, we probably have to define what we mean by that.
okay.
And the other is preparing for an operating levy. And if that's how we want to word it, or
Could you?
Well, it's defining a strategy for an operating levy.
Okay.
And then it's because I think in 2 years' time, at the latest.
So prepare a strategy for an operating levy renewal, or increase possibly.
Well, see, I'd go a little bit further. I would say to set passing and operating or renewable levy in 2 years. I mean, you gotta be
Right.
ready to go, and you
Right.
gotta pull it
Right.
off. I
Right.
mean, it's not enough just to run it. You gotta pass it.
Right.
which,
That's right. What are you gonna do to make it levy successful?
right, so prepare.
A successful operating levy.
Now, the only
Give me some words, people.
way out there would be if the state passed it, so you didn't have to go to the voters, and they may do that.
Although that's just to renew, and we're going
Right.
to need to do more than renew.
Good point.
So,
Or at least we wanna consider that, right?
so any other components of financial stability that you want to list?
I do too, and I don't know if it fits here or elsewhere, but, sustainability and programming, I think and I don't know where we put that, but I think it's our programs that are the reason people come here, but it's also one of the key areas that seems to be, part of our budget cuts, so, I believe that is a very crucial component to our overall, budget planning and process, is sustainability in our programs and systems, ensuring sustainability.
So not just financial stability, but also academic programming?
Although you could have it in student achievement or financial stability, because we're asking to continue the financial backing for our programs.
So what I have so far is one of our goals that we're considering is, broadly speaking, financial stability. And underneath that, what we mean by that is increasing the fund balance, or returning the fund balance to 5%, creating a balanced budget, increasing enrollment, and preparing a strategy for a successful operating levy renewal or increase.
See, I'm not sure if I wouldn't take that last one, the operating levy, and I know I've gone beyond my rule of 3, but just make it 4, because it is something, and it's big time, and I can't think of a whole series of sub-measurements or activities that you're gonna have to do to pass it. Pardon? Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. But either way,
Yeah,
I can
because I
look at
think
it either way.
it's really a part of our long-term financial stability.
Oh, you
Aaron.
bet.
It's a key component to it.
I mean, our present one is 8 years, and if we didn't have it, it would be catastrophic, I
Yeah.
believe. I really do.
And I think that's where the 2-year timeframe is
Yeah.
pretty germane. That's it.
Right, because it expires 2021, right?
2021.
Yeah.
So we have to have it passed by 2020.
2021 is when we would need to go.
21 is the last time you could go out, November of 21.
Okay.
And I think all
But
of
we could
those.
go out anytime, right? At this
Anytime
point?
after, right.
'Cause
Up
it's
till
had 7
now,
years.
up till 2019, it would have been a revoke and a renew.
Okay.
Now we aren't,
Now
we're
we can
tracking
just
that,
go.
so 2020 would just be, whatever you decide, renew or renew and increase.
Okay.
Yeah, and I personally, I think that fits very, very tightly with that whole idea of restoring trust, credibility with the community, all of that, engaging stakeholders. That's all a key part of this.
So are you saying a fourth would be the levy or still part of the financial?
I could go either
Yeah,
way.
I don't know. I think it's a key part of our financial stability.
I do too.
Could you read the first part of it?
Well, I don't really have wording super clearly laid out, but just the first one is financial stability as a goal. Returning the fund balance, maintaining the 5% fund balance, because that helps to create that stability. Having a balanced budget, increasing enrollment, and preparing a strategy for an operating levy renewal or increase.
Yeah. See, and what I would do is this, I would just reword it just a little bit different. Successfully task a fund. Yeah. I just say what it is you're gonna do, and you know if you meet the goal, if you pass it, and if you don't, you don't. Because the strategy is not important, passing it is. Now I realize they're linked.
So just successful operating levy renewal or increase.
Yeah.
Because we haven't decided if it would be just a renewal or if it would be an increase, right? That would be part of the plan.
You could just say successful operating.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's
There we go.
to be defined later.
So successful operating levy.
Yeah.
And so is the goal that we'll get bullet points and then the policy working group will take it back and take a stab at wording?
Yeah.
Sure.
We'll talk to the chair.
Easy for us to say.
I feel like that's a full-time job all
Like in our
time.
committees.
Yeah. Okay, so we have financial stability. The other ones we have that have been proposed are community, increasing community trust and support, and student achievement.
Which I think everybody said one of the
Yeah, let's take a stab at the student achievement one.
Okay, let's try to be more specific about student achievement. Anybody have thoughts?
I had just written down a meaningful measurement. And we have to decide what that would be, but to have something that we could see, something specific that we could see if we're improving or if we needed to improve.
Here's what you could do is on that, look at this sheet, just put the workforce benchmarks.
So I would say you also have your results policy.
Yeah.
So the thing might be to retool your results policy, because that has the current, up to this last year, what the board at the time decided were gonna be all the metrics for doing just that.
And I think that's one of the things on our.
It is on our list, yeah. So,
So it might be, refresh your results policy.
okay.
Based
Mhm.
on those, what metrics you think.
And make
Okay.
that direct connection to world-class workforce, which would give that engagement group some clear direction as to what to do.
But there isn't crossover from the portrait of a graduate into the results policy, right?
There isn't
That's
a-
what would need to be.
at this
There isn't now, but we should, right?
Could be.
And that will be fun for you to work on, because there are a number of things that you can look at from other districts from Ed Leader 21 who've done the profile of a graduate and looked at some creative ways to do that, so you'll have examples, you won't have to start from scratch.
You have
And you
rubrics?
can see what you want to design it to look like.
Okay.
So is this where we put, something about opportunities? For more
Oh,
options
increase
for our
options.
students?
Oh, yeah, student achievement. serious are we at looking at wanting to look at how the, like our schedule?
Well, I think especially if, you know, they're saying maybe there's options that aren't gonna cost extra money,
Mm-hmm.
then
Get those first.
but I think we've been hearing over and over from our students,
Mm-hmm.
they want more options.
We can lay out a continuum for you of the least painful to the most, just as far as what you might have to do to find the money to be able to pay for that. And so, you know, when we look at those and we talk to our kids and we talk to you, and some of those we'll do with little or minimal financial impact. Others, you might say, well, no, we want that, but we're gonna have a 3-year process to it or whatever that's aligned with your budget.
Which is great, because that would maybe get us toward a levy, you know, because they say they want, we should not threaten people with what we'll take away, but here's what we could do. Here's
What
what,
do you want?
here's the path we started,
Inspire.
here's how we can get to the next step.
And I know one of the, when I talked to, partnership plan, at the very beginning, I think, of this year, there was some opportunity to go with Anderson. And did that end up
Yes.
happening? I mean, making something happen?
Yep, we actually have a couple of things going on with them. They are, we have several companies, but Anderson is one of the most notable who keeps showing up at the table and actually funding some of the things they wanna do. But, their staff, some of their staff's coming to our adult basic ed to learn, English language skills. They have, donated to our buildings for our programs for more equipment that they see as in alignment with what they would like. So there's definitely some of those opportunities out there where, you know, we can start some of those, but that again, you'll probably have to have a little bit more in-depth conversation about, okay, what do we mean by increased opportunities? And that might start, you might want us to just start and come with a plethora of things for you to look at and mull over and think, and then each of you can think about, okay, for me it's really about career and tech ed, and maybe it's online options, because that might be one way that we can get kids more. So we can dig into that for you, and then say, here's big picture, what are the things that you'd like to pursue?
So if we just put increased student options, or options.
Student, okay.
Increased student.
Increased student opportunities. And, do we wanna include specific, cause all 3 of this group said something about immersion. I mean, do we wanna separate that out as a separate thing, or do we wanna just have that be part of?
No, there are several, because career and tech ed is one.
Yeah.
I think we talked about, and, you know, foreign language, whether it's immersion or not, I'm not sure.
The one thing you may want to, and maybe not be in a goal, but to think about too is, when you say we want to increase experiences for students, that might also mean that there are some things that we no longer want to do. And having that honest discussion about what are the things that just, in 2019, 2021, we need to, as a 3-year plan, we need to start phasing some stuff out, because otherwise you can't really do the sustainable thing and the experience thing, they don't work together.
Right, and that's gonna help us with the financial stability too.
I think that's, like, wasn't this part of the conversation, didn't you have to go through this when Project Lead the Way was coming in and we
Oh,
had
you
looked
bet.
at the changing?
Here's an old curriculum rule, and I spent a good portion of my life. Every time you add something, guess what? What are you gonna take out? But which is important, because a lot of times what happens is you get duplication, or you get a prior model, and it just destroys both programs. But, you know, again, I go, there's an awful lot of opportunity to add practices across the curriculum. Like one that I see underutilized, but I've seen some beautiful examples of it, where kids, as part of a course, made a presentation. And then they had what they called juried presentations. So all of a sudden, if I was a kid in a class, I'm making a proposal, I dress up because that's my day to go before. And before me, maybe we got somebody from Anderson, maybe we got somebody out of the counselor's office, maybe we got somebody from Lakeview who's giving me feedback. And we, even for the speakers, you got some kind of rubric which we've created of what they're looking for and how they're evaluating. That's just a simple one, but again, it does a variety of things. One, it gives authenticity to the kid because it's something beyond the classroom walls that has application. Two, you're tying in engagement of the community as well. And there's so many beautiful offsites of that. Another one, big one that used to be big, but we don't do as much today, and I understand why, is when you had a field trip and you go someplace, you can do the same thing we did at our work session. Today you can Skype it. Somebody could walk through Anderson's and be talking and kids could see it, ask questions, and it works both ways. So I'm saying there's a lot of things because of technology, but it brings home the realism and the practice of it. And I just think there's a lot of possibilities. But I think on another time, another effort, whether it's staff that does it, whether it's us that does it, or whether we do it in combination, is sit and brainstorm. And you can come up with a lot of cool stuff.
Sarah, can you go back to where we're at with the wording of it?
Well, I don't know how good, so what I have for the second one is student achievement, and the first part of that is to refresh the results policy and try to maybe connect it to the world's best workforce.
So what
And-
was workforce is funded already, but
And portrait of a graduate. So that we get those things all kind of aligned to some extent. I'm not sure how completely aligned they can be, but just to try to get everything sort of more clear and concise. Increase student opportunities, and then I just have, career and tech ed, foreign language, identifying initiatives that maybe are no longer working and we could phase out. That's all I have so far in terms of increasing student opportunities. Do we need? Yeah.
And I don't know what will actually be in the goal, not everything will be written in the actual goal, but.
The policy committee will clean out.
Or just meet every day.
No, I'm
Right,
serious.
what I want in there.
Because again, a group this big sometimes is hard to get
Yeah.
the word.
Well, and I think too, we've done that in the previous boards where if you have an idea, email the policy chair. I know that Director Hefner did that quite a bit where he would email his thoughts about something that he wanted to be taken to the policy group, because we're not gonna have it all nailed down right now at this time of the day.
Mhm.
But I do like the direction that the conversation is going, so.
Yeah, I do too. So just as a reminder, the three core things that we started with are building community trust and support, financial stability, which we've already done, and what we're working on now is student achievement. One piece of that had been talked about earlier, but we haven't brought up yet in this list, is the role of the third grade reading proficiency and any other academic standards that we have. Do we have an interest in trying to focus on something like that here in this?
I think third grade was world's best workforce. That's one of the
Well,
five.
that's what I wondered. So that's in our results policy, but do we want to also set goals? And I think part of what the World's Best Workforce Advisory does is set goals in those 5 areas.
Okay.
But that's what, we don't want to only refresh the results policy, but also have know where our aim is.
Okay.
in each of those areas.
Right. I guess that's what I was asking.
So some of it's already
Okay, so we don't need to put anything like that here. Is that what we're saying?
I think
Well,
we do.
you might want to have set goals in all areas.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have the 5 goals of the world's best workforce.
Yep.
And the district, so if you think of it this way, regardless of what you call with school board goals, the district has to have a goal in each of those 5 areas. We need to have something pertaining to EL from under ESSA, and we need to have something with attendance under ESSA.
Mm-hmm.
So you really have 7 areas that, depending upon how closely you want to link your board goals and work with, we're going to be having focus areas in those as well as we move along.
Yeah, if you remember, EL is like one of our places that we have the most need for based on the data we have back in NASA, so we need to think about addressing that for sure, because that's.
Okay. So, I guess I'm still not clear whether or not we want to say that this is a goal that we have as a board that we want to try to keep some attention and focus on. Like, to me, if we put this here, this is something that we as a board are going to be committed to going back and checking in on from time to time. Or we need to create some sort of structure around, like, can we have regular feedback? Can we get some updated reporting? Can we keep the conversation there, like, okay, where are we at? What's being done? How can we, you know, just because it's something that matters to us as a board, that we really do increase those scores.
So that's
you know?
where I would ask the question, different in that topic than your sustainability one and the levy one. Put a board goal of student achievement. What truly does the board have as an action on student achievement? That's what you'd have to decide. Because for the most part, anything dealing with student achievement is really going to fall on the administrative side of the house, which is why you're going to struggle with answering the question, well, how do we
Well, that's what I was just saying,
Yeah.
like, you know, as a board, we're saying, this is an important goal for us as a board, this is what we're saying. So as a board, we're gonna say, hey, you know what, we're gonna keep asking the questions relating to this topic, because we wanna see progress being made on this area. So whatever you can give us, we're gonna keep asking,
So
you know?
maybe the board's goal then ends up becoming something around ensuring the alignment of World's Best Workforce, ESSA goals, and the like. Because that's the work you can do, Portrait of a Graduate, because that's the work you can do as a board and be able to gauge whether you are or you aren't doing it.
But right here, it says evaluate results. That's what we're looking at.
Right. So I think that's where we ensure goals are set in all areas, but that doesn't necessarily mean we are setting the goals, because we're making sure that we refresh the results policy, make sure it includes all of those, and then we make sure there is a goal attached.
And I think that gets to Liz's point of maybe the goal is to redevelop that and define, maybe the 2 years is to really develop and define as a school board, what do you want to be the measures that you're gonna over a long period of time understand what's working and what's not working.
Yeah, I mean, and actually that kind of gets to one of the questions I had, you know, sort of overall in terms of this whole conversation, which we're running a little bit behind, so I'm trying to be mindful of the time. But how can we write these goals out in a way that, and put structures into place that will ensure success? Because, you know, we spent a lot of time creating these goals last year, and then there they sat. And so, you know, at one point, we all, as a board, thought these were great goals, and they're fine. But now here we are making new goals, and I don't want to make new goals and then just, okay, well, a year from now, let's pull out this piece of paper and see what we were supposed to have been doing, you know? Let's try to create the structures that we need to have as a board to make sure we are actually doing these things that we put on this list, right?
But some of that will or could kick out data. Like, for example, if one of your goals, just pick out one of the world's best workforce standards, and that's reading proficiency. You can find out what it was this year, you can compare it to next year. Or say another part of that might be, well, we're gonna create X number of apprenticeships. You can measure it, how many kids had that experience or successfully completed. So constantly what you're asking again and again, what do they know and what are they able to do?
So this is about monitoring the results.
Ensure ongoing dialogue that monitors our World's Best Workforce goals, our, you know, all of the various measurements that we're accountable for, you know, and ensuring an ongoing kind of like a progress report. And how do we, I think we all want to just know, you know, because that helps us with our communications with our stakeholders as well, is knowing where we're at with regards to World's Best Workforce, profiles of graduate, our measurements.
And then these are your monitoring reports, so maybe that helps make the link. These reports that the directors pull together, working with our coordinators and teachers and everybody who works on the programs, those are what you get every 6 months. That tell you about what have we accomplished, what's coming up in the next 3 months, what's coming up in the next 6 months. Then you get another one. So the process, the monitoring reports are already in here for you. So when you realign the results policy to have it create what you want for students with the Portrait of a Graduate, then what you'll be able to see is alignment with the projects here. And that's where you can sit down with your cup of coffee or your favorite beverage and go through and say, now I I see what's happening with reading. I understand, here's the goals we put, and this is what our team is doing to make sure it happens.
When do those come out?
These we just had, I believe, in December and July. So we create them over the summer for the next year, do a midway report in December, and then again in July. And we've had these ever since I came, so we have them back to 2014.
Okay, so in the interest of time, we have some things here under student achievement, but I'm not sure if they are where we want to land. And we have not talked about community trust and support as a goal and what that looks like specifically. Okay.
We do have a 15-minute wrap up. We can do that.
Can run into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and we still have a superintendent for evaluation. But we could take a few minutes to put some meat on the community trust support and stakeholder.
Okay, so just as a wrap up for student achievement, what I have right now is to refresh the results policy and connect it to, as much as possible, to the portrait of the graduate and world-class workforce. Make sure those are as aligned as we can make them. Increase student opportunities, and we listed out a bunch of those, so we can talk more about how to get that more clear. And then ongoing progress reports is what I just kind of pulled from what you were saying, you know, that as a board we can be just kind of asking for, so where are we at on this or that? I mean,
I think that you might even want to write just monitor results there, because that's what our job would be, monitoring.
Okay, are we good with that?
I think so. I think the challenge that we have is that in terms of our goals, our 2-year goals, to say, we're going to have in 2 years this, say, increase or something in student achievement. It's extremely difficult to try to put in a way to try to do that.
Right.
But potentially it is, is one of our goals to align our results policy with some of these, the world's best workforce. Is that a goal in and of itself to say we're going to look at a results policy and reconfigure it so that it meets what we need to have moving forward?
Yeah, it is a goal and it is measurable.
Bob has
because we
asked
can
us
see
that about a half a dozen times
whether or not we have. I mean, that is an actual thing we can see.
I know.
We either did it or we
I
didn't
agree.
do it.
Right.
And it, you know, will actually be aligned, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think so. That's a good goal. And it probably will take us a while. Hopefully not 2 years, but.
We can get this. This is doable.
All right, well, if you guys think of something that relates to student achievement that you think we need to have in our goals for the next 2 years, just send them, why don't you just send them to me and we'll bring it up in the policy, because that's where we do already have it on our agenda to update the results policy. So that'll just go into that.
Can we not make these too lengthy?
The ones we're working at, this right here?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
if we give ourselves way too much to do, then we have less of a chance of.
Well, no,
We just have 3 things so far for each of them.
No, those sub-points to them.
Well,
Yeah,
the financial stability has the fund balance, the balanced budget, increased enrollment, successful operating levy. That's 4. This one has, under student achievement, we have refreshed the results policy, increased student opportunities, and monitor results, basically. That's it, 3. So, it's a good start. I'm not sure if it's specific enough, but then I think what we're running into is, you know, as you get more specific, you run into management. It's not visionary, it's more like specific tasks, so.
Well, and we do have the goals and the strategies. I think we have to be better about revisiting the strategies and doing it, making sure that we are.
Well, we have a team with the student achievement. And when you're ready to do that, we've got a whole team that can help you through that process and figure out what's important. So
Yeah.
you aren't going to be off on an island.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah. Now I'm gonna put that rum higher on the list.
I need the radio.
Okay, so can we talk really briefly about getting this idea of community trust and support? I think it ties to a successful operating levy, obviously, but Can we make that a little bit more specific, or do we just wanna leave it like that?
Well, I think we wanna, like, what are we trying to get at? Is it stakeholder engagement? Is it building community trust? Is it getting their support?
Yes to all of those.
So how do you word that?
Well, I think there are instruments, there are ways to get that. Probably about 4 or 5 administrators and Shelley and myself listened to a presentation by Peter Letterman, and Bill Morris is also in that firm, and possibly a tool you can use, not for free, but it has a cost. You can survey your community. And if nothing else, that could give you a benchmark, double purpose, of how much trust or lack of it actually exists, because I think sometimes at the board table I've heard this, there's different perceptions. How well are you trusted or are you not? Well, you can get a benchmark on that. At the same time, what you could be doing is testing the waters for renewing a levy. And in fact, that's probably even more important than that. There are ways to do it, or somebody who has done a lot of this footwork already is Carissa, in terms of where are we and what kind of tools. Each one of those has strengths and weaknesses to it.
I think testing the responsiveness of the community at some intermediate junction will give us feedback on how we're doing there.
Is the temperature check community or just, yeah, so that's what is really cool, that thought exchange that we talked about. I think I mentioned at the board meeting, is something we already paid for. We already can do it, and we do a temperature check, where are we at? And then we can do another one later to see, are we at a better place? Have we
Like a follow-up.
Right, so I think that to me is a no-brainer, that's just already available to us. We just have to get the list, and that can go up to the community anytime.
But it's just like any assessments that we use even for students, a variety, variation, different measures, and are they giving us the triangulation that shows, yep, you're on the right track.
What about, when you mentioned stakeholder engagement, what about staff? We wanna connect with our district staff in the same way.
Yes.
Do we wanna have that be one of the goals under community trust and support? Being that, you know, most of our staff this is part of our community.
I think so.
So do we have that as a specific goal, conduct a community survey, or conduct community surveys?
As a
Find
goal,
out.
as one of our main goals? Is that-
Well, community trust and support is the third kind of area category, and I'm just creating the list underneath.
Yeah. See, I think if there's anything board members ought to be good at, it's getting the pulse of the community.
Yeah, I think
And
that's our whole
maintaining
job.
it. I mean, you go out, who elected you, who talks to you, who doesn't, and what do you do to tap that?
So could one of the things be, I mean, community engagement, you know, creates the community engagement committees, you know, create some strategies or something that we're gonna implement, or I don't know, like.
This might be helpful. Chris, I'm trying to remember with thought exchange, can't we even do different, we can have similar topic or question, but one can be for community, one can be for staff,
Yep.
and one can be for students. So we could stratify that for you, and then once you get the information back, you could decide maybe what some of your strategies are based on that information.
Well, what I think we were thinking of is to actually have maybe an actual different survey with staff that would be different questions, not necessarily be one survey where we see, I think that's right?
There's a lot of different things you could do, and I would suggest, as far as your goal, that you don't have a goal to do a survey, you have a goal, what are you really trying to find out, and then we'll figure out the best tool to do that, because it could be an actual survey where people respond specifically to what you put out there, or it could be something like thought exchange where you kind of leave it more broad and let people tell you what they're thinking. There's a lot of different tools and ways to do that. So I think what you need to figure out is what are you really trying to accomplish, and then we can work with the community engagement group on how to do that.
Okay. So then what do we rate as the goal then?
So
Are we developing initial strategies toward our levy? and what type of buy-in are we getting on trust? Yeah, I don't know, but I think our goal is with, what are we trying to accomplish? We're trying to get everybody rowing in the same direction. And I think that's evidenced if we pass a levy. And so in between now and then, if we can gauge, are the steps that we are taking with balancing the budget and some of the priorities that we're setting, are they getting traction?
So do we want to have the goal be something like build community trust, or do we want to say build community engagement? Because really that's what, I don't think we want our goal to say get the community behind us for a levy. That's part of it, right? But what are we trying to do?
It almost sounds like you're trying to increase the community's knowledge
Awareness.
and awareness.
Yeah, it seems to me like two things. One, you're trying to measure what it is. And then two, you are attempting to improve it, no matter what you get.
Well, and I liked when you said rowing in the same direction. I think we just have to find a way of saying that makes sense, and that we can see if we're doing it or not. But I think.
So what about as a category, we have improve community trust and engagement, and, or we have, based on kind of what you just said, develop initial strategies to increase trust and partnership with the community. I mean, do we need to be more specific than that, or can we just leave it like that?
Provide tangible opportunities for stakeholder feedback,
Mhm.
from all aspects of the community, whether it be staff or students.
In all community groups, maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of intriguing if you think about it. Well, we've spent this a considerable amount of time making some cuts to balance our budget. Does that improve trust or make it worse?
I think we'll have a lot more direction on this once we
Yeah.
do a survey, we see what shakes out and what we need to do from there. But I think it's that building.
Also, so a couple people brought up that and used the term marketing. That might be embedded inside of this, right? So
Right.
to gain the knowledge, to activate people, to cause more engagement, it might be that, whatever that, it's not a campaign, but maybe it is a campaign,
Yeah.
a pre-campaign.
Well, I think I get a little nervous when we talk about marketing, because I feel like the most powerful marketing is word of mouth, and it's free. It's free. No flashy, no offense, Chris is the best in the business, but you don't need the flashy, pamphlets and whatnot, because what you're doing is so great and everybody gets it and buys into it and loves it, and then just can't say enough about how great it is. That's the best kind of marketing.
That's
and
what I mean, it's kind of embedded in this.
Right, right. But
like
if
a natural
we
result.
take tangible steps to increase trust and build partnership with our community, that's what we'll have. We will grow.
So maybe
You
that's
wanna
all
say
need to-
identify tangible steps instead of, because when you just say take, if I haven't been engaged in this conversation today, the first thing I would ask you as a board member is, well, what exactly are you talking about? And part of it is just the conversation we had about marketing where, and I don't know how you all feel, but one of you might like the flashy things and think that might be helpful, and I agree with you, Sarah. I think
Yeah,
a
I'm
lot
not
of it
saying
is
you
word of
can't,
mouth.
yeah.
About making sure that we're providing good things for kids, but maybe that is another thing that you'd like to have a session on. We're just making sure that we're going in the arrows in the same direction, and what are those things that you really want us to focus on?
Well, and regardless, if you're gonna pass a levy, you need a lot of community involvement. You need worker bees, you need people who are gonna go out and sell. Even in terms of marketing, probably the strongest effect is testimonials. If you form teams of parents who are willing to contact other parents, all of those are steps in there.
So I have increased community trust and engagement as a top thing. This is just what I have right now. Develop initial strategies to increase trust and partnership. and identify tangible opportunities for stakeholder feedback. Those are well, that's what I have so far.
And then I would carry this out, identify
It's a good
Yeah.
starting point.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we wanna make
Okay,
sure
so
we
is
can-
that enough for right now? So we can bring this back
That's
to
good.
policy, clean it up, whatever, try to get it in a place where, cause this is something that we typically read these at the beginning of our board meetings. So, I guess I'm gonna just put this out there that I don't think reading this at the beginning of our board meetings is enough of a structure for us to make sure we're implementing these things.
I think we need to have regular
So,
checks.
I think, yeah, at the minimum, I think we're gonna need another work session at some point in the near future to follow up on what we have here and to create some specific strategies. And at the policy committee level, we will be working on that results policy, so too, that'll also be bringing some of this forward as well, continuing the conversation. Are we at a good stopping place then for this? Okay, thank you so much, you guys, this stuff is not easy. It's really not, and I think we did a pretty good job of this.
And I would say if you think of other things, just email the policy working group.
Yeah, I'll just let Mark take care of it.
So now I think we're gonna turn it over just to briefly talk about our evaluation tools and whether we wanna continue with what we're using or use something new.
Yeah, the only thing I'm gonna, I think you've got the two different sets of documents. Just for general discussion starter, I think, we have talked quite a bit about our current superintendent evaluation, what we didn't like about that, when we want to, hold those evaluations, and then also we haven't gotten to specific board, evaluations, independent evaluations, and this is the 9/16 one that I believe was one that we had kind of discussed that we really liked their, evaluation. So, I don't really have much more to, say about that other than just open it up for, discussion.
So I can just say one thing about the, board self-evaluation. One option we have that we just talked about briefly is that MSBA has an online tool that we can use, for free. What would happen is we contact MSBA, Gail Gilman, she would give each of us, in an email, each of us individually would get a link to do the tool. We'd have about a week to fill out the survey, and then she would compile all the data and create this incredible little spreadsheet of information about what's good and what's not good and areas we need to work on, and then she can just make that available to us and we can use that as we wish, just to have a conversation if we want, and all of that would be free. If we want to have her come and facilitate that conversation, I think it's a nominal fee. I can't remember how much it is, but it wasn't terribly expensive. Or we have the option of using that information and going through a whole process of creating goals and a very lengthy, 2-day process that would be more expensive. And some districts have gone through that and actually said that it was really, really amazing for them to do. So, but I think it might be a good idea for us to try, because what happens with the survey then is that data is held within their system in our own little private bank, and then if we wanna go back and do it again a year from now, and going forward, it will show a graph of growth, I guess, or decline, but it'll show something. It'll show changes from, over time, as often as we do that survey. We can work on certain goals and then go back and do the survey again and say, hey, look, we're improving in these areas, and that's because we focused on them. And so I think that seems really cool. I did talk to a number of other districts who've done that, and they said it was just really, really, really helpful. So this one seems really cool as well, but I like the online component and the fact that we can go through time and really have this data.
If I can, I comment on this self-survey there, in that 9/16 resurrected this. They originally passed those norms in 2007, and one of the things that I and others were after was some sort of board self-evaluation, so this is what we dug out. We modified it in some places, they're using it now. I wouldn't be one bit surprised if they stop using it. That's one possibility. The other one that I would say is this, and Barbara would know this, and I do as well. Several years back, we had an assessment tool for the board that we used, and we did it online at one time. So I'm saying there's another instrument out there, regardless of which tool you take, whether it's 9/16s, whether it's this one, or whether it's the one for MSBA. What do you do with the results? That's a big question. Because you can get it back and you can look at it as a board, say, oh, that's neat and nice. Okay, what are you going to do about it? And what are you going to follow up with?
Mhm. Yeah, that's a really good point.
I like the idea of the MSBA tool just being free and
The easy one is free. If you're really going to do anything, it's expensive.
Sarah, do you know what questions are on that survey? Have you seen them?
Nope.
I would take care of that one, or look at it at least. I think you'd find it interesting. And usually what it does is two set of things. What do you think the 7 individuals rating the other 6 in themselves? And then there's also a part you rank yourself, so you can really get 2 scores in how you perform. And so, what you may want to do sometime too, even, and some do that, is have citizens evaluate as well what they're seeing, hearing, or perceiving.
I'm fine with either of them, so.
What would you like?
Anybody else have thoughts?
That sounds good.
MSBA. Maybe we should go with
Is that the
MSBA.
free one?
Yeah, it's an online tool.
Price is right.
Well, our own
Yeah.
is free too, but
Mhm.
this gives us.
This
some
would be free, I mean, I guess we could do
Nice,
this
easy.
on our own, this would be free as well. It sounds like you guys wanna do MSBA.
Is that the one, are you saying that has community feedback too, or are you?
No, I'm saying I've seen some, like in the
Oh.
Pittsburgh area,
Okay.
where actually they got some input from.
So we don't have one that has possibility for community feedback?
I would just jump in and say that we always have that opportunity. If you have questions, we can get it out to the community in different fashions. So it's just what we talked about before. There's always a way to get it out to people if you know the questions you want to ask.
Okay.
I don't know how you wanna segue on to the superintendent. I think one, we've had some previous discussions about, what is the best way to, evaluate our superintendent where, I think part of it was that it wasn't a rich experience maybe on either side, and, I think, what really is the purpose of this, and, I think we haven't gotten there yet, so I think that's kind of why we're wanting to raise this issue, and have a discussion about it, and, I think we had also discussed having it 2 times a year as a,
Yeah, do you mind if I?
go for it, yeah.
What might be helpful is I've had a different evaluation each year. And so, when you think of the cycle of a superintendent, typically your year starts July 1st, right? So, in the interest of time, what I'd love to be able to do is, I think this process, or the one that shared this example, I think it was from 9/16, wasn't it, Barb? I think it's good. What might be helpful is for me to sit down with the personnel group and go through this one and just look at the little things and have, or the items that are listed, and talk about what currently is happening and if that's the direction or not. With some of those things, it'll help clarify some things. And I think it's helpful for a superintendent to have something, you know, if you start this, we create this, and the next whatever it takes us to, and then, you know, twice a year, July, you kinda, just like the new school year, kinda start fresh, and then in December, because that makes sense, because outgoing board members are only with you through December, they've been through that 6 months, and then presumably before, and then your new board sets. So you can review that, and then you can talk and adjust, just like we're gonna be adjusting here now, as you have new goals and figure out where you wanna go, then that impacts my work, which impacts everybody else's work. So we could just start by sitting down with the personnel group and going through and making sure this is what you want. You could do it here line by line, but it take a while, so whatever you wanna do on that.
So this is not the one that's been used in the past?
No. This is what, 916 uses to evaluate their superintendent. And it happens to be kind of a really, you know, it's a good format compared to what we have used. I think in some ways, what we have used is too cumbersome for you to prepare. And it's been different every year, so it's hard to kind of keep following up on certain specific things. And then in terms of the specific categories of, you know, they weren't very specific. So it was hard to say, well, what are we actually really looking for? And it left a lot of opportunity to just kind of be open-ended, which left us as a board anyways, kind of, well, where am I supposed to go with this, you know? It was a little bit, but I like how specific this is. You can actually understand each of these chunks and sort of make a decision, but I think it would be great to have your input on that. And we don't necessarily have to have all of these categories. We may have some that we want to have, you know.
There are a few very isolated spots, not many. If you go to number 26, I think it was, and notice, and you can tell it's done from 916, because it says articulates district purpose and practices to member districts. Obviously, that doesn't fit us. But there aren't many of those. But there's a few in there. And I think one of the things Denise is saying, and it's correct, ideally, they get this at the start of the school year, and that's what you work from.
I mean, you do that December review or whatever they were saying with the outgoing board. Should there be something with the incoming board in January so you know what your expectations are?
Yeah, that's what yeah. So that's what I think we would do now is take this, make the changes that aren't pertinent to our district versus 916, then it should be aligned with the job description, right? So that you have, make sure you have everything in there, and then just clarification about here's where we are, here's what's going on. You might say, Denise, you don't need to apply problem-solving processes anymore. We want you to focus on another place. But you know, these are all, when you look at it really generally, they're all things that a superintendent does, and but it's also helpful to have your a knowledge from you with a new board about, as you create these goals, what are those? You might say, here's something you might do that I've done in other districts, is under each of those you might star one and you might say this is a board priority. We really want you to focus on communicating effectively with constituencies. So
is everybody okay if that goes to personnel committee?
I'm good with that.
Fine with that.
Okay.
Alright, so thank you all for putting in the time, and any thoughts about how
I would thank our facilitators.
Yes, very nicely done.
Lots of thought, lots of preparation.
Do these need that?
I'll take, sure.
I have a nagging desire to go hang out on a boat in Maine.
with your bottle of rum.
With my bottle of rum and my radio.
Do you want us to take pictures of these or just roll them up as they are? Do you want Barb to, usually when we do this with our groups, she works to get these laid out in some nice sheets so we can put them up, so you can keep them in your folders.
Yeah. I think it would be great if we could actually see what is written on all of those lists.
Yeah, we won't we'll keep those somewhere if you want, but she'll.
No, I mean like if she's gonna type, if she type all of them.
We did really good about
We had some kind of groupings too, but
Very
You should
productive.
work a nap in this next one.
A nap.
I do appreciate the conversation. I think we made some good headway. I think the message I'm taking is over communicate and don't assume the negative. And we've talked about that before, assume positive and be willing to ask the questions. Are you asking, for what reason are you asking this question? Or whatever. Just be willing to communicate with each other and we'll get there. But I think this was a good, positive day. And
The only thing I would say, probably not the only thing, but in a 2-year cycle.
Never the only thing you would
Yeah,
say.
is that you would schedule this much earlier, especially for.
Oh, they come in
we
for
tried,
it, right.
remember?
I know,
We tried.
I know.
So
But
next
you'd
time we'll
almost
just-
build it in the end of January or something, build it into your schedule.
Yeah. Or at least be able to sit down with admin team and.
Well, and for new board members, please pick up the question or you're not sure. Sometimes we forget what we didn't know. But thank you again, all of you, for being here and for the
Thank you.
audience for hanging out all day. Thank you.